Thrice-Greatest Hermes, Volume 1, Prolegomena, Studies in Hellenistic Theosophy and Gnosis, being a translation of the extant sermons and fragments of the Trismegistic literature, with Prolegomena, commentaries, and notes, by G.R.S. Mead. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. 9. Plutarch, concerning the mysteries of Isis and Osiris. Foreword. In the chapter of Philo, we attempted to set before the reader some outlines of the central doctrine of Hellenistic theology, the sublime concept of the Logos, as envisaged by a learned Jew of the diaspora, steeped in Hellenism and living in the capital of Egypt and the center of the intellectual life of Greater Greece. In the present chapter, we shall endeavor to give the reader a further insight into this master idea from another standpoint, and shall reproduce the views of a learned Greek, who, while remaining on the ground of Hellenic traditions proper, turns his eyes to Egypt and reads what part of its mysterious message he can decipher in Greek modes of thought. Plutarch, of Chaeronea in Boeotia, nourished in the second half of the 1st century A.D., and so follows immediately on Philo and Paul. Like Philo, however, he knows nothing of the Christians, though like the Alexandrian, he treats of precisely those problems and questions which were and are of preeminent interest for Christians. Plutarch chooses as his theme the myth and mysteries of Osiris and Isis. He gives the myth in its main outlines and introduces us into the general religious atmosphere of the Egyptian belief of what we may, perhaps, be allowed to call demotic times. But he does far more than this. Initiated himself into the Osiriaca, of which there was apparently a Theasos at Delphi, though on the one hand he possesses more knowledge of formal details than he feels himself permitted to disclose, on the other hand he is aware that the true initiate of Isis is one who goes far beyond any formal reception of these symbolic mysteries. The true initiate must of his own initiative forever keep searching and probing more deeply into the intimate reason of things, as adumbrated by the things said and done in the sacred rites. For this task Plutarch is well equipped, not only by his wide knowledge of the philosophy and theology and science of his day, but also by the fact that he held a high office at Delphi in the service of Apollo, and also in connection with the Dionysiac rites. He was almost certainly a hierophant, and no merely formal one at that. Plutarch accordingly gives a most instructive exposition, which should enable us, if only we are content to put ourselves in his place, and condensed to think in the terms of the thought of his day, to review the ancient struggle between physical reason and formal theology, which was then in full conflict, a conflict that has been renewed on a vastly extended scale for the last few centuries, and which is still being fought to a finish or honorable truce in our day. Our initiated philosopher is on the side neither of atheism or pure physicism, nor on that of superstition, as he understood those terms in his day. He takes a middle ground and seeks final refuge in the fair vision of the Logos, and that too, in all humility, for he knows well that whatever he can say is, at best, but a dim reflection of the glory of the highest, as indeed he expressly tells us when writing, "Nor can the souls of men here on earth, swathed as they are in bodies and enwrapped in passions, commune with God, except so far as they can reach some done sort of a dream of him with the perception of a mind trained in philosophy." We accordingly find Plutarch discussing the various theories of his day which profess to explain the mythological and theological enigmas of the ancients, with special reference to the Osiris myth. He discusses the theory of Ephemeris, that the gods were nothing but ancient kings and worthies, and dismisses it as no really satisfactory explanation. He then proceeds to consider the theory that these things refer to the doings of daemons, which he thinks a decided improvement on that of ephemeris. Thence he passes to the theories of the physicists, or natural phenomenalists, and of the mathematici, that is to say, the Pythagorean speculations as to the celestial spheres and their harmonies. In each of these three latter theories, he thinks there is some truth. Still, each by itself is insufficient. They must be combined, and even then it is not enough. He next considers the question of first principles, and discusses the theories of the one, the two, and the many, again finding something to be said for each view, and yet adopting none of them as all sufficient. But of all attempted interpretations, he finds the least satisfactory to be that of those who are content to limit the hermeneutics of the mystery myths simply to the operations of plowing and sowing. With this vegetation god theory, he has little patience and stigmatizes its professors as that dull crowd. And here, perhaps, some of us may think that Plutarch is not out of date even in the 20th century of grace, and his arguments might be recommended to the consideration of those anthropologists who are just now with such complacency running to death what Mr. Andrew Lang humorously calls the Covent Garden theory. Further on, dealing as he does with the puzzling question of Egyptian animal worship, Plutarch is brought face to face with many problems of taboo and totemism, and he is not without interest in what he says on these subjects, and in the theories of utilitarianism and symbolism which he adduces. Finally, he gives us his view of the rationale of the custom of incense burning, which should be of some concern to many in present-day Christian communities, but the whole of this complex of custom and rites, puzzling and self-contradictory as they may appear, and the whole of the riddles and veiled enigmas of Egyptian priestly tradition are, Plutarch believes, resolvable into transparent simplicity by a proper understanding of the true nature of man and of his relation to divine nature, that wisdom, who is the eternal and inseparable spouse of divine reason, the Logos. It would perhaps have been simpler for some of my readers, it certainly would have been shorter, had I condensed what Plutarch has to say, but my desire is rather to let the student of the comparative theology of his day speak for himself, and not to give my own views, for I still believe, in spite of the superior formal education of the 20th century, that we cannot normally know more about the ancient mysteries and their inner purport than the best minds who were initiated into them while they still flourished. For not only are we without the precise data which these ancients possessed, but also the phase of thought through which we have recently been passing, and in which we mostly still are, is not one which can sympathetically tolerate those very considerations which, in my opinion, provide the most fertile ground of explanation of the true inwardness of what was best in those mystery traditions. Moreover, I have thought it of service to give a full version of this treatise of Plutarch's from a decent critical text, for the only translation in English read by me is by no means a careful piece of work, and manifestly rendered from a very imperfect text. Also, the language of Plutarch in some passages appears to me to be deserving of more careful handling than has as yet been accorded it, for a number of sentences seem to have been purposely phrased so as to be capable of conveying a double meaning. Finally, with regard to his own interpretation, I would suggest that Plutarch, as was natural to a Greek, has more insisted on intellectual modes of thought than perhaps an Egyptian priest would have been inclined to do, for it seems probable that to the Egyptian mind, the chief interest would lie in the possibility of the realization of immediate contact with the mystery in all those modes which are not so much intellectual as sensible. In other words, it would be by making himself a vehicle of the great breath in his body, rather than a mirror of the mystery in his mind, that the son of the Nile land would seek for union. It is, moreover, of interest to find that Plutarch addresses his treatise to a lady, for though we have extant several moral tractates addressed to wives, such as Porphyry's letter to Marcella and Plutarch's consolation to his own wife, Timoxena, it is rare to find philosophical treatises addressed to women, and nowadays many women are once more interested in such philosophy. Plutarch wrote his essay at Delphi and addressed it to Clea, a lady who held a distinguished position among the Delphic priestesses, and who had herself been initiated into the Osiriac mysteries, her very name, Clea, being perhaps her mystery name. The treatise is, therefore, addressed to one who was prepared to read into it more than appears on the surface. It should also be remembered that, in all probability, the main source of Plutarch's information was the now lost treatise of Manetho on the Egyptian religion, and in this connection it is of interest to record Granger's opinion, who, in referring to Plutarch's Deicide et Osiride, says, "First, he deals with those opinions which identify the Egyptian gods with natural objects, Osiris with the Nile, Isis with the land, and so on. Then he considers the interpretations of those who identified the gods with the sun and moon, etc. These speculations summarize for us, at first or second hand, some of the Hermetic books current in Plutarch's time. Address to Clea, concerning Gnosis and the search for truth. While all who have mind, O Clea, should ask for all their blessings from the gods, let us, by pursuing after them, pray to obtain from them those blessings of Gnosis concerning them, as far as 'tis within the reach of men, in that there's nothing greater for a man to get, nor more majestic for a god to give, than truth. Of other things their God gives men what they require, whereas of mind and wisdom he gives a share to them, since he himself possesses these and uses them. For the divine is neither blessed through silver and through gold, nor strong through thunderings and lightnings, but blessed and strong by Gnosis and by wisdom. And thus most finely of all things which he hath said about the gods, sounding aloud, Yea, have they both a common source and one fair native land, but Zeus came into being first, and he knew more. Hath Homer made pronouncement of the primacy of Zeus as more majestic, in that in Gnosis and in wisdom it is older. Nay, I believe that the good fortune of Aeonian life, the which the god hath gotten for his lot, is that by reason of his Gnosis the things in Genesis should not entirely die, for when the knowing of existing things and being wise is taken from it, freedom from death is time, not life. The art of knowing and of divinising. Wherefore the longing for the godly state is a desire for truth, and specially the truth about the gods, insomuch as it doth embrace reception of these sacred things, instruction and research, a work more holy than is all and every purging rite and temple service, and not least pleasing to that goddess whom thou servest, in that she is particularly wise and wisdom-loving, seeing her very name doth seem to indicate that knowing and that gnosis is more suitable to her than any other title. For that Isis is Greek, and so is Typhon, in that he is foe unto the goddess, and is puffed up through his unknowing and deceit, and tears the holy reason, or logos, into pieces, and makes away with it, the which the goddess gathers up, and recomposes, and transmits to those perfected in the art of divinising, which by the means of a continually sober life, and by their abstinence from many foods and sexual indulgences, tempers intemperate pleasure-love, and doth accustom them to undergo, without being broken down, the rigorous tasks of service in these sacred rites, the end of which is gnosis of the first and lordly one, the one whom mind alone can know, for whom the goddess calls on them to seek, though he is by her side, and one with her. Nay, more, the very appellation of the holy place doth plainly promise gnosis, that is, eidesis, of that which is. For it is named Aision, as though of them who shall know that which is, if that with reason, or logos, and with purity we enter in the holy places of the goddess. The true initiates of Isis. Yet many have set down that she is Hermes' daughter, and many that she is Prometheus's, I holding the latter as discoverer of wisdom and foreknowledge, and Hermes of the art of letters, and the Muses' art. Wherefore in Hermes' city they call the foremost of the Muses Isis, as well as righteousness, in that she's wise, as has been said, and shows the mysteries of the gods to those who are with truth and justice, called the carriers of the holy symbols, and wearers of the holy robes. And these are they who carry the holy reason, or logos, about the gods, purged of all superstition and superfluity in their soul, as in a chest, and cast robes around it, in secret disclosing such things of the opinion about the gods as are black and shadowy, and such as are clear and bright, just as they are suggested by the sacred dress. Wherefore, when the initiates of Isis at their death are adorned in these robes, it is a symbol that this reason, Logos, is with them, and with him and naught else they go there. For it is not the growing beard and wearing cloak that makes philosophers, O Clea, nor clothing in linen and shaving oneself that makes initiates of Isis, but a true Isiac is one who, when he by law receives them, searches out by reason, Logos, the mystery shown and done concerning these gods, and meditates upon the truth in them. Why the priests are shaven and wear linen. Now, as far as the many are concerned, even this commonest and smallest secret is hid from them, namely, why the priests cut off their hair and wear linen robes. For some do not at all care to know about these things, while others say that they abstain from the use of the sheep's wool, as they do from its flesh, because they hold it sacred, and that they shave their heads through being in mourning, and wear linen things on account of the color which the flax and flower sends forth, resembling the ethereal radiance that surrounds the cosmos. But the true cause, the one of all, is, as Plato says, because it is not lawful for pure to touch not pure. Now, superfluity of nourishment and excretion is nothing chaste or pure, and it is from superfluities that wool and fur and hair and nails spring up and grow. It would thus be laughable for them to cut off their own hair in the purifications, shaving themselves, and making smooth their whole body evenly, and then put on and wear the hair of animals. For indeed we should think that Hesiod, when he says, "Nor from 5-branched at fire-blooming of gods, cut dry from green with flashing blade," teaches that men ought to keep holy day, only when pure of such superfluities, and not at the sacred operations themselves, have need of purification and the removal of superfluities. Again, the flax grows out of the deathless earth, and yields a fruit that man may eat, and offers him a smooth, pure raiment that does not weigh upon the watcher, but is well joined for every hour, and is the least cone-bearing, as they say, concerning which things there is another reason, Logos, of the refraining from flesh and salt and superfluities. And the priests handle so hardly the nature of superfluities that they not only deprecate the many kinds of pulse, and of meats the sheep-flesh kinds and swine-flesh kinds, as making much superfluity, but also at their times of purification they remove the salts from the grains, having other further reasons, as well as the fact that it makes the more thirsty and more hungry sharpen their desire the more. For to argue that salts are not pure, owing to the multitude of small lives that are caught and die in them when they solidify themselves, as Aristogoras said, is naive. They are, moreover, said to water the Apis also from a special well, and by all means to keep him from the Nile, not that they think his water stained with blood because of the crocodile, as some think, for nothing is so precious to Egyptians as the Nile, but that the water of Nile's superfluity on being drunk seems to make fat, nay, rather to make much too much of flesh. And so they do not wish the Apis to be so, nor yet themselves, but wish to wear their bodies on their souls compact and light, and neither to compress nor oppress them by the mortal part prevailing, and its weighing down of the divine. On the drinking of wine. And as for wine, the servants of the god in Sun City do not at all bring it into the sacred place, as 'tis not right for them to drink by day while he, their lord and king, looks on. The rest of them use it indeed, but sparingly. They have, however, many times of abstinence at which they drink no wine, but spend them in the search for wisdom, learning and teaching the truth about the gods. The kings used to drink it, though in certain measure according to these sacred writings, as Hecataeus has narrated, for they were priests as well. They began to drink it, however, only from the time of Psammaticus, but before that they used not to drink wine. Nor did they make libation of it as a thing dear to the gods, but as the blood of those who fought against the gods, from whom, when they fell and mingled with the earth, they think the vines came, and that because of this wine-drenching makes men to be out of their minds and struck aside, in that, forsooth, they are fulfilled with the forefathers of its blood. These things, at any rate, Eudoxus says in Book 2 of his Circuit, are thus stated by the priests. On fish taboos. As to sea fish, all Egyptians abstain generally, not from all fish, but from some, as, for example, those of the Oxyrhynchus gnome, from those caught with a hook, for as they venerate the sharp-snouted fish, they fear that the hook is not pure when sharp snout is caught by it, while those of the Syene gnome abstain from the devourer, for that it seems that it appears together with the rising of the Nile, and that it shows their growth to those in joy, seen as a self-sent messenger. Their priests, upon the other hand, abstain from all, and even on the 9th of the first month, when every one of the rest of the Egyptians eats a broiled fish before his front door. The priests do not taste it, but burn their fishes to ashes before the doors of the temple. And they have 2 reasons for this, of which I will later on take up the sacred and extraordinary one, according with the facts religiously deduced concerning Osiris and Typhon. The evident, the one that's close at hand, in showing forth the fish as a not necessary and a not unsuperfluous cooked food, bears witness unto Homer, who makes neither the Phaeacians of luxurious lives, nor yet the Ithacian island men, use fish, nor yet Odysseus's companions in so great a voyage, and on the sea before they came to the last strait. And generally, the priests think that the sea is from fire and is beyond the boundaries, nor part nor element of earth, but of another kind, a superfluity corrupted and corrupting. The onion and pig taboos. For nothing reasonless or purely fabulous, or from mere superstition, as some suppose, has been incorporated into the foundation of these sacred operations, but some things have moral and needful causes, while others are not without a share in the embellishment of science and physics, as for instance in the case of the onion. The story that Dictys, the nursling of Isis, fell into the river and was drowned in trying to catch the onions with his hands is utterly incredible. The priests, however, keep themselves pure of the onion and treat it hardly, being ever on the watch against it, because it is the only thing whose nature is to be well nourished and to flourish when the moon's awane. It's food for neither fast nor feast, neither for the former in that it makes those feeding on it thirst, while for the latter it makes them weep. And in like manner also they consider the sow an unholy animal, because it seems to be covered especially when the moon is on the wane, while the bodies of those who drink its milk burst forth into leprosy and scabrous roughness. And the tale, Logos, they tell after once only sacrificing and eating pig at the full moon, namely that Typhon, when pursuing pig, towards full moon found the wooden coffin in which the body of Osiris lay dead, and scattered it in pieces. They do not at all receive, thinking it is a trifling mishearing of the true tale, like many more. But they say their ancients so protected themselves against softness of living and extravagance and agreeable sensations, that they said a slab was set up in the holy place at Thebes, with deprecations inlettered on it against Minos, the king, who first changed the Egyptians from the way of life without riches and without needs and plain. Moreover, Technactus, father of Bocorus, is said, when marching on the Arabs, when his baggage was delayed, to have used with joy the food nearest at hand, and afterwards to have fallen into deep sleep on a bed of straw, and so embraced frugality, and in consequence of this he is said to have execrated the Minean, and, with the approval of the priests, to have graven his execration on stone. The kings, the riddles of the priests, and the meaning of Amun. The kings were appointed from the priests or from the warriors, the one caste possessing worth and honor through manliness, and the other through wisdom. And he who was appointed from the warriors immediately became one of the priests, and shared in their philosophy, which for the most part was hidden in myths and words, or logoi, containing dim reflections and transparencies of truth, as doubtless they themselves make indirectly plain, by fitly setting sphinxes up before the temples, as though their reasoning about the gods possessed a wisdom wrapped in riddle. Indeed, the seat of Athena, that is Isis, as they think, at Sais, used to have the following inscription on it: I am all that has been, and is, and shall be, and no mortal has ever revealed my robe. Moreover, while the majority think that the proper name of Zeus with the Egyptians is Amun, which we by a slight change called Ammon, Manetho, the Cenobite, considers it his hidden one, and that his power of hiding is made plain by the very articulation of the sound. Hecataeus of Abdera, however, says that the Egyptians use this word to one another also when they call one to them, for that its sound has got the power of calling to. Wherefore, when they call to the first God, who they think is the same for every man, as unto the unmanifest and hidden, invoking him to make him manifest and plain to them, they say, Amun. So great, then, was the care Egyptians took about the wisdom which concerned the mysteries of the gods. Of the Greek disciples, of Egyptians, and of Pythagoras and his symbols. And the most wise of the Greeks also are witnesses: Solon, Thales, Plato, Eudoxus, Pythagoras, and, as some say, Lycurgus as well, through coming to Egypt and associating with her priests. And so they say that Eudoxus was hearer of Conophus of Memphis, and Solon of Sonchus of Sais, and Pythagoras of Onuphis of Heliopolis. And the last especially, as it appears, being contemplated and contemplating, brought back to the memory of his men their symbolic and mysterious art, containing their dogmas in dark sayings. For most of the Pythagoric messages leave out nothing of what are called the hieroglyphic letters. For instance, eat not on what bears two, sit not down on measure, plant not phoenix, stir not fire with knife in the house. And for myself at least, I think that his men's calling the monad Apollo, and the dyad Artemis, and the hebdomad Athena, and the first cube Poseidon, also resembles those whose statues preside over these sacred places, and whose dramas are acted there, yea, and the names painted there as well. For they write the King and Lord Osiris with eye and scepter, but some interpret their name also as many-eyed, since in the Egyptian tongue, os means many, and iri, eye, and they write heaven as unaging through eternity with heart, that is, spirit rising from altar underneath. And at Thebes there used to be set up handless statues of judges, while the statue of the chief judge had its eyes tight shut, seeing that justice neither gives nor takes gift, and is not worked on. And for the warriors, scarab was their seal emblem, for the scarab is not female, but all scarabs are male, and they engender their seed into matter or material, which they make into spheres, preparing a field not so much of nourishment as of genesis. Advice to Clea concerning the hidden meaning of the myths. When, therefore, thou hearest the myth-sayings of the Egyptians concerning the gods, wanderings and dismemberings, and many such passions, thou shouldest remember what has been said above, and think none of these things spoken as they really are in state and action. For they do not call Hermes dog as a proper name, but they associate the watching and waking from sleep of the animal, who, by knowing and not knowing, determines friend from foe, as Plato says, with the most logos-like of the gods. Nor do they think that the sun rises as a newborn babe from a lotus, but so they write sunrise, riddling the rekindling of the sun from moist elements. Moreover, they called the most crude and awesome king of the Persians, Ochus, who killed many and finally cut the throat of Apis, and made a hearty meal of him with his friends, Knife, and they call him so unto this day in the catalogue of their kings, not of course signifying his essence by its proper name, but likening the hardness of his mood to an instrument of slaughter. So too shalt thou, if thou hearest and receivest the mysteries about the gods, from those who interpret the myth purely and according to the love of wisdom, and if thou doest ever and keepest carefully the customs observed by the priests, and if thou thinkest thou wilt offer neither sacrifice nor act more pleasing to the gods than the holding a true view concerning them, thou shalt escape an ill no less than being without the gods, that is to say, the fearing of the daemons. The myth which is told is, in its very shortest possible elements, after the purely useless and superfluous have been removed, as follows. The Mystery Myth. They say that when Rhea secretly united with Kronos, Helios, on sensing it, imprecated her not to bring forth in month or year, that Hermes, being in love with the goddess, came to conjunction with her, then playing draughts against Selene, and winning the 70th of each of the lights, he conduced from all 5 days, and induced them into the 360 days, which Egyptians call the now induced, and keep as birthdays of the gods. And they say that on the first Osiris was born, and that a voice fell out together with him on his being brought forth, to wit, the Lord of all, forth comes to light. But some say that a certain Pamile, being moistened from the holy place of Zeus, heard a voice directing her to proclaim with outcry that great king good-doing Osiris is born, and that because of this she nursed Osiris, Kronos entrusting him to her, and they keep with the mystic rites the Pamilia in his honor, similar to the Phalliphoria. And on the second they say Arauiris was born, whom they call Apollo, and some call Elder Horus. On the third that Typhon, neither in season nor in place, but breaking through with a blow, leapt forth through her side. On the fourth that Isis was born in all moist conditions. On the fifth Nephthys, whom they name End and Aphrodite, while some call her also Victory. And they say that Osiris and Oriris were from Helios, Isis from Hermes, and Typhon and Nephthys from Kronos, and therefore the kings, considering the third of the induced days, nefast, used neither to consult nor serve themselves till night. And they say that Nephthys was married to Typhon, but Isis and Osiris being in love with each other, united even before they were born, down in the womb beneath the darkness. Some, moreover, say that Oriris thus came to birth, and that he is called Elder Horus by Egyptians, but Apollo by Greeks. And they say that when Osiris was king, he straightway set free the Egyptians from a life which they could find no way out, and like unto that of wild beasts, both setting fruits before them, and laying down laws, and teaching them to honor the gods. And that, subsequently, he went over the whole earth, clearing it, not in the least requiring arms, but drawing the multitude to himself by charming them with persuasion and reason, logos, with song and every art the muses give, and that for this cause he seems to the Greeks to be the same as Dionysus. And they say that, while he was away, Typhon attempted no revolution, owing to Isis keeping very careful guard and having the power in her hands, holding it fast, but that when he, Osiris, came back, he made with art a wile for him, conjuring 72 men, and having as co-worker and queen coming out of Ethiopia, whom they call Eso. But that after measuring out for himself in secret the body of Osiris, and having devised, according to the size, a beautiful and extraordinarily ornamented chest, brought it into the banqueting hall, and that, when they were delighted at the sight and wondered, promised to give the chest to him who could make himself exactly equal to it by laying himself down in it. And that when all were trying, one after another, since no one fitted, Osiris stepped in and laid himself down. And they who were present, running up, dashed on the lid, and, after some of them had closed it down with fastenings, and others had poured hot lead over it, they carried it out to the river, and let it go into the sea by way of the Tanitic mouth, which, they say, Egyptians call even to this day by a hateful and abominable name. These things, they say, were done on the 17th of the month Athur, in which month the sun passes through the Scorpion, it being the 28th year of Osiris's reign. Some, however, say that he had lived and not reigned so long. And as the Pans and Satyrs that inhabit round Chemis were the first to sense the passion of Osiris, and give tongue concerning what was being done, they say that on this account sudden disturbances and emotions of crowds are even unto this day called panics. But when Isis sensed it, she cut off one of her curls and put on a mourning dress, whence the city to this day bears the name Kapto. But others think the name signifies privation, for they say that kaptin is to deprive, and they say that she, wandering about in every direction and finding no way out, never approached anyone without accosting him. Nay, she asked even little children whom she happened to meet about the chest. And they happened to have seen and showed the mouth through which the friends of Typhon let the vessel go into the sea. Because of this, they say, Egyptians believe that little children have prophetic power, and they especially divine from the sounds of their voices when playing in the holy places and shouting about anything. And they say that when Isis was aware that Osiris in ignorance had fallen in love and united himself with her sister, as with herself, and seeing as proof the honey-clover wreath which he had left behind with Nephthys, she sought for the babe, for she exposed it immediately, she bore it, through fear of Typhon. and after it was found with toil and trouble, dogs guiding Isis to it, it was reared and became her guard and follower, being called Anubis, and is said to guard the gods, as their dogs men. It was from him she got intelligence about the chest, that after it had been wave-tossed out by the sea to the Byblos country, the land wash had gently brought it to rest in a certain heather bush. And the heather bush, in a short time, running up into a most beautiful and very large tree, enfolded and grew around it, and hid it entirely within itself. And the king, marveling at the greatness of the tree, after cutting off the branches and rounding off the trunk that surrounded the coffin without its being seen, set it up as the prop of his roof. And they say that on her hearing of these things by the daemonian spirit of a voice, Isis came to Byblos, and, sitting down at a fountainhead, downcast and weeping, held converse with no one else, but she embraced and showed affection to the maids of the queen, curling their hair and exhaling from herself on their skin a marvelous fragrance. And when the queen saw her maids, longing for the ambrosia-smelling hair and skin of the stranger, came upon her. And so, when she had been sent for and had become an inmate of the palace, the queen made her nurse of her little one. And the name of the king, they say, was Malcander, while her name according to some was Astarte, according to others Soesis, and according to others Nemanos, or whatever is the name for which the Greek equivalent would be Athenius. And they say that instead of giving it the breast, Isis reared the little one by putting her finger into its mouth, and that at night she burnt round the mortal elements of its body, and turning herself into a swallow, flew round the pillar, and twittered a dirge, until the queen, through spying on her and crying out, when she saw the babe being burnt round, deprived it of its immortality. That when the goddess revealed herself, she claimed for herself the pillar of the roof, and taking it down with the greatest care, she cut away the heather tree from round it. Then wrapping this up in fine linen, and pouring the juices of sweet herbs over it, she placed it in the hands of the royal couple, and even unto this day the people of Byblos venerate the wood lying in the holy place of Isis. As for the coffin, she flung herself round it, and kept moaning so long that the younger of the little ones of the king died away, and, taking the elder with herself, and placing the coffin on a boat, she sailed away. And when the river Phaedrus raised too rough a wind, just after dawn, waxing wrath, she dried up his stream. And they say that when first she found solitude and was by herself, she opened the chest, and laying her face on his face, she kissed him and shed tears, and that when the little one came up in silence from behind and understood, on sensing it, she turned herself about and passionately gave him an awful look, and the little one could not hold himself up against the awe of her, and died. But some say it was not thus, but, as it has been said before, that he fell out into the river. And he has honors owing to the goddess, for the Maneros, whom Egyptians hymn at their symposia, is he, while others relate that the boy was called Palestinos, or Pelusios, and that the city was named after him when it was founded by the goddess, and that the Maneros, who is hymned, was the first to discover the art of the Muses. But some say that it is the name of no one, but a manner of speech for men drinking and feasting, with the meaning, may such and such things be present in becoming measure. For the Egyptians, on every such occasion, shout out this, it being indicated to them by Maneros. Just as doubtless also their being shown the image of a dead man carried round in a small wooden coffin is not a reminder of the Osirian passion, as some suppose, but it is in order to exhort them while filled with wine to make use of things present, in that all will very presently be such as it, that they bring in an unpleasing after-revel. And they say that when Isis had gone a journey to her son Horus, who was being reared at Buotos, and had put away the chest, Typhon, taking his dogs out by night towards the moon, came upon it, and, recognizing the body, tore it into 14 pieces, and scattered them abroad. And Isis, they say, on learning this, searched for them in a papyrus skiff, or barus, sailing away through the marshes, whence those who sail in papyrus hulls are not injured by the crocodiles, either because they fear or rather revere the goddess. And it is because of this, they say that many tombs of Osiris are spoken of in Egypt, through her performing burial rites on meeting with each piece. Some, however, say no, but that making herself images of them, she distributed these to each city, as though she were giving it the whole body, in order that it might have honors from the multitude, and that even if Typhon should get the better of Horus, he might renounce his search for the true tomb when many were spoken of and pointed out. Now, the only one of the parts of which Osiris did not find was that which causes awe, for that it was cast straightway into the river, and the scaly coat, and the devourer, and the sharp snout ate it up, which they say among fishes are considered especially expiate, and that Isis, making herself a counterfeit instead of it, consecrated the phallus, in honor of which the Egyptians keep festival even to this day. Thereafter Osiris, coming to Horus out of the invisible, worked through him and trained him for the fight. He then put his test to question him. What does he consider fairest? And when he said, helping father and mother in ill plight, he asked a second, what animal does he think most useful for those who go out to fight? And when Horus said horse, he marveled at him and was quite puzzled why he did not say lion rather than horse. Accordingly Horus said, lion is a needful thing to one requiring help, but horse can scatter in pieces the foe in flight and consume him utterly. Thus hearing, Osiris rejoiced that Horus was fitly prepared, and it is said that as many were changing over to the side of Horus, THRICE, Typhon's concubine, came too, and that a certain serpent pursuing after her was cut in pieces by those round Horus, and today on this account they cast down a small rope and cut it in pieces for all to see. The fight lasted for many days, and Horus won. Nevertheless, when Isis received Typhon in bonds, she did not make away with him. Far from it, she unbound him and let him go. Horus, however, did not bear this temperately, but, laying hands on his mother, he drew off the crown from her head. Whereupon Hermes crowned her with a headdress of cow horns. And they say that also when Typhon got the chance of bringing a bastardy suit against Horus, and Hermes was counsel for the defense, Horus was judged legitimate by the gods, and that afterwards Typhon was fought under in 2 other fights, and that Isis brought forth from her union with Osiris after his death Harpocrates, who missed the month and was weak in his limbs from below upwards. The undermeaning, a reflection of a certain reason. These are approximately the chief headings of their myth, after the most ill-omened have been removed, such as, for instance, the one about the cutting up into pieces of Horus and the beheading of Isis. That, however, if people suppose and say these things about that blessed and incorruptible nature, according to which especially the divine conceives itself, as though they were actually enacted and really took place, thou shouldest spit out and cleanse mouth, according to Aeschylus. There is no need to tell thee, for of thyself thou showest displeasure at those who hold illegitimate and barbarous notions about the gods. But that these things are not at all like lean tales and quite empty figments, such as poets and prose writers weave and expand, as though they were spiders spinning them out of themselves from a source that has no basis in fact, but that they contain certain informations and statements, thou knowest of thyself. And just as the Mathematici say that Iris is the sun's reflection many-colored by the return of its visual impression to the cloud, so the myth down here is a reflection of a certain reason, logos, that bends its thinking back on other things, as both the sacred offerings suggested by the reflected element of mournfulness and sadness they contain, and also the dispositions of the temples, which in one direction open out into sidewalks and courts, for moving about in, open to the sky and clear of objects, while in the other they have hidden and dark robing rooms underground, like places for putting coffins in and burying spots. Concerning the tombs of Osiris. And not least of all does the belief of the Osirians, since the body of Osiris is said to be in many places, suggest this, for they say that both Diokite is called Polychni, because it alone has the true one, and also that it is at Abydos that the wealthy and powerful of the Egyptians are mostly buried, their ambition being to have a common place of burial with the body of Osiris, and again that it is at Memphis that the Apis is reared as the image of the soul of Osiris, because it is there also that his body lies. And as for the city, Some interpret it as harbor of good things, but others give it the special meaning of tomb of Osiris. It is, however, the little island one at Philae, they say, which is in other respects inaccessible and inapproachable by all, and that not even the birds light on it, or fish come near it, but at a certain season the priests cross over to it and make offerings to the dead, and place wreaths on the monument which is overshadowed by a tree which is greater in size than any olive. Eudoxus, however, says that though many tombs are spoken of in Egypt, the body lies at Busiris, for that this had been the native city of Osiris. Nevertheless, Taphosiris requires no further reason to establish its claim, for the name explains itself, namely, burying of Osiris. But I read of cutting wood, of rending of linen, and pouring of pourings, because many of the mystery meanings have been mixed up with them. But the priests say that not only of these gods, but also of all the other gods also who are not ingenerable and indestructible, the bodies lie buried with them when they have done their work and have service rendered them, while their souls shine in heaven as stars, and that of the former the soul of Isis is called dog by the Greeks, but Sothis by the Egyptians, while the soul of Horus is called Orion, and Typhon's bear. And they say that for the burials of the animals to whom honor is paid, the rest of the Egyptians pay the dues which are mutually determined, but that those alone who inhabit the Thebaid give nothing, since they believe that no god is subject to death, and that he whom they themselves called Kneph is ingenerable and immortal. Concerning the theory of Ephemeris. Now, since many of such tombs are spoken of and pointed out, those who think these myths are commemorate the awe-inspiring and mighty works and passions of kings and tyrants who, through surpassing virtue and power, put in a claim for the reputation of divinity, and afterwards experienced reverses of fortune, employ a very easy means of escape from the true reason, logos, and not unworthily transfer the ill-omened element in them from gods to men, and they have the following to help them from the narratives related. For instance, the Egyptians tell us that Hermes had a short-armed body, that Typhon was red-skinned, Horus white, and Osiris black, as though they were men born in the course of nature. Moreover, also, they call Osiris general, and Canobus pilot, for whom they say the star got its name. And they say that the ship, which Greeks call Argo, is an image of the bark of Osiris, constellated in his honor, and that it sails not far from Orion and Dog, the former of which Egyptians consider the sacred boat of Horus, and the latter of Isis. But I am afraid that this is moving the immovable, and warring not only against many centuries, according to Simonides, but against many nations of men, and races held fast by religious feeling towards these gods, when people let nothing alone but transfer such mighty names from heaven to earth, and so banish and dissolve the sense of worship and faith that has been implanted in nearly all men from their first coming into experience, opening up wide entrances for godless folk, and reducing the divine mysteries to the level of men's doings, and giving splendid license to the charlatanries of Ephemeris the Messenian, who of himself composing the counterpleas of a baseless science of myths, unworthy of any credit, flooded the civilized world with sheer atheism, listing off level all those who are looked on as gods into names of generals and admirals and kings, who, he is good enough to say, existed in bygone days and are recorded in letters of gold at Panchon, which records neither any non-Greek nor any Greek has ever come across, but Ephemeris alone, when he went his voyage to the Panchoans and Triphilians, who never have been nor are anywhere on earth. And yet mighty deeds of Semiramis are sung of among Assyrians, and mighty deeds of Sesostris in Egypt, and Phrygians even unto this day call splendid and marvelous doings Manic, owing to the fact that Manis, one of their bygone kings, proved himself a good and strong man among men, the one whom some call Mazdis. Cyrus led Persians and Alexander Macedonians, conquering to almost the ends of the earth. Still, they have the name and memory of good kings only. And if some, elated by vast boastfulness, as Plato says, concomitant with youth and ignorance, through having their souls inflamed with pride, have accepted titles like gods and dedications of temples. Their glory has flourished for a short time only, and afterwards they have incurred the penalty of vanity and imposture coupled with impiety and indecency. Death coming swift on them, like smoke, they rose and fell. And now, like runaway slaves that can be lawfully taken, torn from the temples and altars, they have naught but their tombs and graves. Wherefore Antigonus the elder, when a certain Hermeticus in his poems proclaimed him son of the sun and god, remarked, "My night-stool, boy, has not so exalted an opinion of me." And with reason also did Lysippus, the sculptor, blame Apelles, the painter, for putting a thunderbolt in Alexander's hand when painting his portrait, whereas he himself gave him a spearhead, from which not even time itself shall take away the glory, for it is true and really his. The theory of the daemons. They, therefore, do better who believe that the things related about Typhon and Osiris and Isis are passions neither of gods nor of men, but of mighty daemons, who, as Plato and Pythagoras and Xenocrates and Chrysippus say, following the theologers of bygone days, have been born more manful than men, far surpassing us in the strength of their nature, yet not having the divine unmixed and pure, but proportioned with the nature of soul and sense of body, susceptible of pleasure and pain and all the passions, which, as innate to such metamorphoses, trouble some of them more and others less. For the gigantic and titanic passions sung of among the Greeks, and certain lawless deeds of Cronos and antagonisms of Python against Apollo, and fleeings of Dionysus and wanderings of Demeter, in no way fall behind the Osiric and Typhonic passions, and others which all may hear unrestrainedly spoken of in myth. And all these things which, under the veil of mystic sacred rites and perfectionings, are carefully kept from being spoken of to, or being allowed to be seen by the multitude, have a similar reason, or logos. Moreover, we hear Homer also on every occasion calling the good variously godlike and equal to the gods, and as having directions from gods, whereas he employs epithets connected with the daemons to both worthy and unworthy in common. Draw nigh them, daemonian, why so fearest the Argives? And again, that one indeed for the fourth time he charged, a daemon's equal. And, O thou daemonian, what so great ills do Priam now, and Priam's son to thee, that thou dost hotly rage Troy's well-built town to raze? As though the daemons possessed a mixed and unbalanced nature and propensity. For which reason Plato refers unto the god upon Olympus's height things right and odd, and to the daemons those that respond to these. Moreover, Xenocrates thinks that the nefast days, and all the holy days on which are strikings or beatings, or fastings or blasphemies or foul language, have nothing to do with honors paid to gods or to beneficent daemons, but that there are natures in the circumambient, mighty and powerful indeed, but difficult to turn and sullen, who take pleasure in such things, and when they get them, turn to nothing worse. The beneficent and good ones, again, Hesiod also calls holy daemons and guardians of men, wealth-givers and possessors of this sovereign prerogative. Plato again gives to this race the name of hermeneutic and of diaconic twixt gods and men, speeding up thitherwards men's vows and prayers, and bringing thence prophetic answers hitherwards, and gifts of all good things. Whereas Empedocles says that the daemons have to amend whatever faults they make, or discords they may strike. For aether's rush doth chase them seawards, sea spews them on lands flat, and earth into the beams of tireless sun, and he casts them again into the swirls of ether. One takes them from another, and all abhor them, until after being thus chastened and purified, they regain their natural place and rank. Born from the self-same womb as these and things like them, they say, are the legends about Typhon, how that he wrought dire deeds through envy and ill will, and after throwing all things into confusion, and filling the whole earth and sea as well as with ills, he afterwards did make amends. But the sister wife of Osiris who upheld his honor after she had quenched and laid to rest Typhon's frenzy and fury, did not allow forgetfulness and silence to overtake the struggles and trials he had endured, and her own wanderings and many deeds of wisdom and many feats of manliness, but intermingling with the most chaste perfectionings, images and undermeanings, and copies of the passions she then endured, she hallowed, at one and the same time, a lesson of religion and a consolation to men and women placed in like circumstances. And she and Osiris, being changed through virtue from good daemons into gods, as were subsequently Heracles and Dionysus, possessed the dignities of gods and daemons at one and the same time, fitly combined everywhere indeed, but with the greatest power among those above earth and under earth. Concerning Serapis. For they say that Serapis is no other than Pluto, and Isis Persephassa, as Archimachus of Euboea has said, and Heracles of Pontus, when he supposes that the seat of the oracle at Canopus is Pluto's. And Ptolemy the Savior saw in a dream the gigantic statue of Pluto, though he had not previously seen or known what form it was, ordering him to bring it to Alexandria. And when he did not know and had no idea where the statue was set up, even after he had described his vision to his friends, there was found a man, a great traveler, by the name of Stobaeus, who said he had seen at Sinope just such a colossus as the king seemed to have seen. He, Ptolemy, accordingly sent Sotiles and Dionysius, who, after expending much time and pains, not however without the help of God's providence, removed it secretly and brought it away. And when it had been brought to Alexandria and set up publicly, the assistance of Prometheus, the interpreter, and of Menathos, the Cenobite, coming to the conclusion that it was a statue of Pluto, judging by its Cerberus and huge serpent, convinced Ptolemy that it was of no other of the gods than Serapis, for it did not come from Sinope with this designation, but after it had been brought to Alexandria it had received the Egyptian name for Pluto, namely Serapis. And yet people sink into the opinion of Heraclitus the physicist when he says, Hades and Dionysus are the same, for whomsoever they rage and riot. For those who postulate that Hades means the body, because the soul is, as it were, deranged and drunken in it, put forward a too meager interpretation. But it is better to identify Osiris with Dionysus and Serapis with Osiris, so designated after he had changed his nature. Wherefore Serapis is common to all, just as, those who share in these sacred rites know that Osiris is. For it is not worth while paying attention to the Phrygian writings, in which Isis is said to have been the daughter of G.R.S, son of Heracles, and Typhon, son of Aeacus, also son of Heracles. Nor is it worth while refraining from disregarding Phylarchus when he writes that it was Dionysus who first brought 2 oxen from India to Egypt, of which the name of one was Apis, and of the other Osiris, and Serapis is the name of him who orders or adorns the universe from Sarian, sweep or clean, which some say means beautifying and adoring, for these remarks of Phylarchus are absurd. But still more so are those of them who say that Serapis is not a god, but that the coffin of Apis is thus named, and that certain brazen gates at Memphis, called Gates of Oblivion and Wailing, open with a deep mournful sound when they bury Apis, and that therefore at every sounding of brass we are plunged into oblivion. More moderate are they who claim that the simultaneous motion of the universe is thus called Serapis, from seusthai and susthai, speed. But the majority of the priests say that Osiris and Apis have been woven together in the same name, explaining the teaching that we should look on the Apis as an enformed image of the soul of Osiris. If, however, the name of Serapis is Egyptian, I for my part think it denotes good cheer and delight, finding a proof in the fact that Egyptians call the feast delights, Seriae. And indeed Plato says that Hades has been so called as being sweet and gentle to those with him. And with Egyptians both many other of their names are logoi, and they call subterrene space, to which they think the souls depart after death, amenthi, the name signifying the space which takes and gives. But whether this, too, is one of the names that left Hellas long ago and have been brought back again, we will examine later on. For the present, let us continue with the remaining points of the belief we have in hand. Concerning Typhon. Osiris and Isis have, then, changed from good daemons into gods, while as for the dimmed and shattered power of Typhon, though it is at the last gasp in its final death throes, they still appease and soothe it with certain feasts of offerings. Yet again, every now and then, at certain festivals, they humiliate it dreadfully, and treat it most despitefully, even to rolling red-skinned men in the mud and driving an ass over a precipice, as the Koptos folk, because Typhon was born with his skin red and ass-like, while the Busiris folk and Lycopolitans do not use trumpets at all, as they sound like an ass braying. And generally, they think that the ass is not clean, but a daemonic animal, on account of its resemblance to that god, and making round cakes for feasts of offerings on both the month of Paini and that of Theophi, they stamp on them an ass tied. And on the feast of offerings of the sun, they pass the word to the worshippers not to wear on the body things made of gold, nor to give food to an ass. The Pythagoreans also seem to consider Typhon a daemonic power, for they say that Typhon was produced on the 6th and 50th even measure, and again that the power of the equilateral triangle is that of Hades and Dionysus and Ares, that of the square is that of Rhea and Aphrodite and Demeter, and Hestia, that is, Hera, that of the dodecagon, that of Zeus, and that of the 56-angled regular polygon, that of Typhon, as Eudoxus relates. And as Egyptians believe that Typhon was born red-skinned, they offer in sacrifice even the red ones of the oxen, only after making the scrutiny so close that if the beast has even a single hair black or white, they consider it ought not to be offered, for if it were sacrificed, it would not be an acceptable offering to the gods, but the contrary, as are all those animals which have seized on the souls of impure and unrighteous men in the course of their transformation into bodies other than human. Wherefore, after uttering imprecations on the head of the victim and cutting off its head, they used to cast it into the river in olden days, but nowadays they give it to strangers. But as to the one that is to be sacrificed, those of the priests who are called sealers set a mark upon it, the seal, as Castor relates, having the impression of a man forced down on one knee, with his hands drawn round behind him, and a sword sticking in his throat. And they think that the ass also has the distinction of resemblance to Typhon, as has been said, owing to its aversion to being taught, and to its wantonness, no less than on account of its skin. For which cause also, since they especially detested Ochus, of all the Persian kings, as being blood-polluted and abominable, they gave him the nickname of ass. But he, with the retort, "This ass, however, will make a fine feast off your ox," slaughtered the Apis, as Danon has told us. Those, however, who say that Typhon's flight from the fight on an ass lasted 7 days, and that after reaching a place of safety he begat sons, Hierosolomus and Judaeus, are instantly convicted of dragging Judaic matters into the myth. The theory of the physicists. The above data, then, affords us such and such suggestions, but from another start let us consider the simplest of those who seem to give a more philosophical examination. These are those who say that, just as the Greeks allegorize time as Kronos, and air as Hera, and the changes of air into fire as the generation of Hephaestus, so, with the Egyptians, Osiris uniting with Isis, earth, is Nelos, and Typhon is the sea, into which Nelos falling vanishes and is dispersed, except such part of him as the earth takes up and receives, and so becomes endowed with productiveness by him. And there is a sacred dirge made on Kronos, and it laments him who was born in the left hand and died in the right hand parts. For Egyptians think that the eastern parts of Cosmos are face, the northern right hand, and the southern left hand. The Nile, accordingly, since it flows from the southern parts and is consumed by the sea in the northern, is naturally said to have its birth in the left hand and its death in the right hand. Wherefore the priests both pronounce the sea expiate and call salt Typhon's foam, and on one of the chief prohibitions they have is not to eat salt on table, and they do not give greeting to sailors because they use the sea, and get their living from it, and for this cause chiefly they accuse fish of being a cause of offense, and write up, "Hate fish." At any rate, at Sais, in the entrance of the temple of Athena, there used to be chiseled up, "Babe," "Old man," and after that, "Hawk," then "Fish," and last of all, "Hippopotamus." This meant in symbols, "O ye who are being born and are dying, God hates shamelessness." For babe is the symbol of birth, and old man of death, and by hawk they mean God, and by fish, hatred, as has been said on account of the sea, and by hippopotamus, shamelessness, for it is fabled that after it has killed its sire, it violates its dam. Moreover, what is said by the Pythagoreans, namely that the sea is the tears of Kronos, would seem to riddle the fact of its not being pure and cognate with itself. Let these things, then, be stated from outside sources as matters of common information. But the more wise of the priests call not only the Nile Osiris and the sea Typhon, but they call without exception every source and power that moistens Osiris, considering him cause of generation and essence of seed, and Typhon everything dry and fiery, and of drying nature generally, and one, hostile to moisture. And for this cause also they think he, Typhon, was born with a reddish-yellow body, somewhat pale. They do not by any means readily meet or willingly associate with men that look like this. On the other hand, again, they say in the language of myth that Osiris was born black because all Nile water blackens both earth and garments and clouds when mixed with them, and because moisture in the young makes their hair black, whereas grayness comes on those past their prime, as though it were a turning pale owing to its drying up. The spring, too, is blooming and productive and balmy, but autumn, through lack of moisture, is inimical to plants and baneful to animals. And the ox that is kept at Sun City, which they call Minervis, sacred to Osiris, while some also consider it sire of Apis, is black also, and has second honors after Apis. Moreover, they call Egypt, since it is especially black-soiled, just like the black of the eye, Chimia, and liken it to a heart, for it is warm and moist, and is mostly confined in, and adjacent to, the southern part of the civilized world, just like the heart is in man's left-hand side. Moreover, they say that sun and moon do not use chariots for vehicles, but sail round in boats, thus riddling their being nourished by and being born in the moist. And they think that Homer also, like Thales, set down water as source and birth of all things, and learning it from Egyptians. For that Oceanus is Osiris, and Tethys Isis, as nursing all things and rearing them all up together. For Greeks also call emission of seed, and intercourse, and sun, from water, and moisten, and they call Dionysus Huius, as lord of the moist nature, and that he is no other than Osiris. In fact, Hellenicus seems to have heard Osiris called Hu-Cyrus by the priests, for he persists in thus calling the god, presumably from his nature and power of invention. Concerning Isis and Dionysus. That, however, he is the same as Dionysus, who should know better than thyself, O Clea, who art Archie Charilla of the Theades at Delphi, and wast dedicated to the Osiriaca before thou wert born. But if for the sake of others we must quote testimonies, let us leave the things that must not be spoken of in their proper place. The rites, however, which the priests perform in burning the Apis when they transport its body on a raft, in no way fall short of a Bacchic orgy, for they put on fawn skins and carry thyrsuses, and shout and dance just like those inspired at celebrations of the mysteries of Dionysus. Wherefore many of the Greeks make Dionysus also bull-formed, while the women of the Eleans invoke him praying, the god with the bull's foot, to come to them. The Argives, moreover, give Dionysus the epithet of bull-born, and they call him up out of the water with the sound of trumpets, casting a lamb into the abyss for the gatekeeper. The trumpets they hide in Thyrse, as Socrates has said in his books on rites. The Titanic passions, and also the Dionysian night rites, agree with what we are told about the tearings in pieces and revivings and palingenesis of Osiris, and similarly the stories of the burials. For both Egyptians point to tombs of Osiris everywhere, as has been said, and also Delphians believe the relics of Dionysus are deposited with them by the side of the oracle, and the holy ones offer an offering, of which we must not speak, in the fane of Apollo, when the Theades awake him of the winnowing fan. And that Greeks consider Dionysus to be lord and prince, not only of wine, but of every moist nature. Pindar witnesses sufficiently when he sings, "May gladsome Dionysus make the pasturage of trees to grow, pure light of autumn. For which cause also they who give worship to Osiris are forbidden to destroy a cultivated tree or to stop up a water source." The theory of the physicists resumed. And they call not only the Nile, but also without distinction all that is moist, Osiris's efflux, and the water vase always heads the processions of the priests in the honor of the god. And with rush they write king, and the southern climate of the cosmos, and rush is interpreted as watering and conception of all things, and is supposed to resemble in its nature the generative member. And when they keep the feast of Pamilia, which is phallic, as has been said, they bring out and carry round an image having a phallus 3 times the size of it. For God is source, and every source, by the power of generation, makes manifold that which comes from it. And many times we are accustomed to call thrice, as for instance, thrice blessed, and 3 times as many, endless bonds, unless indeed threefold was used in its authentic meaning by those of old. For the moist nature, as being source and genesis of all, moved from the beginning the first 3 bodies, earth, air, and fire. For the logos that is superadded to the myth, how that Typhon cast the chief part of Osiris into the river, and Isis could not find it, but after dedicating an object answering to it, and having made it ready, she commanded them to keep the phalliphoria in its honor, comes to this, namely, an instruction that the generative and spermatic powers of the god had moisture as their first matter, and by means of moisture were immingled with those things which have been produced to share in Genesis. But there is another logos of the Egyptians, that Apophis, as brother of the sun, made war on Zeus, and that when Osiris fought on his, Zeus's side, and helped him to conquer his foe, Zeus adopted him as his son, and called him Dionysus. Moreover, the mythical nature of this logos goes to show that it connects with the truth about nature. For Egyptians call cosmic breath Zeus, to which dry and fiery is hostile. This latter is not the sun, but it has a certain kinship with him, and moisture, by quenching the excess of dryness, increases and strengthens the exhalations by which the breath nourishes itself and waxes strong. Moreover, both Greeks consecrate the ivy to Dionysus, and also among Egyptians it is said to be called Chen Osiris, the name meaning, they say, Osiris plant. Further, Ariston, who wrote Colonies of the Athenians, came across some letter or other of Alexarchus's, in which it is related that Dionysus, as son of Osiris and Isis, is not called Osiris, but Arsaces by the Egyptians. This is in Ariston's first book, the name signifying manliness. Hermes also supports this in the first book of his Concerning the Egyptians, for he says that Osiris is, when translated, strong. I disregard Manassius, who associated Dionysus and Osiris and Serapis with Epiphos. I also disregard Anticleides, who says that Isis, as daughter of Prometheus, lived with Dionysus, for the peculiarities which have been stated about the festivals and offerings carry a conviction with them that is clearer than the witnesses I have produced. And of the stars they consider Sirius to be Isis's, as being a water-bringer, and they honor the lion, and ornament the doors of the temples with gaping lions' mouths, since Nilus overflows, when first the sun doth with the lion join. And as they hold the Nile to be Osiris's efflux, so too they think earth Isis's body, not all of it, but what the Nile covers, sowing her with seed and mingling with her, and from this intercourse they give birth to Horus. And Horus is the season, and fair blend of air that keeps and nourishes all in the atmosphere, who, they say, was nursed by Leto in the marshes round Buteau, for the watery and soaked through earth especially nourishes the exhalations that quench and abate dryness and drought. and they call the extremities of the land, both on the borders and where touching the sea, Nephthys, for which cause they give Nephthys the name of End, and say she lives with Typhon. And when the Nile exceeds its boundaries and overflows more than usual, and so consorts with the extreme districts, they call it the union of Osiris with Nephthys, proof of which is given by the springing up of plants, and especially of the honey clover, for it was by its falling from Osiris, and being left behind, that Typhon was made aware of the wrong done to his bed. Hence it is that Isis conceived Horus in lawful wedlock, but Nephthys Anubis clandestinely. In the successions of the kings, however, they record that when Nephthys was married to Typhon, she was at first barren, and if they mean this to apply not to a woman, but to their goddess, they enigmatically refer to the utterly unproductive nature of the land owing to sterility. The conspiracy and despotism of Typhon, moreover, was the power of drought, getting the mastery over and dispersing the moisture which both generates the Nile and increases it, while his helper, the Ethiopian queen, riddles southerly winds from Ethiopia. For when these prevail over the annuals, which drive the clouds towards Ethiopia, and prevent the rains which swell the Nile from bursting, Typhon takes possession and scorches, and thus entirely mastering the Nile, he forces him out into the sea, contracted into himself through weakness and flowing empty and low. For the fabled shutting up of Osiris into the coffin is, perhaps, nothing but a riddle of the occultation and disappearance of water, wherefore they say that Osiris disappeared in the month of Aether, when, the annuals ceasing entirely, the Nile sinks and the land is denuded, and night lengthening, darkness increases, and the power of the light wanes and is mastered, and the priests perform both other melancholy rites, and, covering a cow made entirely of gold with a black coat of fine linen, as a mask of mourning for the goddess, for they look on the cow as an image of Isis, and as the earth, they exhibit it for 4 days, from the 17th consecutively. For the things mourned for are 4. First, the Nile failing and sinking. Second, the northern winds being completely extinguished by the southern gaining the mastery. Third, the day becoming less than the night. And finally, the denudation of the earth, together with the stripping of the trees which shed their leaves at that time. And on the 19th, at night, they go down to the sea, and the keepers and priests carry out the sacred chest, having within it a small golden vessel, into which they take and pour fresh water, and shouts are raised by the assistants as though Osiris were found. Afterwards they knead productive soil with the water, and mixing with it sweet spices and fragrant incense, they mold it into a little moon-shaped image of very costly stuffs, and they dress it up and deck it out, showing that they consider these gods the essence of earth and water. And when again Isis recovers Osiris and makes Horus grow, strengthened with exhalations and moist clouds, Typhon is indeed mastered, but not destroyed. For the mistress and goddess of the earth did not allow the nature which is the opposite of moisture to be destroyed entirely, but she slackened and weakened it, wishing that the blend should continue, for it was not possible the cosmos should be perfect, had the fiery principle ceased and disappeared. And if these things are not said contrary to probability, it is probable also that one need not reject that Logos also, how that Typhon of old got possession of the share of Osiris, for Egypt was once sea, for which cause many spots in its mines and mountains are found even to this day to contain shells, and all springs and all wells, and there are great numbers of them, have brackish and bitter water, as though it were the stale residue of the old-time sea, collecting together into them. But Horus, in time, got the better of Typhon, that is, a good season of rains setting in. The Nile driving out the sea made the plain reappear by filling it up again with its deposits, a fact, indeed, to which our senses bear witness. For we see even now that as the river brings down fresh mud and advances the land little by little, the deep water gradually diminishes, and the sea recedes through its bottom being heightened by the deposits. Moreover, we see Pharos, which Homer knew as a day's sail distant from Egypt, now part and parcel of it. Not that the island itself has sailed to land or extended itself shorewards, but because the intervening sea has been forced back by the river's reshaping of and adding to the mainland. These explanations, moreover, resemble the theological dogmas laid down by the Stoics, for they also say that the generative and nutritive breath, or spirit, is Dionysus, the percussive and separative Heracles, the receptive Ammon, or Zeus, that which extends through the earth and fruits Demeter and Cori, and that which extends through the sea, Poseidon. The theory of the Mathematici. Those, however, who combine with the above considerations of the physicists some of the mathematic doctrines derived from star lore, think that the solar cosmos is called Typhon and the lunar Osiris. For they think that the moon, in that its light is generative and moistening, is favorable both for breedings of animals and sproutings of plants, whereas the sun, with untempered and harsh fire, burns and withers up all that are growing and blowing, and with fiery heat renders the major part of the earth entirely uninhabitable, and in many places utterly masters the moon, for which cause Egyptians always call Typhon Seth, that is, that which oppresses and constrains by force. And they have a myth that Heracles is settled in the sun, and accompanies him in his revolutions, while Hermes does the same with the moon. For the revolutions of the moon resemble works of reason, logos, and superabundant wisdom, while those of the sun are like penetrating strokes given with force and power. Moreover, the Stoics say that the sun is kept burning and nourished from the sea, whereas to the moon the waters of springs and lakes send up a sweet and mild exhalation. The Egyptian myth runs that the death of Osiris took place on the 17th, when the full moon is most conspicuously at the full, wherefore the Pythagoreans call this day also interception, and regard this number as expiable. For the 16 being square and the 18 oblong, which alone of plain numbers happen to have their perimeters equal to the areas contained by them, the mean, 17, coming between them, intercepts and divorces them from one another, and divides the ratio of 9 to 8 by being cut into unequal intervals. And 8 and 20 is the number of years which some say Osiris lived, and others that he reigned, for this is the number of the lights of the moon, and it rolls out its own circle in this number of days. And at what they call the burials of Osiris, they cut the tree trunk and make it into a crescent-shaped coffin, because the moon, when it approaches the sun, becomes crescent-shaped and hides itself away. And the tearing of Osiris into 14 pieces, they refer enigmatically to the days in which the luminary wanes after full moon up to new moon, and the day on which it first appears, escaping from his beams and passing by the sun, they call imperfect good. For Osiris is good doer. The name indeed means many things, but chiefly what they call might, energizing, and good doing. And the other name of the god, Omphis, Hermes says means also, when translated, benefactor. Moreover, they think that the risings of the Nile have a certain analogy with the lights of the moon. For the greatest rising, about Elephantine, is 8 and 20 cubits, the same number as are the lights and measures of its monthly periods, and the least, about Mendis and Zois, is of 6 cubits, analogous to the half-moon, while the mean, about Memphis, when it is the right quantity, is of 14 cubits, analogous to the full moon. And they consider the apis the animated image of Osiris, and that he is conceived whenever generative light from the moon fastens on a cow in heat, for which cause also many of the markings of the apis, lights shading off into darks, resemble the configurations of the moon. Moreover, on the new moon of the month Faminoth, they keep festival, calling it entrance of Osiris into the moon, as it is the beginning of spring. By thus placing the power of Osiris in the moon, they mean that Isis consorts with him, while being at the same time the cause of his birth, for which cause also they call the moon mother of the cosmos, and think that she has a male-female nature, for she is filled by the sun and made pregnant, and again of herself sends forth and disseminates into the air generative principles. For they say she does not always overmaster the destruction wrought by Typhon, but, though frequently mastered, even when bound hand and foot, she frees herself again by her generative power, and fights the way through to Horus. And Horus is the cosmos surrounding the earth, not entirely exempt from destruction either, nor yet from generation. Some, moreover, make out of the myth a riddle of the phenomena of eclipses also. For the moon is eclipsed at the full, when the sun has the station opposite it. she entering the shadow of the earth, just as they say Osiris entered the coffin. And she again conceals the sun and causes him to disappear on the 30th of the month, though she does not entirely destroy him, as neither did Isis, Typhon. And when Nephthys conceives Anubis, Isis adopts him, for Nephthys is that which is below the earth and non-manifest, while Isis is that which is above the earth and manifest. And the circle just touching them and called horizon, as being common to both of them, has been called Anubis, and is likened to a dog for its characteristic, for the dog has the use of its sight both by day and night alike. And Anubis seems to possess this power among Egyptians, just as Hecate with Greeks, being at one and the same time Chthonian and Olympian. Some, however, think that Anubis is Kronos, wherefore as he breeds all things out of himself and conceives all in himself, he got the name of dog. There is, then, for the worshippers of Anubis some mystery or other that may not be spoken of. In olden times, indeed, the dog enjoyed the highest honors in Egypt, but seeing that when Cambyses slew the Apis and cast it out, no animal approached or touched its carcass, but only the dog, he thus lost the distinction of being first and most honored of the rest of the animals. There are some, however, who call the shadow of the earth into which they think the moon falls and is eclipsed, Typhon. The theory of the dualists. From all of which it seems not unreasonable to conclude that no simple explanation by itself gives the right meaning, but that they all collectively do so. For neither drought, nor wind, nor sea, nor darkness is the essential of Typhon, but the whole hurtful and destructive element which is in nature. For we must neither place the principles of the whole in soulless bodies, as do Democritus and Epicurus, nor yet assume one reason, logos, only, and one providence that prevails over and masters all things as demiurge, or artificer, of quality-less matter, as do the Stoics. For it is impossible either that anything at all of no worth should exist where God is cause of all, or of worth where he is cause of nothing. For reciprocal is cosmos, harmony is that of lyre or bow, according to Heraclitus, and according to Euripides. There could not be apart good things and bad, but there's a blend of both so as to make things fair. Wherefore this exceedingly ancient doctrine also comes down from the theologers and lawgivers to poets and philosophers, a doctrine that has its origin set down to no man's name and yet possessed of credit, strong and not so easy to efface, surviving in many places not in words or voices only, but also in secret perfectionings and public offerings, both non-Greek and Greek ones, that neither does the universe, mindless and reasonless and guidanceless, float in that which acts of its own will, nor is there one reason only that rules and guides, as though with rudder, as it were, and bits obedient to the reins, but that the universe is many things, and these a blend of evil things and good. Or rather, seeing that nature produces nothing, generally speaking, unmixed down here, it is not that from 2 jars a single mixer, like a tavern keeper, pouring things out like drinks, mixes them up for us, but that from 2 opposite principles and 2 antagonistic powers, the one leading things to the right and on the straight road, the other upsetting and undoing them, both life has been made mixed, and cosmos, if not the whole, at any rate this cosmos, which surrounds the earth and comes after the moon, irregular and variable, and susceptible of changes of every kind. For if nothing has been naturally brought into existence without a cause, and good cannot furnish because of bad, the nature of bad as well as good must have a genesis and principle peculiar to itself, and this is the opinion of most the most wise. For some think there are 2 craft-rival gods, as it were, one the artificer of good things, the other of things worthless. Others call the better god, and the other Daemon, as Zoroaster the mage, who, they tell us, lived 5,000 years before the Trojan War. Zoroaster, then, called the one Oromazes, and the other Arimanios, and further announced that the one resembled light especially of things sensible, and the other, contrariwise, darkness and ignorance, while that between the 2 was Mithras, wherefore the Persians call Mithras the mediator. He taught them, moreover, to make offerings of gladsome prayers to the one, and to the other of melancholy deprecations. For bruising a certain plant called moly in a mortar, they invoke Hades and darkness, then mixing it with the blood of a wolf, whose throat has been cut, they carried it away, and cast it into a sunless spot. For they think that both of plants, some are of the good god, and others of the evil daemon, and of animals, dogs for instance, and birds, and hedgehogs of the good, and water rats of the bad, wherefore they consider fortunate the man who kills the largest number of the last. Not that they also do not tell many mythic stories about the gods, such as are, for example, the following. Oromazes, born from the purest light, and Erimanios of the nether darkness, are at war with one another. And the former made 6 gods, the first of good mind, the second of truth, the third of good order, and the rest, one of wisdom, one of wealth, and the producer of things sweet, following things fair, while the latter made craft rivals, as it were, to those equal in number. Then Oromazes, having tripled himself, removed himself from the sun, so far as the sun is distant from the earth, and adorned the heaven with stars, and he established one star above, all as warder and lookout, namely Sirius. And having made 24 other gods, he put them into an egg, whereupon those that were made from Erimanios, just the same in number, piercing through the egg, once the bad have been mingled with the good. But a time appointed by fate will come when Erimanios's letting loose of pestilence and famine must be utterly brought to an end, and made to vanish by these good gods, and the earth becoming plain and level, there must ensue one mode of life, and one way of government for men, all being happy and one-tongued. Theopompus, however, says that, according to the Magi, for 3,000 years alternately one of the gods conquers and the other is conquered, and for yet another 3,000 years they fight in war, and each undoes the work of the other. But that in the end Hades fails, and men shall be happy, neither requiring food nor casting shadow, while the god who has contrived these things is still and at rest for a time, not otherwise long for a god, but proportionate to a man sleeping. The style of myth among the Magi, then, is somewhat after this manner. Moreover, Chaldeans declare that of the planets, which they call birth-presiding gods, 2 are good workers, 2 ill-doers, while 3 are intermediates and common. As for the dogmas of the Greeks, they are, I take it, plain to all, ascribing as they do the good allotment to Olympian Zeus, and that which has to be averted to Hades. Moreover, they have a myth that Harmony is the child of Aphrodite and Ares, the latter of whom is harsh and strife-loving, while the former is gentle and a lover of love-striving. For Heraclitus plainly calls war father and king and lord of all, and says that Homer, when he prays that strife and hatred cease from gods as well, forgets that he is imprecating the means of birth of all, in that they have their genesis from conflict and antipathy, that sun will not o'erstep his proper bounds, for if he do, Furies, 8's bodyguard will find him out. The Pythagoreans also, in a list of names, set down the predicates of good as 1. Finite, abiding, straight, odd, square, equal, right, light, and of bad as 2. Infinite, moving, curved, even, oblong, unequal, left, dark, on the ground that these are the underlying principles of Genesis. Aristotle also predicates the former as form and the latter as privation, while Plato, though in many passages disguising himself and hiding his face, calls the former of the opposite principles same and the latter other. But in his Laws, being now older, no longer in riddles and in symbols, but with authentic names, he says, Cosmos is moved not by one soul, but probably by several, in any case not less than 2, whereof the one is good-doing, and the other opposite to this and maker of things opposite. He leaves out, however, a certain third intermediate nature, neither soulless nor reasonless, nor motionless of itself, as some think, but depending on both of them, and forever longing for and desiring and following after the better, as the following passages of the argument, or Logos, combining as it does for the most part the theology of the Egyptians with their philosophy, show. For though the genesis and composition of this cosmos has been blended from opposing, though not equal strength powers, the lordship is nevertheless that of the better one. Still, it is impossible the worse should be entirely destroyed, as it is largely innate in the body and largely in the soul of the universe, and ever in desperate conflict with the better. In the soul of cosmos, then, mind and reason, Logos, The guide and lord of all the best in it is Osiris. And so in earth and air and water and heaven and stars, that which is ordered and appointed and in health is the efflux of Osiris, reflected in seasons and temperatures and periods. But Typhon is the passionate and titanic and reasonless and impulsive aspect of the soul, while of its corporeal side he is the death-dealing and pestilent and disturbing, with unseasonable times and intemperate atmospheres and concealments of sun and moon, as though they were the charges and obliterations of Typhon. And the name is a predicate of Seth, as they call Typhon, for Seth means that which oppresses and constrains by force. It means also frequently turning upside down, and again overleaping. Some, moreover, say that one of the companions of Typhon was Bebon, while Manetho says that Typhon himself was also called Bebon, and that the name signifies holding back or hindering, since the power of Typhon stands in the way of things going on their way and moving toward what they have to. Wherefore also of domestic animals they apportion to him the least tractable, the ass, while of wild ones the most savage, the crocodile and hippopotamus. As to the ass we have already given some explanation. At Hermes city, however, as image of Typhon, they show us a hippopotamus on which stands a hawk fighting a snake, indicating by the hippopotamus Typhon, and by the hawk power and rule, of which Typhon, frequently possessing himself by force, ceases not from being himself in and throwing others into a state of disorder by means of evil. Wherefore also, when they make offerings on the 7th of the month Tybi, which day they call arrival of Isis from Phoenicia, they mold on the cakes a bound hippopotamus. And at Apollo city it is the custom for absolutely everyone to eat a piece of crocodile, and on one particular day they hunt down and kill as many of them as they possibly can, and throw them right down in front of the temple, saying that Typhon escaped Horus by turning himself into a crocodile, considering as they do that all animals and plants and experiences that are evil and harmful are Typhon's works, and parts, and movements. Osiris again, on the other hand, they write with eye and scepter, the former of which they say shows his providence, and the latter his power, just as Homer, when calling him who is ruler and king of all, Zeus supreme counselor, seems by supreme to signify his supremacy, and by counselor his good counsel and providence. They frequently write this god with hawk as well, for it excels in tension of sight and swiftness of flight, and can naturally support itself from the smallest quantity of food. It is said, moreover, to hover over the bodies of the unburied dead, and to cast earth upon them, and when it drops down on the river to drink, it sets its wings upright, and after drinking it lowers them again, by which it is evident it saves itself and escapes from the crocodile, for if it is caught, its wings remain fixed as they were set. And everywhere they exhibit a man-shaped image of Osiris, ithyphallic because of his generative and luxuriant nature. And they dress his statue in a flame-colored robe, since they consider the sun as body of the power of the good, as it were a visible sign of an essence that mind only can conceive. Wherefore also we should pay no attention to those who assign the sphere of the sun to Typhon, to whom nothing light or salutary, neither order nor genesis, nor any motion that has measure and reason belongs, but rather their contraries. And we should not set down drought, which destroys many of the animals and plants, as the sun's work, but rather as that of the breaths and waters in earth and in air not being seasonably blended, when the principle of disorderly and unbounded power makes discord and quenches the exhalations. And in the sacred hymns to Osiris they invoke him who is hidden in the arms of the sun, and on the 13th of the month of Epiphi they keep with the feast as the birthday of the eye of Horus, when moon and sun are in the same straight line, as they think that not only the moon, but also the sun, is eye and light of Horus. And on the 8th of the waning half of Paophi they keep the birthday of the sun's staff, after the autumnal equinox, signifying that he needs an underprop, as it were, and strengthening, deficient as he is in heat and light, declining and moving obliquely from us. Moreover, just after the winter solstice, they carry the cow round the shrine 7 times, and the circuit is called the seeking for Osiris, as in winter the goddess longs for the water of the sun. And she goes round this number of times, because he contemplates his passing from the winter to the summer solstice, in the 7th month. Moreover, Horus, son of Osiris, is said to have been the first of all to make offerings to the sun on the 4th of the waxing moon, as is written in the books entitled Birthdays of Horus. Though indeed every day they offer incense to the sun in 3 kinds: resin at his rising, myrrh at mid-heaven, and what is called kufi at his setting, the reason for each of which I will explain later on. And with all these they think to make the sun propitious to them and to do him service. But what need is there to collect many such indications? For there are those who say point-blank that Osiris is son and is called Sirius by Greeks, though with Egyptians the addition of the article has caused the name to be mistaken, and who declare Isis to be no other than moon. Once also they say that the horned ones of her statues are representations of her crescent, while the black-robed ones are signified the occultations and overshadowings in which she follows sun longing after him. Accordingly, they invoke moon for affairs of love, and Eudoxus says that Isis decides love affairs. And these explanations have, in a modified way, some share of plausibility, whereas it is not worthwhile even listening to those who make the sun Typhon. But let us ourselves again take up the proper reason, Logos. The proper reason according to Plutarch. For Isis is the feminine principle of nature, and that which is capable of receiving the whole of Genesis, in virtue of which she has been called nurse and all-receiving by Plato, and by the multitude, she of 10,000 names, through her being transformed by reason, Logos, and receiving all forms and ideas or shapes. And she hath an innate love of the first and most holy of all things, which is identical with the good, and longs after and pursues it. But she flees from and repels the domain of the bad, and though she is the field and matter of them both, yet doth she ever incline to the better of herself, and offers herself for him to beget and sow into herself emanations and likenesses, with which she joys and delights that she is pregnant and big with their generations. For generation is image of essence and matter, and becoming copy of being. Hence not unreasonably do they say in the myth that while the soul of Osiris is eternal and indestructible, Typhon often tears his body in pieces and makes it disappear, and that Isis seeks it wandering and puts it together. For the real and conceivable by the mind alone, and good is superior to destruction and change, but the images which the sensible and corporeal imitates from it, and the reasons, logoi, and forms and likenesses which it receives, just as seal impressions in wax, do not last forever, but are seized upon by the disorderly and turbulent elements, expelled hither from the field above, and fighting against the Horus whom Isis brings forth as the sensible image of that cosmos which mind alone can conceive. Wherefore also Horus is said to have a charge of bastardy brought against him by Typhon, of not being pure and unalloyed like his sire, reason, Logos, itself by itself, unmixed and impassible, but bastardized with matter on account of the corporeal element. Nevertheless, Horus gets the best of it and wins through Hermes, that is the reason, Logos, bearing witness and showing that nature reflects the true cosmos by changing her forms according to that which mind alone can conceive. For the genesis of Apollo from Isis and Osiris, that took place while the gods were still in the womb of Rhea, is an enigmatical way of stating that before this sensible cosmos became manifest and matter was perfected by reason, Logos, nature, proving herself imperfect of herself, brought forth her first birth. Wherefore also they say that God was lame in the dark, and call him Elder Horus, for he was not cosmos, but a sort of image and phantasm of the word which was to be. But this Horus of ours is their son, horizoned and perfect, who has not destroyed Typhon utterly, but has brought over to his side efficacy and strength. Hence they say it is that the statue of Horus at Coptos grasps in one hand Typhon's virilia. Moreover, they have a myth that Hermes cut out the sinews of Typhon and used them for lyre strings, thus teaching us how reason, Logos, brought the universe into harmony and made it concordant out of discordant elements. He did not destroy the destructive power, but lamed it. Hence, while weak and ineffective up there, down here, by being blinded and interwoven with the passible and changeable elements, it is cause of shakings and tremors in earth, of droughts and tempests in air, and again of lightnings and thunderings. Moreover, it infects waters and winds with pestilences, and shoots up and rears itself as far as the moon, frequently blurring and blackening its light, as Egyptians think. And they say that Typhon at one time strikes the eye of Horus, and at another takes it out and swallows it. By striking, they refer enigmatically to the monthly diminution of the moon, and by blinding, to its eclipse, which the sun remedies by immediately shining on it after it has passed out of the shadow of the earth. Now the better and diviner nature is from these, to wit the intelligible and matter, and that from them, which Greeks call cosmos. Plato, indeed, was wont to call the intelligible idea and model and father, and matter mother and nurse, both place and ground of Genesis, and the offspring of both Genesis. And one might conjecture that Egyptians also revered the fairest of the triangles, likening the nature of the universe especially to this, for Plato also, in his Republic, seems to have made additional use of this in drawing up his marriage scheme. And this triangle has its perpendicular side of 3, its base of 4, and its hypotenuse of 5, its square being equal to the sum of the squares on the containing sides. We must accordingly compare its perpendicular to male, its base to female, and its hypotenuse to the offspring of both, and conjecture Osiris as source, Isis as receptacle, and Horus as result. For the 3 is the first odd and perfect, while the 4 is square from side even 2, and the 5 resembles partly its father and partly its mother, being composed of 3 and 2, and Panta, all is only a slight variation of Pente, 5, and they call counting Pempasathai, reckoning by 5s. And 5 makes a square equal to the number of letters among Egyptians, and a period of as many years as the Apis lives. Thus, they usually call Horus also Min, that is, being seen, for cosmos is a sensible and seeable thing, and Isis is sometimes called Muth, and again a theory and Methier, and by the first of the names they mean mother, by the second cosmic house of Horus, as also Plato calls her, ground of Genesis, and she who receives, and the third is compounded from full and cause, for matter is full of cosmos and consorts with the good and pure and ordered. And Hesiod also, when he makes all the first elements to be chaos and earth, and Tartarus and love, might be thought to assume no other principles than these, if at any rate in substituting the names we assign to Isis that of earth, to Osiris that of love, and to Typhon that of Tartarus, for his chaos seems to be subsumed as ground and place of the universe. Our data also, in a way, invite as witness Plato's myth, which Socrates details in the Symposium about the birth of love, telling us how that poverty, wanting children, lay down by the side of sleeping means, and conceiving by him, brought forth love of a mixed nature, and capable of assuming every shape, inasmuch indeed as he is the offspring of a good and wise father, and one sufficient for all, but of an incapable mother, and one without means, who on account of her need is ever clinging to someone else, and importuning someone else. For his means is no other than the first beloved, and desirable and perfect and sufficient, and he calls matter poverty, who is herself of herself deficient of the good, but is ever being filled by him, and longing for and sharing in him. And the cosmos, that is Horus, is born from these, and Horus, though neither eternal, nor impassible, nor indestructible, but ever generable, continues by means of the changes and periods of his passions to remain ever young and ever to escape destruction. Now, we should make use of the myths not as though they were altogether sacred sermons, or logoi, but taking the serviceable element of each according to its similitude to reason. When, then, we say matter, we should not be swept into the opinions of some philosophers, and suppose some body or other of itself soulless and qualityless, and inert and inefficient. For we call oil the matter of a perfume, and gold that of a statue, though they are not destitute of every quality. Nay, we submit the soul itself, and even the thought of man as the matter of knowledge and virtue to the reason, logos, to order and bring into rhythm. Moreover, some have declared the mind to be region of ideas, and, as it were, the impressionable substance of the intelligibles. And some think that the substance of the woman is neither power nor source, but matter and nutriment of birth. If then we attach ourselves to these, we ought thus also to think of this goddess as having eternally her share in the first God, and consorting with him for love of the goodness and beauty that surround him, never opposed to him, but just as we say that a lawful and righteous husband loves his wife righteously, and a good wife, though she has her husband and consorts with him, still desires him, so should we think of her as clinging to him and importuning him, though ever filled full with his supremest and purest parts. But where Typhon steals in, laying hold of the last parts, we should think of her as then seeming to wear a melancholy countenance, and being said to mourn, and to be seeking after certain relics and fragments of Osiris, and enfolding them in her robes, receiving them when destroyed into herself, and hiding them away, just as she also produces them again when they are born, and sends them forth from herself. For while the reasons, logoi, and ideas and emanations of the God in heaven and stars remain forever, those that are disseminated into things passable, in earth and sea and plants and animals, being dissolved and destroyed and buried, come to light over and over again and reappear in their births. For which cause the myth says that Typhon lived with Nephthys, but that Osiris had knowledge of her secretly. For the last parts of matter, which they call Nephthys and End, are mainly in possession of the destructive power. Nevertheless, the generative and saving one distributes into them weak and faint seed, which is destroyed by Typhon, except so much as Isis, by adoption, saves and nourishes and compacts together. But he is on the whole the better one, as both Plato and Aristotle suppose, and the generative and moving power of nature moves to him and towards being, while the annihilating and destructive moves from him and towards non-being. Wherefore they derive the name Isis from hastening and coursing with knowledge, since she is ensouled and prudent motion. For her name is not foreign, but just as all the gods have a common name from two elements, that which can be seen and that which runs, so we call this goddess Isis from knowledge, and Egyptians also call her Isis. And thus Plato also says the ancients signified the Holy Lady by calling her Isia, and so also mental perception and prudence, inasmuch as she is the very course and motion of mind hastening and coursing, and that they placed understanding, in short the good and virtue, in things that flow and run. Just as he says again, the bad is railed at with corresponding names, when they call that which hinders nature and binds it up and holds it and prevents it from hastening and going, badness, difficulty, cowardice, and distress. And Osiris has had his name from a combination of holy and sacred, for there is a common reason, logos, of things in heaven and of things in Hades, the former of which the ancients were accustomed to call sacred, and the latter holy. And the reason that both brings down to light the heavenly things, and is also of things that are mounting upwards, is called Anubis, and sometimes also Hermenubis, belonging in his former capacity to things above, and in his latter to things below them. Wherefore also they offer him in his former capacity a white cock, and in his latter a saffron-colored one, thinking that the former things are pure, and the latter mixed and manifold. Nor ought we to be surprised at the manipulation of the names back into Greek, for tens of thousands of others that disappeared with those emigrated from Greece continue unto this day and sojourn with foreigners, for recalling some of which they blame the poet's art as barbarizing. I mean those who call such words glosses. Further, they relate that in what are called the Books of Hermes, it is written that they call the power that rules the ordained revolution of the sun Horus, while the Greeks call it Apollo, and the power that rules the breath or spirit some call Osiris, others Serapis, and others Sothis in Egyptian. The last means conception, or conceiving, wherefore also by inversion of the name, the star Sothis, which they consider the special one of Isis, is called dog in Greek. We should, however, least of all be jealous about the names. Still, if we were, I would sooner give up Serapis than Osiris, for though I think the former is a foreign one and the latter Greek, yet they are both names of one god and one power. The Egyptian names also resemble these Greek ones, for they often call Isis by the name of Athena, which expresses some such meaning as, I have come from myself, which is again indicative of self-motive course. While Typhon, as has been said, is called Seth and Babon and Smu, the names being intended to signify a certain forcible and preventative checking, opposition, or reversing. Moreover, they call the lodestone bone of Horus, and iron bone of Typhon, as Menathos relates. For just as iron often resembles that which is attracted to and follows after the lodestone, and often is turned away from it and repelled to an opposite direction, so the saving and good and reason-possessing motion of the cosmos both turns towards itself and makes more gentle by persuasion that harsh and Typhonian motion, and then again after raising it into itself, it reverses it and plunges it into the infinitude. Moreover, Eudoxus says that the Egyptians tell a myth about Zeus, that, as in consequence of his having his legs grown together, he could not walk, for shame he lived in solitude, and so Isis, by cutting in two and separating these limbs of his body, made his going even-footed. By those things, moreover, the myth enigmatically hints that the mind and reason, logos of God, after it had progressed in itself in the invisible and unmanifest, came forth into Genesis by means of motion. The symbolism of the sistrum. The sistrum also shows that existent things must be shaken up and never have cessation from impulse, but as it were be wakened up and agitated when they fall asleep and die away. For they say they turn aside and beat off Typhon with sistra, signifying that when corruption binds nature fast and brings her to a stand, then generation frees her and raises her from death by means of motion. Now the sistrum has a curved top, and its arch contains the four things that are shaken, for the part of the cosmos which is subject to generation and corruption is circumscribed by the sphere of the moon, and all things in it are moved and changed by the four elements, fire and earth and water and air. And on the arch of the sistrum, at the top, they put the metal figure of a cat with a human face, and at the bottom, below the shaken things, the face sometimes of Isis and sometimes of Nephthys, symbolizing by the faces generation and consummation, for these are the changes and motions of the elements, and by the cat the moon, on account of the variable nature, night habits, and fecundity of the beast. For it is fabled to bring forth one, then two, and then 3 and 4 and 5 at a birth, and then adds one by one until 7, so that in all she brings forth 8 and 20, the number of lights of the moon. This, however, is probably somewhat too mythical. Anyway, the pupils of its eyes seem to become full and dilate at the full moon, and to contract and shut out the light during the wanings of that luminary. And by the human face of the cat is signified the intellectual and reasonable nature of the things that take place in connection with the moon. The true Logos, again, according to Plutarch. But to speak concisely, it is not correct to consider either water or sun or earth or heaven as Osiris or Isis, or again fire or drought, or sea as Typhon. But if we were to assign simply that nature to the latter which is not subject to measure or rule, owing to excesses or insufficiencies, and should reverence and honor that which has been subjected to order and is good and beneficent, as the work of Isis, and the image and copy and reason of Osiris, we should not miss the mark. Moreover, we shall make Eudoxus cease to disbelieve and be perplexed, how it is neither Demeter who has change of love affairs, but Isis, nor Dionysus who has the power to either make the Nile increase or to rule over the dead, but Osiris. For we think that, by one common reason, Logos, these gods have been ordained over every domain of good, and every fair and good thing possible, for nature owes its nature to their means, Osiris giving them their origins, and Isis receiving and distributing them. Against the weather and vegetation god theories. And we shall also get our hands on the dull crowd who take pleasure in associating the mystic recitals about these gods, either with changes of the atmosphere according to the seasons, or with the generation of the corn and sowings and plowings, and in saying that Osiris is buried when the sown corn is hidden by the earth, and comes to life and shows himself again when it begins to sprout. For which cause also they declare that Isis, on feeling she is pregnant, ties an amulet around her neck on the 6th day of the first half of the month, Phaeophi, and that Harpocrates is brought forth about the winter solstice, imperfect and infant in the things that sprout too early. For which cause they offer him first fruits of growing lentils, and they keep the days of thanks for safe delivery after the spring equinox. for they love to hear these things and believe them, drawing conviction from things immediately at hand and customary. Still, there is nothing to complain of, if only, in the first place, they cherish the gods in common with ourselves, and do not make them peculiar to Egyptians, either by characterizing Nile and only the land that Nile waters by these names, or by saying that marshes and lotuses and god-making are their monopoly, deprive the rest of mankind who have no Nile or Buto or Memphis of the great gods. Indeed, all men have Isis and know her and the gods of her company, for though they learned not long ago to call some of them by names known among the Egyptians, still they knew and honored the power of each of them from the beginning. In the second place, and what is more important, they should take very good heed and be apprehensive, lest unwittingly they write off these sacred mysteries and dissolve them into winds and streams, and sowing and plowings, and passions of earth and changes of season, as those who say that Dionysus is wine, and Hephaestus flame, and Persephone, as Cleanthes says somewhere, the wind that drives through the crops and is killed, and as some poet says of the reapers. Then when they, lusty, cut Demeter's limbs. For these and nothing differ from those who regard a pilot as sails and ropes and anchor, and a weaver as yarns and threads, and a physician as potions and honey brew and barley water. Nay, they put into men's minds dangerous and atheistic notions, by transferring names of gods to natures and to things that have no sense or soul, and which are necessarily destroyed by men according to their need and use, for it is not possible to consider such things in themselves as gods. For a god is not a thing without a mind or soul, or one made subject to the hand of man, but it is from these things that we deduce that those who bestow them on us for our use and offer them to us in perpetual abundance are gods. Not different gods for different people, not non-Greek and Greek, not southern and northern gods, but just as sun and moon and earth and sea are common to all men, though they are called by different names by different peoples, so of the reason, logos, that orders all things, and of one providence that also directs powers ordained to serve under her for all purposes, have different honors and titles been made according to their laws by different nations. And there are consecrated symbols, some obscure ones and others more plain, guiding the intelligence towards the mysteries of the gods, though not without risk. For some going entirely astray have stepped into superstitions, while others, shunning superstition as a quagmire, have unwittingly fallen into atheism as down a precipice. Wherefore, especially with regard to such things, should we, taking with us reason, or logos, as our mystic guide out of philosophy, reverently meditate upon each of these things said and done, in order that we may avoid what Theodorus said, namely that when he offered his words with his right hand, some of his hearers hooked them with their left, and so not miss the mark by taking in another sense what laws on offerings and feasts have well ordained. For that all these things must be referred to the reason, logos, we may learn from themselves also. For on the 19th of the first month, when they keep a feast to Hermes, they eat honey and figs, saying when doing so, truth is sweet. And the amulet of Isis, which the myth says she put around her neck, is, when interpreted, true voice. And we should not consider Harpocrates either as an imperfect or infant god, or a god of pulse, but as protector and chastener of the babyish and imperfect and inarticulate reason that men have about gods, for which cause he has his finger laid upon his lips as a symbol of reticence and silence. And in the month of Misori, when they make offerings of pulse, they say, tongue is fortune, tongue is daemon. And they say that of the trees in Egypt, the Persea especially has been made sacred to the goddess, because its fruit resembles a heart, and its leaf a tongue. For all of man's natural possessions is nothing more godlike than logos, word or reason, and especially that concerning the gods, nor is there anything that decides more weightily for happiness. Wherefore we commend him who goes down to consult the oracle here, to think religiously and speak reverently. But the many act ridiculously when, after they have in the processions and feasts made proclamation to speak reverently, they subsequently speak and think the most irreverent things about the gods themselves. What use, then, must one make of those melancholy and laughterless and mournful sacrifices, if it is not right either to omit the rites of custom or to confound our views about gods and throw them into confusion with absurd suspicions? Yea, among Greeks, too, many things are done, just about the same time also, similar to those which Egyptians perform in these sacred rites. For instance, at Athens, the women fast at the Thesmophoria, sitting on the ground, while Boeotians moved the palace of Achaia, giving that festival the name of Epakthai, the grief-bringing, as though Demeter were in grief on account of the descent of Cori. And this month is the one for sowing when the Pleiades rise, which Egyptians call Aether, Greeks Paianespion, and Boeotians Demetrios. Moreover, Theopompus tells us that the Western peoples consider and name the winter Kronos, the summer Aphrodite, and the spring Persephone, and say that all things are born from Kronos and Aphrodite. While the Phrygians, thinking that the god sleeps in winter and wakes in summer, celebrate in his honor the orgies of his going to sleep at one time, and at another of his waking up, while the Paphlagonians pretend that he is bound hand and foot and imprisoned in winter, and in spring is set in motion and freed from his bonds. And the season of the year suggests that the appearance of morning is assumed at the hiding away of grains in the earth, which the ancients did not consider gods, but gifts of the gods, indispensable indeed if we are to live otherwise than savagely and like the brutes. And at the season when, these ancients saw the fruits entirely disappearing from the trees and ceasing, and those they had sown themselves still scanty and poor, in scraping away the earth with their hands and pressing it together again, and depositing the seed in uncertainty as to whether it would come up again and have its proper consummation, they used to do many things similar to those who bury and mourn. Then, just as we say that one who buys Plato's books buys Plato, and that one who presents the creations of Menander acts Menander, so did they not hesitate to call the gifts and creations of the gods by the names of the gods, honoring them and reverencing them by use. But those who came after, receiving these names like boors and ignorantly misapplying what happens to the fruits of the gods themselves, and not merely calling, but believing the advent and hiding away the necessities of life generations and destructions of gods, filled their heads with absurd, indecent, and confused opinions, although they had the absurdity of their unreason before their eyes. Excellent, however, was the view of Xenophanes of Colophon that Egyptians don't mourn if they believe in gods, and don't believe in gods if they mourn. Nay, that it would be ridiculous for them in the same breath to mourn and pray for the seed to appear again, in order that it might again be consumed and mourned for. But such is not really the case. But, while mourning for the grain, they pray the gods, the authors and givers of it, to renew it again and make other grow up in the place of that which is consumed. Once there is an excellent saying among the philosophers, that those who do not learn how to hear names rightly use things wrongly, just as those of the Greeks who have not learned or accustomed themselves to call bronzes and pictures and marbles images in honor of the gods, but call them gods, and then make bold to say that Lachares stripped Athena, and Dionysus cut off Apollo's golden curls, and that Capitoline, Zeus was burnt and perished in these civil wars. These, without knowing it, find themselves drawn into adopting mischievous opinions, following directly on the abuse of names. And this is especially the case of Egyptians with regard to the honors they pay to animals. For in this respect, at any rate, Greeks speak rightly when they consider the dove as the sacred creature of Aphrodite, and the dragon of Athena, and the raven of Apollo, and the dog of Artemis, and Euripides sings, "Thou shalt be dog, pet of torch-bearing Hecate." Whereas most of the Egyptians, by the service and cult they pay to the animals themselves, as though they were gods, have not only covered their sacred rites entirely with laughter and ridicule, which is the least evil of their fatuity, but a dangerous way of thinking grows up which perverts the weak and simple to pure superstition, and in the case of the shrewder and bolder, degenerates into an atheistic and brutal rationalism. Wherefore also it is not unfitting to run through the conjectures about these things. Concerning the worship of animals and totemism. As for the theory that the gods, out of fear of Typhon, changed themselves into these animals, as it were hiding themselves in the bodies of ibises and dogs and hawks, it beats any juggling or storytelling. Also, the theory that all souls of the dead that persist have their rebirth into these animals only is equally incredible. And of those who would assign some reason connected with the art of government, some say that Osiris, upon his great campaign, divided his force into many divisions. They call them companies and squadrons in Greek, and gave them all ensigns of animal figures, and that each of these became sacred and venerated by the clan of those banded together under it. Others say that the kings, after Osiris, in order to strike terror into their foes, used to appear dressed in wild beasts' heads of gold and silver, while others tell us that one of the clever and crafty kings, on learning that, though the Egyptians were fickle by nature and quick for change and innovation, they nevertheless possessed an invincible and unrestrainable might, owing to their numbers, when in agreement and cooperation, showed them and implanted into their minds an enduring superstition, an occasion of unceasing disagreement. For inasmuch as the beasts, some of which he enacted some clans should honor and venerate, and others, are hostile and inimical to one another, and as each one of them, by nature, likes different food from the others, each clan, in protecting its own special beasts and growing angry at their being injured, was forever unconsciously being drawn into the enmities of the beasts, and so brought into a state of warfare with the others. For even unto this day, the people of Wolf Town are the only Egyptians who eat sheep, because the wolf, whom they regard as God, does so. And the people of Oxyrhynchus Town, in our own day, when the folk of Dogtown ate the Oxyrhynchus fish, caught a dog and, sacrificing it as a sacred victim, ate it, and going to war because of this, they handled one another roughly, and subsequently were roughly handled by the Romans in punishment. Again, as many say that the soul of Typhon himself was parted among these animals, the myths would seem enigmatically to hint that every irrational and brutal nature is born from a part of the evil daemon, and that, to appease and soothe him, they pay cult and service to them. But if he fall upon them mighty and dire, bringing on them excessive droughts or pestilent diseases, or other unlooked-for strange mischances, then the priests lead away at dark and silence quietly some of the venerated beasts, and threaten and try to scare away the first one of them. If, however, it stops, they consecrate and sacrifice it, as though, I suppose, this were some kind of chastisement of the daemon, or some specially great means of purification in the greater emergencies. For in the goddess of child Bedtown, they used to burn living men to ashes, as Manethos has told us, calling them Typhonian, and the ashes they winnowed away and scattered. This, however, was done publicly, and at one special time, in the dog days, whereas the consecratings of the venerated beasts, which are never spoken of and take place at irregular times, according to the emergencies, are unknown to the multitude, except when they have burials, and the priests, bringing out some of the others, cast them into the grave with them in the presence of all, in the belief that they annoy Typhon in return and curtail what gives him pleasure. For only the apis and a few other animals seem to be sacred to Osiris, while they assign the majority to him, Typhon. And if he, Osiris, is really reason, or logos, I think that the object of our enquiry is found in the case of these animals that are admitted to have common honors with him, as, for instance, the ibis and hawk and dog-headed ape, while Apis himself is his soul. For thus, you know, they call the goat at Mendis. There remain, of course, the utilitarian and symbolical reasons, of which some have to do with one of the two gods, but most of them with both. As for the ox and sheep and ichneumon, it is clear they pay them honors on account of their usefulness and utility, just as Lemnians, crested larks which seek out and break the eggs of locusts, and Thessalians, storks, because when their land produced multitudes of snakes, they came and destroyed them all, wherefore they made a law that whoever killed a stork should be banished. So with the asp and weasel and scarab, because they discerned in them certain faint likenesses of the power of the gods, as it were that of the sun in water drops. For as to the weasel, many still think and say that as it is impregnated through the ear and brings forth by the mouth, it is a likeness of the birth of reason, or logos. Again, they say the species of scarab has no female, but all, as males, discharge their seed into the stuff they have made into the balls, which they roll along by pushing, moving themselves in the opposite direction, just as the sun seems to turn heaven round in the opposite direction, while it is the heaven itself that moves from west to east. And the asp, because it does not age, and moves without limbs with ease and pliancy, they likened to a star. Nay, not even has the crocodile had honor paid it, without some show of credible cause, for it alone is tongueless. For the divine reason, or logos, stands not in need of voice, and, moving on a soundless path with justice, guides all mortal things. And they say that it alone, when it is in water, has its eyes covered up by a smooth and transparent membrane that comes down from the upper lid, so that they see without being seen, an attribute of the first God. And whenever the female lays her eggs on the land, it is known that this will be the limit of the Nile's increase, for as they cannot lay in the water, and fear to do so far from it, they so accurately forefeel what will be, that they make use of the rise of the river for laying their eggs and hatching them, and yet keep them dry and beyond the danger of being wetted. And they lay 60 eggs, and hatch them out in as many days, and the longest lived of them live as many years, which is the first of the measures for those who treat systematically of celestial phenomena. Moreover, of those that have honors paid them for both reasons, of the dog we have already treated above. As for the ibis, while killing the death-dealing of the reptiles, it was the first to teach them the use of medicinal evacuation, when they observed it being thus rinsed out and purged by itself, while those of the priests, who are most punctilious in their observances, in purifying themselves, take the water for cleansing from a place where the ibis has drunk, for it neither drinks unwholesome or poisoned water, nor even goes near it. Again, by the relative position of its legs to one another, and of these to its beak, it forms an equilateral triangle, and yet again, the variegation and admixture of its black with its white feathers suggests the gibbous moon. Nor ought we to be surprised at Egyptians being so fond of meager likenesses, for Greeks too, in both their pictured and plastic resemblances of gods, use many such vague indications. For instance, in Crete, there was a statue of Zeus which had no ears, for it behooves the ruler and lord of all to listen to no one. And Phidias used the serpent in the statue of Athena, and the tortoise in that of Aphrodite at Elis, because on the one hand virgins need protecting, and on the other because keeping at home and silence are becoming to married women. Again, the trident of Poseidon is a symbol of the third region, which the sea occupies, assigned to him after the heaven and air, for which cause also they invented the names Amphitrite and Tritons, and the Pythagoreans have embellished both numbers and figures with appellations of gods, for they used to call the equilateral triangle Athena, head-born and third-born, because it is divided by 3 plumb lines drawn from the 3 angles, and they called one Apollo, from privation of multitude, and owing to the singleness of the monad, and 2 strife and daring, and 3 justice or rightness, for as wronging and being wronged were according to deficiency and excess, rightness or justice was born to equality between them, and what is called the tetractys, the 36, was their greatest oath, as has been said over and over again, and is called cosmos, which is produced by adding together the first 4 even and the first 4 odd numbers. If, then, the most approved of the philosophers, when they perceived in soulless and bodiless things a riddle of the divine, did not think it right to neglect anything or treat it with disrespect, still more liking, I think, we should then have for the peculiarities in natures that are endowed with senses and possess soul and passion and character, not paying honor to these, but through them to the divine, so that, since they are made by nature into mirrors clearer than any man can make, we should consider this as the instrument and art of God, whoever orders all things. And generally we should deem that nothing soulless is superior to a thing with soul, nor one without sense to one possessing it, not even if one should bring together into one spot all the gold and emeralds in the world. For that which is divine does not reside in colors or shapes or smoothnesses. Nay, all things that either have no share or are not of a nature to share in life have a lot of less value than that of dead bodies. Whereas the nature that lives and sees, and has its source of motion from itself, and knowledge of things that are its and those that are not, has appropriated both an efflux of the good and a share of the thinker, by whom the universe is steered, as Heraclitus says. For which cause the divine is not less well portrayed in these animals than by means of works of art in bronze and stone, which, while equally susceptible of decay and mutilations, are in their nature destitute of all feeling and understanding. With regard to the honors paid to animals, then, I approve this view more highly than any other that has been mentioned. Concerning the sacred robes. Now as to robes, those of Isis are variegated in their dyes, for her power is connected with matters producing all things and receiving all, light, darkness, day, night, fire, water, life, death, beginning, end, while the robe of Osiris has neither shade nor variegation, but one single property, the light-like, for the source is pure, and the first and intelligible unmixed. Wherefore, when they have once and once only received this robe, they treasure it away and keep it from all eyes and hands, whereas they use those of Isis on many occasions. For it is by use that the things which are sensible and ready to hand present many unfoldings and views of themselves as they change now one way, now another, whereas the intelligence of the intelligible and pure and single, shining through the soul, like lightning flash, once and once only perchance allows us to contact and behold it. For which cause both Plato and Aristotle call this part of philosophy epoptic, from the fact that they who transcend by the reason, or logos, these mixed and multiform things of opinion, are raised unto that primal one, simple and matterless, and so contacting in its singleness the pure truth concerning it, they think philosophy has, as it were, its perfect end. The fact, moreover, which the present priests cautiously hint at by expiatory sacrifices and covering their faces, namely that this god is ruler and king of the dead, being no other than him who is called Hades and Pluto among the Greeks, in that they do not know how it is true, confuses the multitude, who suppose that the truly sacred and holy Osiris lives on earth and under earth, where the bodies of those who seem to have reached their end are hidden away. But he himself is far, far from the earth, unspotted and unstained, and pure of every essence that is susceptible of death and of decay. Nor can the souls of men here on the earth, swathed as they are with bodies and enwrapped in passions, commune with God, except so far as they can reach some dim sort of a dream of him, with the perception of a mind trained in philosophy. But when their souls, freed from these bonds, pass to the formless and invisible and passionless and pure, this God becomes their guide and king, as though they hung on him and gazed insatiate upon his beauty and longed after it, beauty that no man can declare or speak about. It is with this the ancient tale, Logos, makes Isis ever in love, and by pursuit of it and consort with it, makes her fulfill all things down here with all things fair and good, whatever things have part in Genesis. Thus, then, these things contain the reason, or logos, that's more suitable to God. Concerning incense. And I must also speak of the daily incense offerings, as I promised. The reader should first of all have in mind the fact that not only have men in general always paid most serious attention to things that conduce to health, but that especially in sacred ceremonies and purifications and prescribed modes of life, healthy is not less important than holy, for they did not think it right to render service to the pure and perfectly harmless and unpolluted, with either bodies or with souls festering and diseased. Since then the air, of which we make most use, and with which we have most to do, does not always keep the same disposition and blend, but at night is condensed and weighs down the body, and brings the soul into a desponding and anxious state, as though it had become mist-like and heavy. Therefore, as soon as they get up, they incense with pine resin, sanctifying and purifying the air by its disintegration, and fanning up again the fire of the spirit connate with body, which had died down, since its perfume possesses a vehement and penetrating force. And again, at midday, perceiving that the sun draws from the earth by force an exceedingly large and heavy exhalation, and commingles it with the air, they incense with myrrh, for its heat dissolves and disperses the turbid and mud-like combination in the atmosphere. And indeed, physicians seem to relieve sufferers from plague by making a great blaze, as though it cleared the air. But it clears it better if they burn fragrant woods, such as those of cypress, juniper, and pine. At any rate, they say that at Athens, at the time of the Great Plague, Acron, the physician, became famous through ordering them to keep fires burning by the side of the sick, for he thus benefited not a few. And Aristotle says that the sweet-smelling odors given off by perfumes and flowers and meadows conduce no less to health than to enjoyment, because by their warmth and softness they diffuse themselves gently through the brain, which is naturally cold and as though congested. And if, moreover, they call myrrh ball among Egyptians, and in translation this comes pretty near to meaning the dispersion of silly talk, this also affords some evidence for the reason why they use it. And finally, kufi is a mixture composed of 16 ingredients, of honey and wine and raisins and cypress, of pine resin and myrrh and aspalathus and seseli, and further of mastich and bitumen and nightshade and sorrel, and in addition to these of both junipers, of which they call the one the larger and the other the smaller, and cardamom and sweet flag. And these are not compounded in a haphazard way, but with the sacred writings being read aloud to the perfume makers when they mix them. And as to their number, even though it has all the appearance of square from square, and that too the only one of equally equal numbers that has the power of making the perimeter equal to the area, it must be said that its serviceableness for this purpose at least is of the slightest. But the majority of the ingredients, as they possess aromatic properties, liberate a sweet breath and healthy exhalation, by which both the air is changed, and the body, being gently and softly moved by the vapor, falls asleep and loosens the distressing strain of the day's anxieties, as though they were knots, and yet without any intoxication. Moreover, they polish up the image-making and receptive organ of dreams like a mirror, and make it clearer, no less than the playing on the lyre which the Pythagoreans used to use before sleep, thus charming away and sanifying the passionate and reasonless nature of the soul. For things smelt call back the failing sense, and often, on the other hand, dull and quiet it by their soothing effect, when their exhalations are diffused through the body, just as some of the physicians say that sleep is induced when the vaporization of the food, as it were creeping gently round the inward parts and groping about, produces a kind of tickling. And they use kufi both as draught and mixture, for when it is drunk it is thought to purge the intestines, but when applied externally to be an emollient. And apart from these considerations, resin is a work of the sun, and myrrh comes from the exudation of the trees under the sun heat, while the ingredients of kufi, some flourish more at night, like all things whose nature it is to be nourished by cool breezes, and shade, and dew, and damp. Seeing that the light of day is one and single, and Pindar tells us that the sun is seen through empty ether, while air is a blend and mixture of many lights and properties, as it were of seeds dropped from every star into one field. Naturally, then, they use the former as incenses by day, as being single and having their birth from the sun, and the latter, when night sets in, as being mixed and manifold in its qualities. Afterword. So extends this exceedingly instructive treatise of Plutarch, which, in spite of the mass of texts and monuments concerning Asar and Ast, which have already been deciphered by the industry of Egyptologists, remains the most complete account of the root mystery myth of ancient Egypt. The myth of Osiris and Isis goes back to the earliest times of which we have record, and is always found in the same form. Indeed, the ritual, the Book of the Dead, which should rather be called the Book of the Living, might very well be styled the Gospel of Osiris. It would be out of place here to seek for the historical origin of this great mystery. Certainly, Osiris was originally something greater than a water sprite, as Budge supposes. Osiris and Isis were and are originally, as I believe, cosmic or supercosmic beings, for the elder and younger Horus, regarded macrocosmically, were the intelligible and sensible worlds, and regarded microcosmically, pertain to the mystery of the Christ stage of manhood. It may, of course, be denied that the ancient Egyptians were capable of entertaining any such notions, We, however, prefer the tradition of our Trismegistic tractates to the primitive culture theories of anthropological speculation. That, however, such views were entertained in the first centuries is incontrovertible, as may be seen from a careful study of Philo of Alexandria alone. Thus, to quote one passage out of many with regard to the two horoi, "For that this cosmos is the younger son of God, in that it is perceptible to sense. The son who's older than this one, he hath declared to be no one perceptible by sense, for that he is conceivable by mind alone. But having judged him worthy of the elder's rights, he hath determined that he should remain with him alone." When, moreover, we speak of the Christ stage of manhood, we mean all that mystery that lies beyond the normal stage of man, including both the Superman stage and that of the Christ. In any case, Plutarch is of the greatest service for understanding the atmosphere and environment in which the students of the Trismegistic tradition moved, and we have therefore bestowed more care upon him than perhaps the general reader may think necessary. 10. Hermes and Hermes. An anticipation. When, in a recent book, I was treating of the early church document, the Shepherd of Hermes, in connection with the ancient and mysterious Book of Elxai, which, according to Epiphanius, circulated among the Essenes, Nazarenes, Ebionites, and Sampsaeans, I wrote as follows: "It is also of very great interest to notice the many intimate points of contact between the contents of the apocalyptic Hermes and the teaching of the early Shepherd of Men tractate of the mystic school, who looked to Hermes, the thrice greatest, as their inspirer, that is to say, the earliest deposit of the Trismegistic literature, but that is another story which has not yet been told. At the same time, all unknown to me, Reitzenstein must have written, or have been writing, his learned pages on Hermes and Poimander, coming to practically the same conclusion as I had, in cruder form, expressed several years earlier, when commenting on Hilger's theory that the Shepherd of Men was written in opposition to the Shepherd of Hermes, and suggesting that if there were any dependence of one on the other, it was in exactly the reverse sense to that of Hilger's assumption. The higher criticism of the Shepherd of Hermes. Like all the other extant extra-canonical documents of the early Church, and especially the Prolegomena, as Eusebius calls them, that is to say, books disputed in his day, but earlier admitted by wide circles into the canon, the Shepherd of Hermes has been submitted to the most searching analysis by modern criticism. Though its unity is still strenuously defended by some scholars, the majority are convinced of its composite nature, and I follow Hilgenfeld, who detects in the present form of this document 3 elements, or, so to say, 3 deposits. 1. The apocalyptic. 2. The pastoral. 3. The secondary or appendix of the latest redactor. Hermes I and Hermes II cite nothing from any of the canonical books of the New Testament, and this should be, for most scholars, a striking indication of their early date. The introduction of the pastoral Hermes. Hermes II, the pastoral Hermes, begins as follows: "Now when I had prayed in my house, and sat me down upon my couch, there entered a man of glorious appearance, in the guise of a shepherd, clad in a white skin, with a wallet on his shoulders, and a staff in his hand. And he embraced me, and I embraced him. And straightway he sat down by my side. He saith to me, I am sent by the most sovereign angel, that I may dwell with thee for the rest of the days of thy life. I thought that he had come to tempt me, and I say unto him, Who art thou? For I do know, say I, into whose charge I have been given. He saith to me, Dost thou not know? Nay, answer I. I am, saith he, the shepherd into whose charge thou hast been given. Even as he spoke, his aspect changed, and I knew him, that it was he to whom I had been given in charge." Comparison with our Poimander. If we now compare the Greek text of this interesting passage with that of the introductory paragraphs of the Poimander, it will be found impossible to refer their striking similarities merely to a common type of expression. The verbal agreements are too precise, and stand out convincingly at the first glance, without needing the assistance of the large type in which Reitzenstein has had them printed in his reproduction of the texts. Most remarkable of all, however, is the similarity of ideas. For Hermes, as for Hermes, the shepherd is not only a shepherd, but a shepherd of men, even as in a different connection, but in the same circle of ideas, Peter and others were to become fishers of men. Now, not only on general grounds is it difficult for anyone who has carefully studied the two documents to believe that the writer of the philosophic mystical treatise not only had the Christian apocalyptic writing before him, but took it as his point of departure. But even if we are still strongly dominated by what has hitherto been the traditional view in all such questions, and cling to the theory that when there is a similarity, the Christian scripture must necessarily have been first in the field, it is very difficult to believe that a copier of Hermes should have left no traces of an acquaintance with the very distinctive feature of the robe and staff and wallet of the shepherd, and of the conversation which follows in what, on this theory, would be the presupposed original. The popular symbolic representation of the shepherd. The mystical representation and thought atmosphere of the writer or redactor of our present poemander are far removed from any direct traces of contact with the folk consciousness, in which the appurtenances mentioned by Hermes were the typical literary description of a shepherd since the time of Theocritus. Not only so, but this was the symbolic representation of the shepherd of men in the general Hellenistic religious consciousness. Indeed, we find unquestionable proofs that Hermes was preeminently regarded as the good shepherd, and a figure of him with staff and wallet and single robe was a great favorite in the popular cult. In one passage, in which mention is made of his wallet and staff, further details are given, showing that these simple symbols were well understood. The right hand is raised, and the left holds staff and wallet. Moreover, the staff has a serpent entwined round it, and Hermes is clad in a single robe. Like Isis, he stands upon the world sphere, which has also a serpent twined round it. Hermes here represents the mind or logos, the father-mother, staff and wallet, force of nature. With the left he brings into generation, with the right he leads souls out of Genesis, either to death or regeneration. In this prayer, Hermes, as the sun, is called the shepherd who hath his fold in the west. It is to be further remarked that Hermes is in the dress of the poor and of the naked. The name Hermes. But to return to Hermes, why Hermes of all names in the world in this connection? We have a large literature in which Hermes plays the part of seer and prophet and revealer and writer of sacred scriptures. In it, moreover, he figures as the beloved disciple of the heavenly mind, the shepherd of men. But what we have in Christian tradition to explain the name Hermes? Nothing, absolutely nothing, but contradictory hypotheses which try to discover a historic Hermes so as to authenticate the provenance of what is manifestly, like nearly every similar document of the time, pseudepigraphic. In my opinion, indeed, the very name Hermes betrays more clearly than anything else the Hermes source of the Christian writer's setting of part of his most interesting apocalyptic. Hermes is because of Hermes, rather than Hermes in answer to Hermes, as Hilgers would have it. An early form of the poemander. This, however, does not mean to say that Hermes took the setting of the introduction of his pastoral apocalypses from precisely the same text of the poemander which now lies before us, for our present text is manifestly the redaction of an earlier form, so that if we could recover the other form, we should, in all probability, find some additional verbal agreement of Hermes with Hermes. That the ideas of the poemander treatise were the mystical and philosophical side of much that appears in the popular cult of the time may be seen by an inspection of the prayers from the magic papyri which we have translated. In them, the mind, as the shepherd of men, and the revealer of the light is clearly set forth. Reitzenstein's view, accordingly, is that the Christian writer must have taken his description of the shepherd from what originally was a fuller text of the poemander than the one preserved to us, and that this will account for several features which would otherwise be peculiar to Hermes. This text was in closer verbal agreement with the general language of the popular Hermes religion as preserved to us in the Hermes prayers. The Holy Mount. But the direct points of contact between Hermes and the Trismegistic literature are not confined to the Poimander document. As the original writer of Hermes was dependent on Hermes for the setting of the introduction to his pastoral apocalypses, so also it is highly probable that the redactor was influenced by a lost treatise referred to in the introduction of the Sacred Sermon on the Mountain. In this treatise, reference is made to one of the now lost general sermons, the scene of which also took place on a mountain, for in connection with it, mention is made by Tat of his passing over a mountain, or ascending a mountain, at the beginning of his novitiate, when he becomes a suppliant, while it is further stated by Tat that at that stage the doctrine was not clearly explained, but rather hidden in riddles, for that as yet he was not sufficiently purified, and made a stranger to the world illusion. Now it is remarkable that Hermes, in the appendix to the book, tells us that after these revelations the shepherd came to him again, and told him that much had not been explained because of his weakness in the flesh. But now that he has been strengthened by the Spirit, the shepherd will explain all with greater clearness. He then takes him away into Arcadia, a very unexpected locality for a Christian writer in Rome to choose, to a breast-like mountain, where he has the further teaching revealed to him. But, strangely enough, it was precisely in Arcadia that the chief Hellenic cult of Hermes existed, as stated by Lactantius, basing himself on the common belief at Rome, and from Arcadia that it was Hermes, according to a tendency legend that even at Rome went back at least to the 2nd century BC, set forth to teach the Egyptians. Gnostic elements. Moreover, Hermes is throughout strongly tinged with Gnostic elements. As I wrote in my last book, it is practically one of the very numerous permutations and combinations of the Sophia mythos, one of the many settings forth of the mystic lore and love of the Christ and the Sophia, or wisdom, of the Son of God and his spouse or sister, the Holy Spirit, of the King and Queen, of the Lord and the Virgin Church. In its most instructive series of visions are depicted the mystic scenes of the allegorical drama of man's inner nature, the mystery play of all time. But when we say Gnostic, we mean much that is also Hellenistic mysticism, and therefore much that is also Hermetic, for in the Trismegistic literature there is set forth a gnosis of a far simpler type than in any of the Christian systems technically called Gnostic. The Vices and Virtues. A striking example of the similarity of ideas of this nature is found in comparing the list of 12 vices and 10, 7 and 3 virtues given in Corpus Hermeticum, with Hermes, where 12 virgins, each bearing the name of a virtue, are set over against 12 women clothed in black, each bearing the name of a vice, and with Hermes, where 7 women, each in turn the mother of the other, are called by the names of 7 virtues. We need not, of course, necessarily suppose any direct contact in this case, though it is curious that the list of virtues occurs precisely in the sermon on the mountain, but both writers clearly move in, or are influenced by, the same circle of ideas, and that, too, ideas of a very special nature. The above points are sufficient for our purpose, and throw a most interesting light on one element in the composition of the very ancient Christian document whose exclusion from the canon, after enjoying for so many years practically canonical authority, is to be regretted. The early date of the original Hermes. Now, apocalyptic Hermes is distinctly anti-Pauline, and perhaps this more than anything else accounts for the final exclusion of the book from the canon. It is therefore in vain to seek in it quotations from many of the Pauline letters. But what is still more remarkable, neither it nor the pastoral Hermes quote from any of the canonical Gospels. This argues a very early date. If, then, we are inclined to accept the statement of the writer of the Muratorian fragment that Hermes was written at Rome during the bishopric of Pius, this must refer to the completed work of the last redactor, who was held responsible for Hermes III, and who was acquainted with several books of the canon. The pastoral Hermes may thus be fairly pushed back to the beginning of the 1st century. We have also to remember a point which Reitzenstein does not seem to have taken into consideration, not only that the Greek original of our form of Hermes is lost, but that the old Latin version has also disappeared, and that we possess only a Greek retranslation from the Latin. Under these circumstances, it is still more surprising that such strong traces of direct literary dependence on the original form of the Poemander introduction should still remain in our Hermes. The dependence theory to be used with caution. It would, however, in my opinion, be a grave mistake to push the theory of literary dependence too far, and to seek to account for the main content of Hermes on any theory of direct borrowing from allied sources, or even solely of direct external conditioning by the mystical and theological ideas of the time. There is no a priori reason against the high probability that the original writer was recording some genuine inner experiences, however much, as was the fashion of the time, and of other times and climes, they may have been expanded, interpolated, and polished by literary art. It is true that all such inner experiences would be strongly conditioned by the prior conceptions, thought tone, and theological beliefs of the writer, and by the current and traditional types of such experiences known to his day. Indeed, it is very difficult anywhere to meet with the record of visions or apocalyptic utterances which are not so conditioned. The Buddhist seer sees in the mode of traditional Buddhist conceptions of the unseen. The Hellenic mantis and sibyl find themselves in an invisible world of the familiar nature known to them from the mythologists and poets and mystery traditions. The Egyptian prophet moves amid the familiar topography and schematology of the eminently of his nation. Even an Ezekiel sees in the symbols of the Babylonian cultus, while the Christian mystic invariably finds himself in the conventional heaven of the saints and the hell of the sinners. It is not, therefore, necessary to follow Reitzenstein in detail when he seeks to show the strong influence of heathen mystical literature on the early Christian document we are discussing, and to point to striking parallels between the setting of the first four visions of Hermes and the visions of Zosimus as preserved in the fragments of his Acts, or the visit to Hades of Setmi and see Osiri, and their passing through the seven hells, as partially preserved in the Demotic tales of Camus. It is true that Zosimus, who nourished towards the end of the 3rd century, was a member of the Poemander community, and therefore what he has to say is of great interest to us, for doubtless his visions were strongly conditioned by the Trismegistic tradition, and especially by the Isis type of its literature, and the cognate Egyptian books of Hermes. But the points on which Reitzenstein lays stress seem somewhat too general to allow our drawing any direct conclusion with regard to Hermes and Hermes. There is a certain similarity, but our information is too scanty to permit of any precise drawing of general conclusions. There is, however, a valuable piece of information which prevents us from attributing all the similarities which may be noticed purely to the general thought atmosphere of the times. In one particular, at least, we can be more definite. The vision of Crates. Zosimus is not the only follower of thrice-greatest Hermes whose visions are still on record. Crates has also left an account of his mystical experiences, though unfortunately transmitted to us only in Arabic translation from the original Greek. Crates leaves his body and enters the unseen world. "While I was praying," he writes, "I felt myself suddenly carried into the airs of heaven, following the same path as the sun and moon. Here he meets with thrice-greatest Hermes in the guise of an old man, the most beautiful of men, seated on a chair. He was clad in white raiment, and held a book in his hand resting on the arm of the chair." Compare this with Hermes. "I see opposite me a chair, and on it a covering of wool white as hail. Then came there an old woman in shining white raiment, having a book in her hand, and sat down alone." After this revelation, and when the old woman had ceased reading from the book, 4 young men came and carried off the chair, and departed with it to the east. Here again it is of interest to compare this with the introduction to a magical light ritual, where the seer has a vision of 4 men with crowns on their heads, who bring in the throne of the god. Crates is brought back from the book and bidden to write what he is told. "Make thy book according to the instructions which I have given, and know that I am with thee, and will never leave thee till thou hast accomplished all." So also Hermes. Compare also the last sentence with the phrase in the introduction to the Pastoral Hermes, "I am sent, that I may dwell with thee for the rest of the days of thy life." In another vision, Crates is instructed in a dialogue which strongly reflects the style and substance of our Trismegistic sermons, and in yet another he moves in the psychic reflection of the setting of the now, for the most part, lost Isis type of the literature, which has a more strongly Egyptian coloring. He is transported to yet another heaven and firmament, and there he sees the temple of Ptah, Hephaestus, and the statue of Venus, Isis, which holds converse with him. He was then evidently saturated with the Trismegistic tradition and had access to treatises which are now, unfortunately, lost to us, for it is just this type of the literature which shows signs of the more direct influence of Egyptian ideas, and the mention of the temple of Ptah is a striking confirmation that Reitzenstein is on the right track in his analysis of the oldest deposit of the Poimander, which he connects with the Ptah tradition. The general Christian many and the Gnostic few. That the end and aim of the later Egyptian religion, and of all Hellenistic religious circles in general, was a gnosis, or definite mystical experience in the form of visions and apocalypses, is manifest on all sides, and that this also was the chief interest of very numerous circles in the early Church is a fundamental fact in the study of Christian origins, which should not be impatiently brushed on one side or minimized almost to extinction as of no real importance, but which should be restored to the first rank in seeking an explanation of the many obscure problems of these early days which no purely objective considerations will solve. That the general Christian of these days, as of all subsequent centuries, had naturally much to learn in these matters from the trained mystic, whether of his own faith or of another, is saying nothing to his discredit, for he naturally belonged to the many who were striving to become the few. General Christianity, however, spread so rapidly that the definite cultivation of the spiritual faculties practiced by the early contemplatives of the faith soon gave place to a fanatical enthusiasm for a misunderstood monkdom, which swamped the monasteries with a flood of the many, who were often without any true vocation for the holy life, and not unfrequently quite ignorant of the elements of contemplation. We need not speak of the wild fanaticism of warrior monkdom let loose with pick and hatchet and firebrand to destroy the treasures of religious art throughout the beautiful Hellenic world, but even among the quiet and peaceable brethren there was much ignorance. How unknowing some of these good folk were, we may learn from a naive story, the very simplicity of which convinces the reader of its genuineness. Perhaps someone may here interject, but this has nothing to do with Hermes. Perhaps not, but it has a great deal to do with a proper understanding of the history of the development of general Christianity and its relationship to the deeper religious consciousness of the first centuries. When, then, I read the Greek text of this simple story, as reproduced by Reitzenstein, I thought that some who could not read Greek, but who take a very deep interest in such matters, might like to hear it, and so I have set it down in English. The story of Abbot Olympius. The story runs as follows. Abbot Olympius said that one day a priest of the heathen Greeks came down to Scetis. He came to my cell and passed the night there. Seeing the manner of life of the monks, he saith to me, "Living in this way, do ye not enjoy visions from your God?" "Nay," I answer. Then saith the priest to me, "So long as we duly serve our God with holy deeds, he hideth naught from us, but revealeth unto us his mysteries. And ye, in spite of all your great labors, watchings, keeping silence, disciplines, sayest thou, ye see naught? Assuredly, then, if ye see naught, ye have let evil reasonings come into your hearts, which shut you from your God, and 'tis for this cause his mysteries are not revealed to you." And I went and told the elder brethren the words of the priest, and they were astonished and agreed that it was so, for impure reasonings do shut off God from man. I do not understand what is the precise meaning of logismos, which usually means reasonings, and seems on the face of it to suggest that the monks' intellectual grasp of the matter was at fault. It may, however, mean simply that their thoughts were impure, but this is not any more satisfactory, for the monks must have already known that impure thoughts were to be driven out. What is clear is that the priest of the Greeks had personal experience of these pious exercises, and came from a circle where such things were normally practiced. He, moreover, knew what was the reason for the monks' non-success in contemplation. He knew that it all depended on thought, and that too on good thought, so that the good might descend on the good, as the Hermes prayer says. But he knew more than this. He knew that there was also need of right thought, of gnosis as well as of faith, of the proper use of the intelligence and the driving out of erroneous ideas with regard to the nature of God. A final word. But for a final word on Hermes, this early document was written at Rome, so all are agreed. It would then seem necessary to allow of sufficient time for a wide circulation of the older form of the poimander before it could reach Rome from Egypt. This time could not have been short, for it must be reckoned not by geographical considerations, which are hardly of any consequence in this connection, but by the fact that the poimander was the gospel of a school that laid the greatest possible stress on secrecy. How then could a Christian writer have gotten possession of a copy? Had the pledge of secrecy already by this time been removed? This is not credible, for later Trismegistic documents still laid the greatest stress upon it. Were then the early Christian mystical writers in intimate relationship with such circles as the poimander community? Some Gnostics undoubtedly were. Was the writer of Hermes? Was there once friendship where subsequently was bitter strife? Such and many other most interesting questions arise, but there is little hope that any satisfactory answer will be given them until the work on the mystical religious environment of the time has been pushed forward to such a point that men may gradually become accustomed to the view that much of the secret of the origins lies concealed in that very environment. In any case, the way is cleared for pushing back the earlier poimander document well into the 1st century, and for ranking it, therefore, as at least contemporary with the earliest of the New Testament writings. 11. Concerning the Aeon Doctrine. Hear then, my son, how standeth God and all. God, Aeon, Cosmos, Time, Becoming. The Corpus Hermeticum. The scope of our essay. While rigidly excluding any consideration of the amazing elaboration of Christo-Gnostic aeonology, it may not be unserviceable to offer a few notes in connection with the simpler idea of the aeon. The subject really requires a treatise in itself, but that would of course be too lengthy an undertaking for these Prolegomena. Let us then first turn to a striking passage which purports to give us the Orphic tradition of the genesis of the world egg and of the relation of its glorious progeny to the aeon. The passage is of great interest for us in our present enquiry, for if it is not a direct quotation from Appian, the Alexandrian savant, and bitter opponent of the Jews and of Philo during the first half of the 1st century A.D., it, at any rate, represents the view of the Hellenistic theology of that period. The passage is found in one of the sources of the composite and overworked document known as the Clementine Homilies, and runs as follows. The Orphic tradition of the genesis of the world egg. There was one naught, was but chaos, and an indistinguishable mixture of unordered elements still jumbled all together, both nature herself being witness to it, and great men having thought it must be so. And as witness, I will bring forward for you the greatest of the great in wisdom, Homer himself, speaking about the original confusion. But may you all become water and earth, meaning that thence all things have had their genesis, and that after the dissolution of their moist and earthy essence, they are all restored again to their first nature, which is chaos. And in Hesiod, in his Theogony, says, in truth, chaos came into being the very first. And by came into being, he evidently means that it was generated as are things generable, and not that it forever was as are things ingenerable. Orpheus also likens chaos to an egg, in which was the confusion of the primordial elements. This is what Hesiod supposes by chaos, what Orpheus calls an egg, a thing generable, projected from the infinity of matter, highly, and brought into being as follows. Both fourfold matter being ensouled, and the whole infinitude being as though it were a depth, flowing perpetually and indistinguishably moving, and over again pouring forth countless imperfect mixtures, now of one kind and now of another, and thereby dissolving them again owing to its lack of order, and engulfing so that it could not be bound together to serve for the generation of a living creature. It happened that the infinite sea itself, being driven round by its own peculiar nature, flowed with a natural motion in an orderly fashion from out of itself into itself, as it were a vortex, and blended its essences, and thus involuntarily most developed part of all of them, that which was most serviceable for the generation of a living creature, flowed, as it were, in a funnel, down the middle of the universe, and was carried to the bottom by means of the vortex that swept up everything, and drew after it the surrounding spirit, and so gathering itself together, as it were, into the most productive form of all, it constituted a discrete state of things. For just as a bubble is made in water, so a sphere-like hollow form gathered itself together from all sides. Thereupon, itself being impregnated in itself, carried up by the divine spirit that had taken it to itself as consort, it thrust forth its head into the light. This, the greatest thing perchance that's ever been conceived, as though it were out of the infinite deeps universe, a work of art had been conceived and brought to birth, an ensouled work, in form, like unto the circumference of eggs, in speed, like to the swiftness of a wing. I would therefore have you think of Chronos as time, and of Rhea as the flowing of the moist essence. For the whole of matter, being moved in time, brought forth, as it were, an egg, the whole surrounding sphere-like heaven, which in the beginning was full of the productive marrow, so that it might be able to bring forth elements and colors of all kinds, and yet the manifold appearances which it was ever presenting all came from one essence and one color. For just as in the product of the peacock, although the color of the egg seems to be one, it has nevertheless potentially in it the countless colors of the bird that is to be brought to perfection. So also the ensouled egg conceived from infinite matter, when it is set in motion from the perpetually flowing matter below it, exhibits changes of all kinds. For from within the circumference, a certain male-female living creature is imaged out by the foreknowledge of the divine spirit that indwells in it, whom Orpheus doth call manifestor, because, when he is manifest, the universe shines forth from him, through the luster of fire, most glorious of elements, perfected in the moist element. Nor is this incredible, for in the case of glowworms, for example, nature allows us to see a moist light. Accordingly, the first egg that was ever produced, being gradually warmed by the living creature within it, breaks open, and then there takes shape and comes forth some such thing as Orpheus says, "When the skull-like, wide-yawning egg did break," etc. So by the mighty power of him who came forth, and who made himself manifest, the shell receives its articulation, and obtains its orderly arrangement, while he himself presides as though it were upon a throne on heaven's height, and in the realms ineffable sends forth his light all around upon the boundless aeon. Commentary. This is evidently the Logos, the God from the egg, and the God from the rock, for the primal firmament was symbolized as rock, as adamant, just as in physical nature the life spark appears from the mineral kingdom. The Logos presides in highest heaven, in the ineffable spaces, whence he sends out his rays upon the aeon, that bound of bounds which is itself boundless. For the egg may be thought of as the boundary of some special universe or system, whereas the aeon is the boundary of all universes. The information given in this quotation purports to be the Orphic tradition of cosmogony. With this cosmogony, all Hellenistic theologians would be familiar, and therefore we are not surprised to find many points of contact between it and the general ideas in our Poimander cosmogenesis, which, though doubtless having an original nucleus of Egyptian tradition in it, is nevertheless strongly overworked by minds that were also saturated with the mingled traditions of Plato, Pythagoras, and Orpheus. Indeed, both Plato and Pythagoras, on their mystical side, are strongly tinged with Orpheus. Now, Orpheism was the revival of pre-Hesiodic Orphism, initiated by Onamacritus under the Pisistratidae. Original Orphism was, in my opinion, a blend of Hellenic bardic lore with Chaldean elements. It is not surprising, therefore, that when the Book of the Chaldeans, collected for the Alexandrian library, were turned into Greek, great interest should have been taken in them by Hellenistic scholars, who found therein a confirmation of the Greek wisdom of Orpheus, little suspecting that that wisdom was in origin partially from the same source. The Sethian Gnosis. In illustration of this Chaldeo-Orphic symbolical cosmogony as philosophized in a Hellenistic Gnostic environment, we will quote from a system ascribed by Hippolytus to the Sethians, a name indicating an Egyptian environment, and brought by him in the closest connection with those whom he calls the Nascenes, that is to say, with what he considers to be one of the earliest forms of the Christian Gnosis, but which, as we have shown, is a form of the pre-Christian Gnosis, overworked in Christian terms about the middle of the 2nd century. Of these Sethians, Hippolytus tells us as follows. They think that there are 3 principles of the universals, having certain definite boundaries, and yet that each of these principles possesses boundless potentialities. Now, the essence of these principles, he says, are light and darkness, and in the midst of these is pure spirit. The spirit, however, that is set in the midst of the darkness that is below and of the light that is above, is not a spirit or breath like a blast of wind or some light breeze that can be felt, but is, as it were, the delicate scent of unguent or of incense compounded and prepared, a force of fragrance that travels with a motion so rapid as to be quite inconceivable and far beyond the power of words to express. Now, since light is above and darkness below, and spirit in some such way as I have said between them, the nature of the light is that it shines forth from above, like a ray of the sun, into the darkness beneath, while that of the fragrance of the spirit, which has the middle rank, is, contrariwise, that it extends itself and is carried in every direction. Just as in the case of incense on a fire, we see its fragrance carried in every direction. And such being the power of the triply divided principles, the combined power of the spirit and light descends into the darkness which is set beneath them. And the darkness is an awesome water into which the light together with the spirit is drawn down and transferred. The darkness, however, is not without understanding, but quite intelligent, and it knows that if light were taken from darkness, darkness would remain isolated, unmanifest, splendorless, powerless, ineffectual, strengthless. Wherefore is it constrained with all its intelligence and understanding to hold down to itself the luster and spark of the light together with the fragrance of the spirit. And anyone can see an image of the nature of the latter in a man's face, namely the pupil of the eye, which is dark because of the waters underlying it, yet illumined by spirit. As, therefore, the darkness contends for the splendor, in order that it may make a slave of the light spark and see, so also the light and the spirit contend for their own power. They strive to raise and bring back to themselves those powers which are mingled with the dark and awesome water beneath. Now all the powers of the 3 principles, being infinitely infinite in number, are sagacious and intelligent, each according to its own essence. And though they are countless in multitude, yet being sagacious and intelligent, as long as they remain by themselves, they are all at peace. If, however, one power is brought into contact with another power, the dissimilarity in their juxtaposition brings about a certain motion and energy that takes its shape from the concurrent motion of the juxtaposition of the contacting powers. For the concurrence of the powers constitutes, as it were, the impression of a seal struck off by concussion, so as to resemble the die that stamps the substances brought into contact with it. Since, then, the powers of the 3 principles are infinite in number, and from the infinite powers are infinite concurrences, images of infinite seals are of necessity produced. These images, then, are the forms of the different kinds of living creatures. Now, from the first mighty concurrences of the 3 principles, there resulted a mighty type of seal, heaven and earth, and heaven and earth have a configuration resembling a womb, with the embryo in the middle, and if, he says, one would bring this to the test of sight, let him scrutinize scientifically the gravid womb of whatsoever living creature he wishes, and he will find the model of heaven and earth, and of all things between them lying before him without any alteration. So the configuration of heaven and earth was such that it resembled a womb, as it were, according to the first concourse of the 3 principles. And again, in the midst of heaven and earth infinite concourses of powers occurred, and every single concourse affected and expressed the image of nothing else but a seal of heaven and earth, a thing resembling a womb. And in the earth itself there developed from the infinite seals of different kinds of living creatures living things still more infinite, and into all this infinity below the heaven, in the different kinds of living creatures, the fragrance of the Spirit from above, together with the light, was sown and was distributed. Accordingly, there arose out of the water a firstborn source, wind vehement and boisterous, and cause of all genesis. For by making a certain seething in the waters, it raises up waves from the waters. And the genesis of the waves, being as it were a certain pregnant impulse, is the source of the production of man or mind, whenever this motion quickens under the impulse of the Spirit. And whenever this wave, raised from the water by the wind, and rendering nature pregnant, receives in itself the power of production of the female, it keeps down the light from above that has been sown into it, together with the fragrance of the Spirit. That is to say, mind that takes forms in the various types, that is a perfect God, brought down from the ingenerable light from above, and Spirit, into a human nature, as into a temple, by the course of nature and motion of the wind, generated from water, commingled and blended with bodies, as though he were the salt of existing things and the light of the darkness, struggling to be freed from bodies and unable to find liberation and the way out of himself. For as it were a very minute spark, like a ray. Every thought and care of the light above, therefore, is how and in what way mind may be liberated from the death of the evil and dark body, from the Father below, who is the wind that, in ferment and turmoil, raised up the waves and brought to birth perfect mind, son of himself, and yet not his own in essence. For he was a ray from above, from that perfect light, overpowered in the sinuous and awesome and bitter and blood-stained water, and that light is the Spirit of light born upon the water. But the wind, being both boisterous and vehement in its rush, is in its whistling like unto a serpent, a winged one. From the wind, that is from the serpent, the source of generation arose in the way that has been said, all things receiving together the beginning of generation. When then, he says, the light and the Spirit have been received down into the impure and disorderly womb of manifold suffering, the serpent, the wind of the darkness, the firstborn of the waters, entering in generated man, and the impure womb neither loves nor recognizes any other form. And so the perfect Logos of the light from above, having made himself like unto the beast, the serpent, entered into the impure womb, having deceived it through his similitude to the beast, in order that he may loose the bonds that are laid upon the perfect mind that is generated in the impurity of the womb by the firstborn of the water, snake, wind, beast. This, he says, is the servant's form, and this is the necessity of the descent of the Logos of God into the womb of the Virgin. But it is not sufficient, he says, that the perfect man, the Logos, has entered into the womb of the Virgin and loosed the pains that are in that darkness. Nay, but after entering into the foul mysteries in the womb, he washed himself and drank the cup of living water bubbling forth, a thing that everyone must do who is about to strip off the servant form and put on the celestial garment. There can be little doubt but that the main ideas in the background of this system of the Gnosis are closely connected with general Orphic and Chaldean ideas, and also with the main schematology of our Poimander tractate. From the Orphic tradition handed on by Apion, we have seen that the Aeon is the circle of infinitude and eternity illumined by the Logos. The Mithraic Aeon. The whole of this Orphic lore, in other words, the Chaldean wisdom teaching, seems to me to be summed up in one division of the symbolism of the Mithra-cult, as may be seen by an inspection of the monuments reproduced by Clement, and especially those of the mysterious figure which he calls La Divinité Leontocephale, and the birth of the god from the rock. This seems to point, as we might very well suspect, to a strong Chaldean element in the Mithraic tradition. Clement tells us that although some scholars have rejected the name of Mithraic Aeon, which was given by Zoega to this awe-inspiring mystic figure, in his opinion, and he knows more of the subject than any other authority, it may very well have been actually called Aeon in the sacred books of the mysteries. If, however, this was the case, the mystic meaning, says Clement, was of such a nature that it was concealed from the profane. Our classical authorities inform us that the Magi expressed the name of the supreme God, which was in reality ineffable, by various substitutes. The general name for the mystery deity was Cronus, and Chronos is the sense of time. The Mithraic Chronos is a personification of time, and this fact, which is now fairly established, permits us immediately to determine the identity of this pseudonymous god. There is only one Persian divinity which he can possibly represent, and that is Zervan Akarana, infinite time, whom, from the time of the Achaemenides, a sect of the Magi placed at the origin of things, and from whom they would have both Ormuzd and Ahriman to have been born. It was this god that the adepts of the mysteries placed at the head of the celestial hierarchy, and considered as the first principle, or to put it differently, it was the Zervanist system that the Mazdaeans of Asia Minor taught to the Western followers of the Iranian religion. This all seems to me to point to a Persian origin of the Aeon, as Cumont supposes, but to a Chaldean element dominating the Mithraic form of the magician tradition. Probable date of origin of the Hellenistic doctrine. Now the Chaldean and Egyptian wisdom cultures had many root ideas in common. Were they not regarded by the Greeks as the wisdom traditions par excellence? We are not therefore surprised to find that Egypt, with its ever-recurring grandiose mystery phrases of enormous time periods, such as "he of the millions of years," had on its own soil a highly developed idea of eternity and of eternities, that is, of the aeon and of the aeons, and indeed the strongly Egyptian forms of the gnosis which we have preserved to us under Christian overworking are involved in the most complex aeonology. It seems, however, almost as though the evidence suggests that this Egyptian element had been revivified and rescued from the oblivion in which it had been buried in a decadent age, in the symbolism of an almost forgotten past, by a stream of Chaldean ideas that poured into Hellenistic circles in the early Alexandrian period. When precisely the aeon idea forced itself upon the philosophic mind of Alexandrian thinkers as an unavoidable mystic necessity, it is difficult to say with any certainty. It can, however, be said without fear of serious contradiction that it may have been done so from early Ptolemaic times, and with certainty that it did so in the 1st century BC as truly as in the 1st century AD. That the term aeon was in frequent use in the popular Hermes-Cult may be seen in Hermes' prayer, verse 4, where Thoth is characterized as the aeon of the aeons who changes himself into all forms and visions. So also in prayer 8, 2, the good daemon, who has different names given him in the different hours, is called wealth-giving aeon. So also with Isis, who is called wisdom and aeon in the papyri. In conclusion, we may glance at what Reitzenstein has to say concerning his eminently. Abraxas. The name Abraxas, which consisted of 7 elements or letters, was a mystery designation of the god who combined in himself the whole power of the 7 planets, and also of the year of 365 days, the sum of the number values of the letters of Abraxas working out to 365. This mysterious being was the year, but the year as the eternity, also conceived of in a spatial aspect, as the spirit or name that extends from heaven to earth, the God who pervades and fulfills the 7 spheres and the 365 zones, the inner God, he who has his seat within the 7 poles, A-I-O-U, as the papyri have it, and also without them, as we shall see. The mysterious formula, the name of which the figure is 365, meets us in such connections that it cannot be taken to mean simply the year god, but is a synonym of the highest God, a secret, mysterious being. In brief, it was, as we have seen, no other than the lion-headed god, called in Greek Aeon. Indeed, we know from Philo of Byblos that, at least in his day, the second half of the 1st century AD, and for all we know prior to it, there were in Phoenicia communities of the Aeon, of the highest and super-celestial one. The Feast of the Aeon. The first dated use of the word in a religious sense is found in Messala, who was consul, 53 BC, as Johannes Leitus tells us. Moreover, Leitus informs us that the ancients celebrated a feast of the Aeon on January 5th. This can be no other than the feast of which Epiphanius gives us such interesting details in treating of the Epiphany, and he writes after describing the festival in the Chorion at Alexandria. And if they are asked the meaning of this mystery, they answer and say, "Today at this hour the maiden, Chori, that is the Virgin, has given birth to the aeon. In the next paragraph, Epiphanius designates this aeon as the alone begotten. Here then we have striking evidence that in its Egyptian environment, the cult of the aeon was associated with mystery rites, reminding us strongly of the symbolism of the Christ mystery. The quintessence and the monad. Moreover, Messala tells us of this aeon, that he who made all things and governs all things, joined together by means of the surrounding heaven, the power and nature of water and earth, heavy and downward, flowing down into the depth, and that of fire and spirit, light and rushing upward to the measureless height. It is this mightiest power of heaven that hath bound together these two unequal powers. Leitus furthermore tells us that the idea of the aeon was associated by the Pythagoreans with the idea of the monad. Indeed, they seem to have derived the word aeon from aia, the ionic form of one. Any attempt to refer this Pythagorean identification to the earlier Pythagoreans would be at once rejected by the majority of scholars, but I believe myself that the original Pythagoreans were far too close to the borderland between mythology and philosophy not to have personified or at least substantiated their numbers and the source of them. At any rate, it is highly instructive to find Plato himself writing in the Timaeus. The aeon in Plato. And when the Father who begot it, the cosmos, saw that by its motion and its life it had become a likeness of the everlasting gods, he marveled, and in delight determined further to make it still more like its original. And as the latter is an everlasting living being, he sought to make this sensible universe as far as possible like it. Now the nature of the living being was eternal, aeonian, but to bestow this quality entirely on a generable creature was not possible. Accordingly, he determined to make a moving image of eternity, and so, in setting the heaven in order, he makes it an everlasting image, moving according to number, of eternity that rests in one, an image which we have, you know, called time. Here it is very plain that aeon is not time, but the paradigm thereof, eternity. It is the consummation of the eternal gods, namely the pleroma, the monad par excellence. We therefore find already in Plato the idea of the aeon fully developed. Did Plato invent it, or did he put an already existing idea into philosophical terms? He presumably found it already existing. Was it then Orphic, or Pythagorean, or did he learn of it in Egypt? Who shall say precisely? Concerning the Hellenistic origin of aeonology. Seeing, however, that we find the idea of the aeon fully developed in Plato, and seeing that Plato was, so to speak, scripture for our Hermetic writers, it is exceedingly puzzling that we should find it apparently introduced at a certain stage into the Trismegistic literature as a new doctrine. It may be, however, that those who had followed Plato on purely philosophical lines had hitherto paid little attention to the idea of the aeon except as an ultimate principle beyond the reach of speculation. When, however, the enthusiastic seership of mysticism dared to soar beyond heaven into the heaven of heavens, and so to divide the simplicity into an infinitude of multiplicity, the term aeon came to be used no longer for a transcendent unity, but as the connotation of a grade of being. It may then have been that our Hermetic writers reasserted the use of the term in its simpler philosophic meaning as a check to over-enthusiastic speculation. But even if it were a reaction against a too great luxury of speculation, it must have been contemporaneous with the development of aeonology, so that, in any case, the Corpus Hermeticum must be dated from this point of view. When aeonology arose, we cannot say precisely, but the aeonology in the Gnostic sense of the term was, as we have seen, to some extent at least existing as early as the earliest Christian documents. The aeon, the logos. Now, though the Trismegistic tractate, Corpus Hermeticum, is evidently in literary contact with the Timaeus, it nevertheless purports to give more esoteric, or at any rate more precise instruction than is to be found in Plato's famous cosmogonical treatise. It does not follow Plato, but hands on an instruction that has already been formulated in a precise and categorical fashion. The ladder of existence is God, aeon, cosmos, time, Genesis, each following one from the other. Aeon is the power of God, whereas cosmos is God's creation and work. The aeon, standing between God and cosmos, is the paradigm, and so also the Son of God, and the final end of man is that he should become aeon, that is, Son of God. Aeon is thus evidently the logos of God, or the intelligible cosmos, as distinguished from the sensible cosmos. This aeon is the fullness in which all things move, and chiefly the seven cosmoi. The Roman saeculum cult, derived from Egypt. Now, Reitzenstein shows very clearly that the cult of the saeculum, or aeon, was strongly developed in Roman theology in at least the 1st century BC. This is too early a date for us to assign this development to the influence of the Mithras cult. Can it then be that Rome was influenced by Egypt? Such at any rate is Reitzenstein's opinion, who points to the fact that Messala, who was fully imbued with the aeon idea, was a contemporary of Nigidius, the most learned of the Romans after Varro, and a Pythagorean philosopher of high attainments. Now it is remarkable that in his work, De Sphera Barbarica, Nigidius treats of the Egyptian sphere. The Aeonic Immensities of Egypt. Egypt, as we have already remarked at a very early date, arrived at the idea of eternal, or at any rate of enormously long periods of time, and had symbolized this conception in a primordial syzygy, or pair of gods. Indeed, the names of the primordial time pair, Hehu and Hehut, are immediately derived from H, generally translated million, but by Brugsch and others as aeon. All the Egyptian gods were lords of the eternity, or of the eternities. But not only so, the term eternity was used in connection with definite time periods, for instance, in a million, or eternity, of 30-year periods. And again, thy kingdom will have the lastingness of eternity and of infinitely many 120-year periods. 10 millions of thy years, millions of thy months, 100,000s of thy days, 10,000s of thine hours. Here we must remark the numbers 120, that is 12 times 10, and 30, all essential numbers of the Gnostic pleroma of aeons. It is also of interest in connection with the time pair to note that Horapollo, the Alexandrian grammarian, tells us that the Egyptians, when they desire to express the idea of aeon, write sun and moon, and when they want to write year, they draw Isis, that is, woman. We thus see that in Egypt there were aeons of periods, or years, and years of aeons. Above all these ruled the god of the aeons, the highest god of many a mystic community. A Song of Praise to the Aeon. And so we read the following song of praise to the aeon, inscribed on a secret tablet by some unknown brother of a forgotten order. Hail unto thee, O thou all-cosmos of ethereal spirit! Hail unto thee, O spirit, who doth extend from heaven to earth, and from the earth that's in the middle of the orb of cosmos to the ends of the abyss. Hail unto thee, O spirit, who doth enter into me, who clingeth unto me, or who doth part thyself from me, according to the will of God and goodness of his heart. Hail unto thee, O thou beginning and thou end of nature, naught can move. Hail unto thee, thou vortex of the liturgy, unweariable of nature's elements. Hail unto thee, O thou illumination of the solar beam that shines to serve the world. Hail unto thee, thou disk of the night-shining moon, that shines unequally. Hail, ye spirits, all of the ethereal statues of the gods. Hail to you all, whom holy brethren and holy sisters ought to hail in giving of their praise. O Spirit, mighty one, most mighty circling and incomprehensible configuration of the cosmos, celestial, ethereal, interethereal, water-like, earth-like, fire-like, air-like, like unto light, to darkness like, shining as do the stars, moist, hot, cold spirit. I praise thee, God of gods, whoever doth restore the cosmos, and who doth store the depth away, upon its throne of settlement no eye can see, who fixest heaven and earth apart, and coverest the heaven with thy golden everlasting wings, and makest firm the earth on everlasting thrones. Thou who hangest up the aether in the lofty height, and scatterest the air with thy self-moving blasts, who makest the water eddy round in circles. O thou who raisest up the fiery whirlwinds, and makest thunder, lightning, rain, and shakings of the earth, O God of aeons, mighty art thou, Lord God, O Master of the all. Here there is no separation of God as intracosmic and extracosmic. He is both the one and the other. He is both the fullness of the Godhead and also the fullness of cosmos. He is both the cosmos and he who is above the cosmos and below the cosmos. The Demiurgic Aeon. Reitzenstein, referring to our Trismegistic tractate, Corpus Hermeticum, points to the distinction made between aeon and God on one side and aeon and cosmos on the other. This, he thinks, shows signs of the influence of a fundamental trait of Hellenistic theology, which makes the demiurge the second God. However this may be, there certainly was a distinction drawn between the creative, or rather formative, God and the supreme deity, in many a Christian Gnostic system, and not unfrequently of a very disparaging nature to the former. Already in Jewish mystic and philosophic Gnostic circles, a distinction had to be drawn between the idea of God as the creator and the idea of God as the ineffable mystery of mysteries. This had been necessitated by the contact of the Jewish Gnostics with the old wisdom ideas and with the fundamental postulates of Greek philosophy. The Aeon in theurgic literature. Many examples could be given, but we prefer to follow Reitzenstein in his references to the magical papyri, or apocryphal literature of the same class, and append the translation of two striking quotations as opening up an entirely novel side of the subject. Thus, in the 8th Book of Moses, we find the following passage in which the Jewish creator God is placed in the second rank as compared with the Egyptian supreme principle. And God, looking down unto the earth, said, Ai-o, and all stood still, and then came into being from his voice a great God, most mighty, who is Lord of all things, who caused to stand the things that shall be, and no longer was there anything without order in the ethereal realms. So also in an invocation to an unknown God, most probably to the spirit to whom the brother of the unknown community addressed his praise-giving as given above, we meet with the same distinction. Thee, the only and blessed Father of the aeons, I invoke with prayers like unto the cosmos. Come unto me who fillest the whole cosmos with thy breath, and dost hang up on high the fire out of the water, and dost from out the water separate the earth. The Lord bore witness to thy wisdom, that is, the aeon, and bade thee to have strength as he himself hath strength. And later on, the theurgist exclaims, Receive my words as shafts of fire, for that I am God's man, for whom was made the fairest plasm of spirit, dew, and earth. He is a man whose words are effective and bring all things to pass, for his words are compelling acts or theurgic. Other passages are brought forward by Reitzenstein to show that the idea of the Logos or Aeon as second God was a fundamental conception in Hellenistic theology. This may very well have been the case in general Hellenistic theology, but in philosophical circles, as we have pointed out in treating of the Logos idea in Philo, the distinction was formal and not essential. So also in our Trismegistic treatises, which are saturated with transcendental, pantheistic, or monistic, or rather panmonistic conceptions, if the Logos or Aeon is momentarily treated of as apart from supreme deity, it is not so in reality. For the Logos is the season of God, God in his eternal energy, and the Aeon is the eternity of deity, God in his energetic eternity, the rest, that is the source of all motion. For the fullest exposition of the Aeon doctrine in our Trismegistic tractates, see the Perfect Sermon and my commentary thereon. 12. The 7 zones and their characteristics. To the first zone, he gives the energy of growth and waning. Unto the second zone, device of evils, now de-energized. Unto the third, the guile of the desires de-energized. Unto the fourth, his domineering arrogance, also de-energized. Unto the fifth, unholy daring and the rashness of audacity, de-energized. Unto the sixth, striving for wealth by evil means, deprived of its aggrandizement. And to the 7th zone, ensnaring falsehood, de-energized. Corpus Hermeticum. Macrobius on the descent of the soul from the height of cosmos to the depths of earth. Let us first turn to the commentary of Macrobius on the famous Dream of Scipio, which Cicero introduces into his Republic, just as Plato appends the Vision of to his. Macrobius devotes the 12th chapter of his first book to a consideration of the descent of the soul from the height of cosmos to the depths of earth, and professes to base himself on Pythagorean and Platonic traditions. His dissertation covers more ground than the precise subject of the zones with which we are more immediately concerned, but as the whole scheme is of interest to our present studies, we will append a translation of practically the whole chapter. According to Pythagoras, when the soul descends from the boundary where the zodiac and galaxy or Milky Way meet, from a spherical form, which is the only divine one, it is elongated into a conical one by its downward tendency. Just as the line is born from the point and proceeds into length out of the indivisible, so the soul from its point, that is monad, comes into dyad, its first production or lengthening. And this is the essence which Plato in the Timaeus, speaking about the construction of the world soul, describes as indivisible yet at the same time divisible. For just as the soul of the world, so also the soul of an individual man will be found in one respect incapable of division, if it is regarded from the standpoint of the simplicity of its divine nature, and in another capable of division, since the former is diffused through the members of the world, and the latter through those of a man. When, then, the soul is drawn towards body, in this first production of it, it begins to experience a material agitation, matter flowing into it. And this is remarked by Plato in the Phaedo, when he says that the soul is drawn to body staggering with recent intoxication, meaning us to understand by this a new draught of matter's superfluity, by which it becomes defiled and gravid, and so is brought down. A symbol of this mystic secret is that starry cup, or crater, of Father Bacchus, placed in the space between Cancer and Leo, meaning that intoxication is there first experienced by souls in their descent by the influx of matter into them, from which cause also forgetfulness, the companion of intoxication, then begins secretly to creep into souls. For if souls brought down to body memory of the divine things of which they were conscious in heaven, there would be no difference of opinion among men concerning the divine state. But all, indeed, in their descent drink of forgetfulness, some more, some less. And for this cause on earth, though the truth is not clear to all, they nevertheless have all some opinion about it, for opinion arises when memory sinks. Those, however, are greater discoverers of truth who have drunk less of forgetfulness, because they remember more easily what they have known before in that state. Hence it is that what the Latins call a lecture, lectio, the Greeks call a reknowing, rapidita cognitio, because when we give utterance to true things, we recognize the things which we knew by nature before the influence of matter intoxicated our souls in their descent into body. Now it is this matter, highly, which, after being impressed by the divine ideas, fashioned every body in the cosmos which we see, its highest and purest nature, by means of which the divinities are either sustained or consist, is called nectar, and is believed to be the drink of the gods, while its lower and more turbid nature is the drink of souls. The latter is what the ancients called the river of Lethe, or forgetfulness. The Orphic initiates, however, suppose that Dionysus himself is to be understood as hylic nous, that mind which, after its birth from the indivisible mind, is itself divided into individual minds. And it is for this reason that in their mystery tradition, Dionysus is represented as being torn limb from limb by the fury of the Titans, and, after the pieces have been buried, as coming together again whole and one. For nous, which, as we have said, is their term for mind, by offering itself for division from its undivided state, and by returning to the undivided from the divided, both fulfills the duties of the cosmos and also performs the mysteries of its own nature. The soul, therefore, having by means of this first weight of matter fallen down from the zodiac and galaxy into the series of spheres that lie below them, in continuing its descent through them, is not only enwrapped in the envelope of a luminous body, but also develops the separate motions which it is to exercise. In the sphere of Saturn, it develops the powers of reasoning and theorizing, which the Greeks call the accounting and the theoretical. In that of Jupiter, the power of putting into practice, which they call the practice. In that of Mars, the power of ardent vehemence, which they call the thymus. In that of the Sun, the nature of sensing and imaging, which they call the aesthetic and the imagining. In that of Venus, the motion of desire, which they call the desired. In the sphere of Mercury, the power of giving expression to and interpretation of feelings, which they call the nautical Mercury. On its entrance into the sphere of the Moon, it brings into activity the plant, that is, the nature of making bodies grow and of moving them. And this soul, though the last thing in the divine series, is nevertheless the first thing in us and in all terrestrial beings, just as this body of ours, though the dregs of things divine, is still the first substance of the animal world. And this is the difference between terrene bodies and supernal, I mean those of the heaven and stars and of the other elements, that the latter are summoned upwards to the abode of the soul, and are worthy of immunity from death, from the very nature of the space in which they are and their imitation of sublimity. The soul, however, is drawn down to these terrene bodies, and so it is thought to die when it is imprisoned in the region of things fallen and in the abode of death. Nor should it cause distress that we have so often spoken of death in connection with the soul, which we have declared to be superior to death. For the soul is not annihilated by what is called its death, but is only buried for a time. Nor is the blessing of its perpetuity taken from it by its submersion for a time, since when it shall have made it worthy to be cleansed clean utterly of all contagion of its vice, it shall once more return from the body of the light of everlasting life, restored and whole. The characteristics of the spheres given by Macrobius are according to their simple energies. There is no question of good or bad. It is the thinking of the soul that conditions the use of these energies for beneficent or maleficent ends. The tradition of Servius. Servius, however, in his commentary on Virgil's Aeneid, hands on another tradition in which the spheres were regarded as inimical to the good of the soul, its evil propensities being ascribed to their energies. Some scholars are of opinion that Virgil, in his famous sixth book, is largely dependent on the ideas of popular Egyptian theology. However that may be, Servius writes as follows. The philosophers tell us what the soul loses in its descent through the separate spheres, for which cause also the mathematici imagine that our body and soul are knit together by the powers of these separate divinities, on the supposition that when souls ascend, they bring with them the sluggishness of Saturn, the passionateness of Mars, the lustfulness of Venus, the cupidity of Mercury, and the desire for rule of Jupiter. And these things perturb souls, so that they are unable to use their own energy and proper powers. It is to be noticed that the characteristics of the sun and moon are omitted, and this points to a doctrine in which sun and moon were treated as distinct from the five. So also in the books of the Savior, appended to the Pistis Sophia document, we find mention of only 5 planets. The tradition of this doctrine is exceedingly obscure, and does not immediately concern us, as our text works on a 7 basis. Criticism of the evidence. I have done my best to discover some consistent scheme by which the contradictory data in Macrobius, Servius, and Hermes might be reconciled, but the tabularizing of their indications only makes confusion worse confounded. It is evident, however, that the main thing that Macrobius hands on, and which he attributes to Orphic, Pythagorean, Platonic tradition, contains in itself no suggestion that these philosophers attributed any evil tendencies to the characteristics of the spheres themselves. The tradition of Macrobius is as follows. Saturn, intelligentia and ratiocinatio. Jupiter, vi agendae. Mars, ardor animositatis. Sun, natura sentiendi and natura opinandi. Venus, motus desiderii. Mercury, vi pronuntiandi et interpretandi quae sentianter. Moon, natura plantandi et agendae corpora. The confusion between the vi agendae of Jupiter and that of the moon may be resolved by supposing that the former was the application of the reasoning faculty to the practical things of life, while the latter was the power of moving one's own physical body, if indeed the et agendae is not a gloss of Macrobius. Servius, on the contrary, is following a tradition in which the spheres were regarded as the sources of evil tendencies. Ethical considerations dominate the whole conception. Seeing, however, that it is a fivefold distribution, we are unable to equate it with the doctrine of Hermes, which is sevenfold. Nevertheless, there are some parallels. The lustfulness, or libido, of Servius is to be paralleled with the guile of the desires, or lustful error, of Hermes. This is ascribed to the third zone by Hermes, and to Venus by Servius, Venus further coming third in Macrobius. The desire of rule, desiderium regni, of Servius is clearly the domineering arrogance of Hermes. In Hermes, this belongs to the middle zone, fourth. In Servius, it is ascribed to Jupiter, presumably as the ruler of the age, the ruler of the previous age being Saturn, who has been deprived of his energy and rendered torpid. The passion, or wrathfulness, iracundia, of Servius is also to be paralleled to some extent with the unholy daring of Hermes. It is ascribed to the fifth zone by Hermes and to Jupiter by Servius, Mars also coming fifth in Macrobius. Finally, the love of gain, lucrae cupiditas, of Servius may be paralleled by the striving for wealth by evil means of Hermes. Hermes attributes this to the sixth zone and Servius to Mercury. The remaining quality mentioned by Servius, torpor, which he ascribes to Saturn, equates with nothing in Hermes, unless we can persuade ourselves that the ensnaring falsehood, or falsehood that lies in wait, of Hermes has some connection with it. The scheme of Hermes is septenary and connected with the ideas of the ascent of the soul through 7 zones, which we must locate as 7 superimposed atmospheres extending from the surface of the earth to the moon's orbit. There is no question here of the celestial spheres, proper of the philosophers, the characteristics of the energies of which are neither good nor evil in themselves. Nor is there apparently any question of the animal soul proper, for the passions and desires are said to withdraw into the nature which is void of reason. Though nothing more is said about this nature in this connection, in the general belief of the time, its dominion was thought of as located below the earth's surface, as a Tartarus of 7 zones, corresponding to those above, in which the animal soul, or vehicle of desire, was thought of as being gradually disintegrated, its energies finally going back to their source in the depths of the darkness, while the process of such disintegration or metamorphosis produced a parallel consciousness of chastisements and horrors. The 7 zones of our text, however, are apparently the region of purification of the lower energies of the human soul, the mental energies led into error by the animal passions. The Ophite Hebdomad. Now, if we turn to Solomon's article on the Hebdomad, and to his discussion of the tradition of the Ophites, a mysterious medley of chaotic elements which have not yet been analyzed in any satisfactory fashion, but which have their roots in pre-Christian traditions of a very varied nature, within the general characteristic of a syncretic Gnosticism, we find that, after treating of the celestial Hebdomad, he continues as follows. Besides the higher Hebdomad of the 7 angels, the Ophite system told of a lower Hebdomad. After the serpent, in punishment for having taught our first parents to transgress the commands of Yaldabaoth, was cast down into this lower world, he begat himself 6 sons, who with himself formed a Hebdomad, the counterpart of that of which his father Yaldabaoth is chief. These are the 7 demons, the scene of whose activity is this lower earth, not the heavens, and who delight in injuring the human race on whose account their father had been cast down. Origen gives their names and forms from an Ophite diagram, Michael in form as a lion, Suriel as an ox, Raphael as a dragon, Gabriel as an eagle, Dautabaoth as a bear, Irateoth as a dog, Oniel as an ass. Here I think we are on the track of one aspect of a general mystery tradition that Hermes has philosophized. I say one aspect, for the Ophite tradition is not a single form of tradition, but a medley of traditions containing a number of forms. It is a complex or syncretism of Chaldean, Persian, and Egyptian elements, patched together or syntonized, if we may use the term, with Jewish industry. The simpler form of the Trismegistic Gnosis. The wealth of symbolism and profusion of mysterious personifications with which these systems of subjective imagery were smothered could exercise only a partial fascination on the clear-thinking, philosophical mind which had been trained in the method of Plato. If such a mind was combined with the mystic temperament, as was indubitably the case with the writer of our Poimander treatise, His main effort would be to simplify and categorize in the terms of philosophy at the expense of apocalyptic detail. Nevertheless, when a man lived in the midst of such ideas and was presumably in intimate relations with mystics and seers of all sorts, he could not be but strongly affected by the main presuppositions of all such apocalyptic and the general notions of the schematology of the unseen world, which all students of such matters at that period seem to have accepted in common. We thus find that our Trismegistic literature, though dealing throughout with the gnosis, treats it in a far more simple way than any other known system of the time. Nevertheless, when the complex imagery of the Ophite schools is occasionally summed up in a few graphic general symbols, and these too representing probably the oldest elements in them. Concerning Leviathan and Behemoth. From the confused description by Origen of the famous but exceedingly puzzling Ophite diagram that both Celsus and Origen had before them, though in different forms, we can make out with certainty only that this chart of the unseen spaces was divided into three main divisions, upper, middle, and lower. The middle space contained a geometrical diagram of a group of 10 circles surrounded by one great circle. This great circle was called Leviathan, and the grouping of circles within it was apparently divided into a 3 and a 7. The lower space had in it a grouping of 7 circles, the circles of the 7 ruling daemons, elsewhere called archontics, and the whole group was apparently called Behemoth. Celsus, quoted by Origen, tells us that the doctrine was that on the death of the body, 2 groups of angels ranged themselves on either side of the soul, the one set being called angels of light and the other archontics, evidently intended for angels of darkness. Thus the evil soul was thought to be led away by the daemons to Behemoth, and the pure soul to Leviathan. We cannot enter into the endless discussions concerning these 2 great beasts, mentioned together in Job, and separately in Isaiah and Psalms. The most recent research comes to the conclusion that it would seem that Leviathan was regarded as Lord of the ocean, and Behemoth of dry land. But in our diagram, Leviathan is Lord of the heaven ocean, or great green, or cosmic air, and Behemoth Lord of the cosmic earth. Indeed, in the Book of Enoch, the apocalyptic writer associates these 2 monsters with precisely the same eschatological considerations which Origen tells us were the purpose of the diagram. Only Enoch speaks of the last day, while the Ophite writer has in view the ascent of the soul, or an initiate after death. After the final separation of righteousness and unrighteousness, Enoch tells us, these great creatures, which before were united, will be parted. That is to say, at death there is a metamorphosis of the soul. From what is said in Enoch, moreover, I deduce that the upper space of the Ophite diagram was intended to represent the celestial paradise, that is, the state of the pure mind or of the righteous. Leviathan and Behemoth are figured in Esdras as devourers of the unrighteous, while general Jewish apocalyptic in both Apocrypha and Talmud believed that these monsters would in their turn become the food of the righteous in messianic times. From all these indications we deduce that Behemoth was the great beast and Leviathan the great fish. The animal soul, intensified by contact with the human mind, then goes back to its source, the great beast, and is devoured by it, and reabsorbed by it, its energies returning to the sum total of energies of the great animal group soul, the whole energy and experience of which shall eventually become the food of the perfected man. That is to say, presumably, he will, in his turn, devour and so transmute these energies. The perfected man will thrive by transmuting the body of the great beast into the body of the great man. The great fish, however, would seem to symbolize the higher energies of the soul, which also require transmutation. In being born to the stature of the great man, the Son of Man must needs pass 3 days in the belly of the whale. This great fish is of the nature of knowledge. For does not Oannes come out of the ocean in fish form to teach, in the Assyrian mystery tradition, and does not the Ophite tradition, in another of its phases, derive the inspiration of the great prophets of Israel, in their several degrees, from this same group of angels which the diagram calls Leviathan? It is also of interest to notice that Leviathan and Behemoth were believed to have once formed one monster, which was subsequently divided into male and female, Behemoth being male and Leviathan female. This reminds one of the primeval water-earth of Hermes, which was subsequently divided into water and earth, just as the animals were first of all male-female and subsequently were separated. Moreover, in the vision of The arcs of the journeyings of the ascending and descending souls end in 2 orifices above in the sky and 2 below in the earth, as though they were the ends of a once great hollow ring or circle that had been divided, or as it were 2 serpents arched above and below, with mouths and tails as orifices. And, curiously enough, in the Pistis Sophia, the souls of the unrighteous enter by the mouth of the lower dragon and depart by the tail. Now, Leviathan being female and Behemoth male, and both forming together, as it were, the circumference of the great wheel of necessity, the wheel of Genesis, the attribution of the gestation, so to speak, of the virtues of the soul to the one and the digesting of its vices to the other, is not so surprising. Further, they could be regarded as the right-hand or left-hand arcs or hemispheres of the wheel, or sphere, or egg, according to celestial topography, whereas in Egyptian terrestrial parallelism, the right hand was to the north and the left hand, the south, Upper and Lower Egypt. Curiously enough, Behemoth is called the monster of the south land. Whether or not the writer of the Poemander was directly influenced by the precise forms of tradition to which we have referred is impossible to determine, but that he was influenced by the general ideas as symbolized is indubitable, and that he understood the esoteric meaning of the hippopotamus and crocodile symbols in Egyptian mysticism is highly probable. The fence of fire. Origen, moreover, tells us that, according to the Ophites, the consciousness of the soul after passing through the domain of the animal-formed rulers broke through what was called the fence of iniquity, and so turned towards the higher spheres, through which it also had to pass. In the 7th and highest of them, over which ruled the virtue, which was called Horaeus, it addresses the ruler thereof with an apology or defense of its own innocence, beginning with the words, O thou who hast transcended the fence of fire without fear. This fence of fire was symbolized in the form of the diagram, which Origen had before him, as a circle of fire with a flaming sword lying across its diameter. This must have been intended to represent the sphere of fire, or angel or guardian of the gate, which had to be passed before the celestial paradise could be entered, for the flashing, circling blade is said to have guarded the tree of Gnosis and of life. The same idea of a typical boundary or fence meets us in the Poemander. It is man who breaks through the 7 spheres, and also their enclosing sphere, the might or power that circumscribed the fire. The root idea is the same. The point of view of Hermes, however, like that of the Ophite Gnostics, is not the passage round the circle of necessity of the souls of the unregenerate, as in the vision of but of the straight ascent of the soul of the initiate, his breaking through the spheres. It is the ascent of a soul who has reached the Hermes stage, or thrice-greatest grade, the final stage of winning its freedom, the ascent after the last compulsory birth, the ascent, as now it is for me. 13. Plato, concerning metempsychosis. And the soul's vice is ignorance, for that the soul who hath no knowledge of the things that are, or knowledge of their nature, or of good, is blinded by the body's passions and tossed about. This wretched soul, not knowing what she is, becomes the slave of bodies of strange form, in sorry plight, bearing the body as a load, not as the ruler, but the ruled. Corpus Hermeticum. For the better understanding of this passage, we may appropriately refresh the memory of our readers with the Platonic doctrine of the transmigration of souls, as given in the Phaedrus, using for this purpose the best translation we have in English, namely that of Stuart, as a basis, but often departing from it for greater clearness. The soul and her mysteries in the Phaedrus. This is the life of the gods, of the other souls. Whosoever followeth God best, and is being made most like unto him, keepeth the head of her charioteer lifted up into the space without the firmament. So she is carried round with the circuit thereof, yet being still troubled with the horses, and hardly beholding the things which are. So she is now lifted up, now sinketh down, and because of the compulsion of the horses, seeth some of the things which are, and some she seeth not. And the rest of the souls, you must know, follow all striving after that which is above, but unable to reach it, and so are carried round together and sink below it, trampling upon one another, and running against one another, and pressing on for to outstrip one another, with mighty great sound of tumult and sweat. And here, by reason of the unskilfulness of the charioteers, many souls are maimed, and many have many feathers of their wings broken. And all, greatly travailing, depart without initiation in the sight of that which is, and departing, betake them to the food of opinion. Now this is why there is so great anxiety to see the space where is the plain of truth, both because the pasture suited to the best part of the soul groweth in the meadow there, and the power of wing, whereby the soul is lightly carried up, is nourished by it, and that the law of adrastia is that whatsoever soul, by following after God, hath seen somewhat of the true things, shall be without affliction till its next journey round, and if she can always do this, she shall be without hurt always. But when through incapacity to follow God she doth not see, and overtaken by some evil chance, filled with forgetfulness and wickedness, she is weighed down, and, being weighed down, she sheds the feathers of her wings and falls unto the earth. Then is the law not to plant her in her first birth in a beast's nature, but to implant the soul that hath seen most into the seed of one who shall become a wisdom lover, or a lover of the beautiful, or a man who truly loves the muses. The soul that hath seen second best into the seed of one who shall become a king that loveth law, and is a warrior and a true ruler. The soul that hath seen third unto the seed of one who shall become busied in civic duties, or in some stewardship, or in affairs. The one that hath seen fourth into the seed of one who shall be a hardship-loving master of the body's discipline, or skilled in healing of the body. The soul that hath seen fifth into that which shall have a life connected with the oracles or mystic rites in some way. Unto the sixth a life poetic shall be joined, or that of someone or of another of the tribe of copiers. Unto the seventh the life of workmen or of husbandmen. Unto the eighth that of a sophist or a demagogue. Unto the ninth that of a tyrant. In all these lives, whoever lives them righteously obtains a better fate, he who unrighteously a worse. Now to the self-same state from which each soul hath come, she cometh not again for some 10,000 years. For sooner than this period no soul regains its wings, except the soul of him who has loved wisdom naturally, or contrary to nature. Such souls in the third period of 1,000 years, if they have chosen thrice this life successively, thus getting themselves wings, depart in the 3,000th year. But the other souls, when they have ended their first life, are brought to judgment, and being judged, some go to places of correction below the earth, and pay the penalty, while others are rewarded by being raised unto a certain space in heaven, where they live on in a condition appropriate unto the life they lived in a man's form. But in the 1,000th year both classes come to the lottery of lives, and each doth make choice of its second life, whatever it may choose. And now is it that a soul that once had had a man's life doth pass into a brute's life, and from a brute he who was once a man passes again into a man, for that indeed the soul that never hath seen truth will never come into this configuration. For we must understand man, in the sense of form, as one proceeding from many sensations, and collected into a unit by means of ratiocination. But this is recollection of those things which our soul once did see when she journeyed with God, and looked beyond the things we now call things that are, by raising her face to that which really is. Wherefore of right, alone the understanding of the wisdom lover hath got wings, for he is ever engaged upon these things in memory as far as he can be, on being engaged at which, as being a god, he is divine. The man then who doth make a right use of memories such as these, ever being made perfect in perfect perfectionings, alone becometh really perfect. But inasmuch as he eschews the things that men strive after, and is engaged in the divine alone, he is admonished by the many as though he were beside himself, for they cannot perceive he is inspired by God. Plotinus on metempsychosis. Let us now turn to the genuine disciples of the Master for further light on this tenet, and first of all to Plotinus. The most sympathetic notice of this tenet in Plotinus is to be found in Jules Simon's Histoire de l'École d'Alexandrie, Paris, 1845, based for the most part on Ficinus's commentary, Cruiser's edition. After some ironical passages from Plotinus, in which the philosopher disguised the real doctrine, which in his day still pertained to the teachings of a higher initiation, Jules Simon goes on to say, even though admitting that this doctrine of metempsychosis is taken literally by Plotinus, we should still have to ask for him, as for Plato, whether the human soul really inhabits the body of an animal, and whether it is not reborn only into a human body which reflects the nature of a certain animal by the character of its passions. The commentators of the Alexandrian school sometimes interpreted Plato in this sense. Thus, according to Proclus, Plato in the Phaedrus condemns the wicked to lives as brutes and not to become them. Chalcidius gives the same interpretation, for he distinguishes between the doctrines of Plato and those of Pythagoras and Empedocles, qui non naturam modo feram, sed etiam formas. Hermes, commentary of Chalcidius on Timaeus, declares in unmistakable terms that a human soul can never return to the body of an animal, and that the will of the gods forever preserves it from such disgrace. Proclus, on the descent of souls into irrational natures. Again, Proclus in his commentaries on the Timaeus writes very definitely with reference to the following passage of Plato. And if he still in these conditions did not cease from vice, he would keep on changing into some brutish nature according as he acted in a way resembling the expression in Genesis of such a mode of vicious living. For he says, with reference to this descent of souls into irrational animals, it is usual for men to inquire how it is meant, and some think that what are called brute-like lives are certain resemblances of men to brutes, for that it is not possible for the rational essence to become the soul of a brute. Others allow that even this human soul may be immediately degraded to reasonless creatures, for that all souls are of one and the same species, so that they may become wolves and panthers and ichneumons. But the true reason, or logos, asserts that though the human soul may be degraded to brutes, it is only to brutes which possess the life suited to such a purpose, while the degraded soul is as it were vehicled on this life and bound to it sympathetically. And this has been demonstrated by us at great length in our lectures on the Phaedrus, and that this is the only way in which such degradation can take place. If, however, it is necessary to remind you that this meaning, logos, is that of Plato, it must be added that in the Republic he says that the soul of Thersites assumed an ape life, but not an ape's body, and in the Phaedrus that the soul descends into a brutish life, not into a brutish body, for the mode of life goes with its appropriate soul. And in the passage from the Timaeus, he says that it changes into a brute-like nature, for the brutish nature is not the body, but the life principle of the brute. 14. The vision of But to the mindless ones, the wicked and depraved, the envious and covetous, and those who murder, do and love impiety, I am far off, yielding my place to the avenging daemon. Corpus Hermeticum. Son of Arminius. To this daemon it is that the way of life of the man is surrendered at death. In this connection we may consider the story or vision of son of Arminius, which Plato tells at the end of the last book of his Republic, for the symbolism is very similar to that of our tractate, and the subject is more or less the same. This is said by Clement of Alexandria to have been Zoroaster, but no trace of acquaintance with Zoroaster is found elsewhere in Plato's writings, and there is no reason for giving him the name of the Pamphylian. The philosophy of Heraclitus cannot be shown to be borrowed from Zoroaster, and still less the myths of Plato. What the source of the story is, scholarship has so far been unable to discover, the vast majority of scholars holding it to be an invention of Plato. It is the story of a man killed in battle, whose body was brought home on the 10th day, still fresh and showing no sign of decomposition. On the 12th day, when laid on the funeral pyre, awakes and tells a strange story of his experiences in the invisible world. This story should be taken in close connection with Plutarch's similar but fuller vision of Aridaeus, Thespesius, upon which I have commented at length in my Notes on the Eleusinian Mysteries. From the Mysteries. I there stated that the experiences of Aridaeus were either a literary subterfuge for describing part of the instruction in certain mysteries, or the vision, in popular story form, was considered so true a description of what was thought to be the nature of the invisible world and the after-death conditions of the soul that it required little alteration to make it useful for that purpose. I would now suggest that the story of is also used by Plato for a somewhat similar purpose. It is further interesting to notice that one of the characters in the vision of is called Aridaeus, while in Plutarch the main personage is called Aridaeus. The transposition of a single letter is so slight as to make the names practically identical, and the subject matter is so similar that we are inclined to think that there must be some connection between the visions. Moreover, Aridaeus is said to have been a native of Soli in Cilicia, just as is said to have been a Pamphylian. The tradition of such stories would thus seem to have been derived from Asia Minor, and the origin of them may thus be hidden in the syncretism of that land, where West and East were forever meeting. It is, however, much safer to assume that, in the story of Plato is handing on the doctrines of Orphic eschatology, whether or not the story already existed in some form and was worked up and elaborated by the greatest artist, in words of all philosophers, will perhaps never be known. But to the story itself. The cylinder. In a certain daemonian or psychic plane, is made a spectator of a turning point or change of course in the ascent and descent of souls. He thus seems to have been in a space or state midway between Tartarus and heaven, presumably the invisible side of the sublunary space. The world engine of fate, or karmic world whorl, is represented by 7 spheres, surrounded by an 8th, whose harmonious spinning is adjusted by 3 fates, the daughters of necessity. Jowett says that the heaven sphere is represented under the symbol of a cylinder or box. Where the box comes in, I do not know. The term cylinder does not occur in the text, and even the cylinder idea is exceedingly difficult to discover in any precise sense. Indeed, it may be doubted whether the heaven sphere is to be so definitely interpreted, for then our discussion of the meaning of the term cylinder, which occurs definitely in our KK fragments, would be greatly simplified. The matter is hard to understand, and Jowett's attempts at exposition are hazy and sketchy in the extreme. Either Plato is talking nonsense, or Jowett does not understand the elements of his idea. Stewart's attempt, which makes use of the latest Platonic research, is far more successful, but he also has to abandon many points in despair. How difficult the solution of the problem is may be seen from the text, which gives the symbolism of the vision of the spheres, somewhat as follows. The vision. Now when those in the meadow had tarried 7 days, on the 8th they were obliged to proceed on their journey upwards, and on the 4th day, after he, said they came to a region where they saw light extended straight as a column from above throughout the whole extent of heaven and earth, in color resembling the rainbow, only brighter and purer. Another day's journey brought them to it, and they saw the extremities of the boundaries of the heaven extended in the midst of the light. For this light was the final boundary of the heaven, somewhat like the undergirdings of ships, and thus confined its whole revolution. From these extremities depended the spindle of necessity, by means of which all its revolutions are made to revolve. The spindle's stalk and its hook are made of adamant, and the whorl of a mixture of adamant and other kinds of elements. And the nature of the whorl is as follows. In shape it was like that of one down here, but in itself we must understand from his description that it was somewhat as though in one great hollow whorl, clean scooped out, there lay another similar but smaller one fitted into it, as though they were jars fitting into one another. And so he said there was a 3rd and a 4th, and also 4 others. For in all there are 8 whorls set in one another, looking like circles from above as to their rims, but from below finished off into the continuous belly of one whorl round the shaft, which is driven right through the 8th whorl. The first and outermost whorl had the circle of its rim first in width, that of the 6th was 2nd, that of the 4th 3rd, that of the 8th 4th, that of the 7th 5th, that of the 5th 6th, that of the 3rd 7th, that of the 2nd 8th, and the circle of the largest was variegated, that of the 7th brightest, that of the 8th had its color from the 7th shining on it, those of the 2nd and of the 5th had colors somewhat like one another, but yellower than the preceding. The third had the whitest color. The fourth was reddish. The sixth was second in whiteness. Now the spindle, as a whole, circled round at the same rate in its revolution, and within this revolution, as a whole, the 7 circles revolved slowly in a contrary direction to the one as a whole. Of these, the 8th went the fastest of them. The 7th, 6th, and 5th came second in speed, and at the same rate with one another. The 4th, in a reversed orbit, as it appeared to them, was third in speed. The 3rd was 4th, and the 2nd, 5th. The spindle revolved on the knees of necessity, and on its circles above, on each of them, was a siren whom they carried round with them, singing a single sound or tone, and from all 8 of them a single harmony was produced. And there were 3 others seated at equal distances round about, each upon a throne, the daughters of necessity, the Fates, clothed in white robes, with garlands on their heads, Lachesis and Clotho and Atropos, and they sang to the tune of the siren's harmony. Lachesis sang things that have been, Clotho things that are, and Atropos things that shall be. And Clotho, from time to time with her right hand, gave an extra turn to the outer spin of the spindle, Atropos with her left, in like fashion to the inner ones, while Lachesis, in turn, touched the one with one hand, and the other with the other. Now when they, and the souls arrived, they had to go immediately to Lachesis. Accordingly, a prophet, a proclaimer, first of all arranged them in their proper order, and taking from the lap of Lachesis both lots and samples of lives, he ascended a kind of raised place and said, "The word, Logos, of the Virgin Lachesis, daughter of necessity. Ye souls, ye things of a day, lo, the beginning of another period of mortal birth that brings you death. It is not your daemon who will have you assigned to him by lot, but ye who will choose your daemon. He who obtains the first turn, let him first choose a life to which he will of necessity have to hold. As for virtue, necessity has no control over her, but every one will possess her more or less, just as he honors or dishonors her. The responsibility is the chooser's. God is blameless." Thus speaking, he threw the lots to all of them, and each picked up the one that fell beside him, except who was not permitted to do so. So everyone who picked up a lot knew what turn he had got. After this he set on the ground before them the samples of their lives, in far greater number than those present. They were of every kind, not only lives of every kind of animal, but also lives of every kind of man. There were lives of autocratic power, tyrannies among them, some continuing to the end, some breaking off halfway and ending in poverty, exile, and beggary. There were also lives of famous men, some famed for their beauty or form and strength and victory in the games, others for their birth and the virtues of their forebears, others the reverse of famous and for similar reasons. So also with regard to the lives of women. As to the rank of the soul, it was no longer in the power of the chooser, for the decree of necessity is that its choosing of another life conditions its change of soul rank. As for other things, riches and poverty were mingled with each other, and these sometimes with disease, and sometimes with health, and sometimes a mean between these. Thereupon Plato breaks into a noble disquisition on what is the best choice, and how a man should take with him into the world an adamantine faith in truth and right, and then continues, "And this is precisely what the messenger from that invisible world reported, that the prophet said, even for him who comes last in turn, if he but choose with his mind, and live consistently, there is in store a life desirable and far from evil. So let neither him who has the best choice be careless, nor him who comes last despair." And when he had thus spoken, the one who had the first choice, said, immediately went and chose the largest life of autocratic power, but through folly and greediness he did not choose with sufficient attention to all points, and failed to notice the fate wrapped up with it, of dishes of his own children, and other ills. But when he had examined it at leisure, he began to beat his breast and bemoan his choice, not abiding by what the prophet had previously told him. For he did not lay the blame of these evils on himself, but on ill luck and daemons, and everything rather than himself. And he was one of those who came from heaven, who in his former life had lived in a well-ordered state, and been virtuous from custom and not from a love of wisdom. In brief, it was by no means the minority of those involved themselves in such unfortunate choices who came from heaven, seeing that such souls were unexercised in the hardships of life. Many of those who came from earth, as they had suffered hardships themselves and had seen others suffering them, did not make their choice offhand. Consequently, many of the souls, independently of the fortune of their turn, changed good for evil and evil for good. For if a man should always, whenever he comes into life on earth, live a sound philosophic life, and the lot of his choice should not fall out to him among the last, the chances are, according to this news from the other world, that he will not only spend his life happily here, but also that the path which he will tread from here to there, and thence back again, will not be below the earth, and difficult, but easy and of a celestial nature. Yes, the vision he had, said, was well worth the seeing, showing how each class of souls chose their lives. The vision was both a pitiful and laughable, as well as a wonderful thing to see. For the most part, they chose according to the experience of their former life. For said that he saw the soul that had once been that of Orpheus becoming the life of a swan for choice, through its hatred of womankind, because, owing to the death of Orpheus at the hands of women, it did not wish to come into existence by conception in a woman. He further saw the soul of Thymerus choose the life of a nightingale. On the contrary, he also saw a swan change to the choice of a human life, and other musical animals in like fashion. The soul that obtained the 20th lot chose the life of a lion. It was the soul of Ajax, son of Telamon, to avoid being a man because it still remembered the unjust decision about the arms. The next soul was Agamemnon's, and it too, out of hatred to the human race on account of its sufferings, changed into the life of an eagle. The soul of Atalanta obtained its lot in the middle, and letting her eye fall on the great honors paid an athlete, was unable to pass it by, and took it. The soul of Epeus, son of Panopeus, he saw pass into the nature of a woman skillful in the arts, and far away among the last he saw the soul of the buffoon Thersites, putting on an ape. By a stroke of luck also he saw the soul of Odysseus, which had obtained the last lot of all, come to make its choice. From memory of its former labors it had given itself a rest from love of renown, and for a long time went about to find the life of a man in private life, with nothing to do with public affairs, and with great difficulty found one lying in a corner, and thus passed over by all the rest. On seeing it, it declared that it would have done the same, even if it had had first turn, and be glad to do it. And said that of the rest of the brutes also in like fashion some of them passed into men, and some into one another, the unrighteous ones changing into wild ones, and the righteous into tame. In fact, there were intermixings of every kind. When, then, all the souls had chosen their lives according to the number of their turn, they went in order to Lachesis, and she sent along with them the daemon each had chosen, as watcher over his life and bringer to pass of the things he had chosen. And the daemon, first of all, brought the soul to Clotho, set it beneath her hand, and the whirling of the spindle, thus ratifying the fate each soul had chosen in its turn. And after he had attached it to her, he brought it to the spinning of Atropos, thus making its destinies irreversible. Thence went, without turning, down beneath the throne of necessity, and when he had passed down through it, and the others had also done so, they all passed on to the plain of forgetfulness, Lethe, in a frightful and stifling heat, for it was bare of trees and vegetation of every kind. As it was now evening, they camped by the river Heedlessness, whose water no vessel can hold. They were all, however, compelled to drink a certain quantity of its water. Those who are not safeguarded by prudence drink more than their quantity, while he who keeps on drinking it forgets everything. When they had fallen asleep and midnight had come, there was thunder and earthquake, and then suddenly they were carried up into birth, Genesis, some one way, some another, like shooting stars. However, was prevented from drinking the water, but in what manner and by what means he got back to his body he could not say, only suddenly waking in the morning, he found himself lying on the pyre. Commentary. The question that one naturally asks oneself is, did Plato conclude his great treatise on the ideal state with a popular legend in jest, or had he some deeper purpose? I cannot but think that he was jesting seriously. Is it too wild a supposition that he is hinting at things which he could not disclose because of his oath? Those who knew would understand. Those who did not would think he was jesting simply, and so the mysteries would not be disclosed. In any case, we have, I think, got a hint of the part played by the daemon in our treatise. Whether or not Hermes copied the idea from Plato, or both derived it from the same tradition, must be left to the fancy and taste of individual scholars. The daemon is the watcher over the way of life. He is not necessarily a cacodemon, but, so to speak, the karmic agent of the soul, appointed to carry out the choice of that soul, both good and ill, according to the law of necessity. The choice is man's. Nature adjusts the balance. The vision is of a typical nature, and the types are mythologized in the persons of well-known characters in Grecian story. The way of life the souls choose becomes the garment of habit they are to wear, their form of personality or karmic limitation. Apparently some souls, instead of choosing a reincarnation in a human body, prefer to the lives of certain animal natures. Are we then to believe that Plato seriously endorsed the popular ideas of metempsychosis? Or is it possible that he is referring to some state of existence of souls, which was symbolized by certain animal types in the mysteries, as was certainly the case with the lion and eagle, though the swan and nightingale and ape are, as far as I am aware, never mentioned in this connection? Can it be that Plato here gives play to his imagination, basing his speculations on some general idea he may have learned in Egypt? We know from the so-called diagram of the Ophites, which is still traceable in a fragmentary form in the polemic of Origen against Celsus, that the 7 spheres of the lower psychic nature were characterized by the names of animals: lion, bull, serpent, eagle, bear, dog, ass. We also know how the whole subject of animal correspondences preoccupied the attention of the Egyptian priesthood. But not only can we make no reasonable scheme out of the fragmentary indications that have come down to us, but we also feel pretty well certain that if Plutarch's account of the beliefs of the later Egyptians on the subject is approximately reliable, the priests themselves of those days had no longer any consistent scheme. We may therefore conclude either that the whole matter was a vain superstition, entirely devoid of any basis in reality, or that there was a psychic science of animal natures and their relationship to man, which was once the possession of the priesthood of the ancient civilization of Egypt, but that it was lost, owing to the departure from amongst men of those who had the power to understand it, and subsequently only fragments of misunderstood tradition remained among the lesser folk on earth. This, at any rate, is the theory of our Trismegistic treatises. 15. Concerning the crater, or cup. He filled a mighty cup with it, mind, and sent it down, joining a herald to it, to whom he gave command to make his proclamation to the hearts of men. Baptize thyself with this cup's baptism, etc. Corpus Hermeticum. The crater, in Plato. Whence came this idea of a crater or cup into our Trismegistic literature? Most scholars will answer unhesitatingly, from Plato. The crater was the cup in which the Creator mixed the elements of the world soul, for we read in Timaeus, where Plato is treating of the formation of human souls. Thus spake he, and once again into the cup which he had used in blending and mingling the soul of the universe, he poured the remains of the elements he had employed, and mingled them in much the same manner. They were not, however, pure as before, but in the 2nd and 3rd degree. I am, however, not inclined to attribute the origin of this symbolic expression to the imagery of Plato's poetic mind, but am far more inclined to believe that Plato was using a familiar figure of Orphic symbolism. The idea of not only an ultimate crater, but of many subsidiary ones in the celestial and invisible realms, is closely connected with the Orphic idea of a vortex. In Orpheus, Macrobius and Proclus. Orpheus is said to have called the ether the mighty whirlpool. This forms the egg or womb of cosmos. It is a modification of chaos or Rhea, the eternally flowing, the mother of the gods, the great container. Thus Proclus, in speaking of chaos, says, "The last infinity, by which also matter is circumscribed, is the container, the field and plain of ideas. About her is neither limit nor foundation, nor seat but excessive darkness. Plato, as we have seen in his Psychogony, speaks openly of this cup or crater, mixing space or vortex, in two aspects. In it, the deity mixes the all-soul of universal nature from the purest cosmic elements, and from it he also ladles out the souls of men, composed of a less pure mixture of these elements. Further, Macrobius tells us that Plato elsewhere indirectly refers to another aspect of this cup. Plato speaks of this in the Phaedo, and says that the soul is dragged back into body, hurried on by new intoxication, desiring to taste a fresh draught of the overflow of matter, whereby it is weighed down and brought back to earth. The sidereal, astral crater of Father Liber, Dionysus, Bacchus, is a symbol of this mystery, and this is what the ancients called the river of Lethe, the Orphics saying that Father Liber was hylic mind. We have here, therefore, a higher and lower cup. Proclus, moreover, speaks of several such craters when he writes, Plato, in the Philebus, hands on the tradition of the volcanic crater, and Orpheus is acquainted with the cup of Dionysus, and ranges many such cups round the solar table. Elsewhere, again, Proclus tells us that the demiurge is said to constitute the psychical essences in conjunction with the crater. This crater is the peculiar cause of souls, and is co-arranged with the demiurgus, and filled from him, but fills souls. Thus it is called the fountain of souls. If with these indications before us we might venture to generalize, we might say that, according to Orpheo-Pythagorean, Platonic, and Hermetic ideas, the matter of every plane was thought of as proceeding from such a crater or cup, from within without, and the elements thereof as being refunded into such a cup or center or receptacle, that is, from a more subtle, simpler, and inner phase to a more gross, complex, and outer phase, and vice versa. In other words, the crater is the monadic or atomic state of the matter of any given phase or state of existence. The vision of Aridaeus. With the above data before us, it will also be instructive to turn to the vision of Aridaeus, Thespesius, as related by Plutarch, a vision that may be compared with profit with the vision of as told by Plato. Thespesius is being conducted through Hades, or the invisible world, in contact with earth life, by a kinsman who has passed over, as spiritists would say, and curiously enough, he there comes across a chasm and a crater, for part of the story runs. After these explanations, he was conducted by his kinsman at great speed across an immense space, as it seemed, nevertheless easily and directly, as though supported by wings of light rays, until having arrived at a vast vortex, extending downwards, he was abandoned by the power that supported him. He observed also that the same thing happened to the rest of the souls there, for checking their flight like birds and sinking down, they fluttered round the vortex in a circle, not daring to go straight through it. Inside it seemed to be decked like Bacchic caves, with trees and verdure and every kind of foliage, while out of it came a soft and gentle air, laden with marvelous sweet scents, making a blend like wine for topers, so that the souls feasting on the fragments were melted with delight in mutual embraces, while the whole place was wrapped in revelry and laughter and the spirit of sport and pleasure. Thespesius's kinsman told him that it was the way by which Dionysus ascended to the gods and afterwards took up Semele. It was called the place of Lethe, oblivion. Wherefore he would not suffer Thespesius to stay there, though he wished to do so, but forcibly dragged him away, explaining how that the rational part of the soul was melted and moistened by pleasure, while the irrational part, and that which is of a corporeal nature, being then moistened and made fleshly, awakens the memory of the body, and from this memory come a yearning and a desire which drag down the soul into generation, the soul being weighed down with moisture. Next, Thespesius, after traveling another great distance, seemed to be looking at a huge cup, with streams flowing into it, one whiter than the foam of the sea or snow, another like the purple which the rainbow sends forth, while from a distance the others were tinged with other colors, each having its own shade. But when he came closer, the cup itself, into which they flowed, the surroundings disappearing and the colors growing fainter, lost its varied coloring and only retained a white brilliance. Compare also the Hellenist writer in the Nicene document. The Greek theologi generally call him the Logos, the heavenly horn of men, because he has mixed and mingled all things with all. On this, the Jewish Gnostic writer comments, "This is the drinking vessel, the cup in which the king drinketh and divineth." It is, says the Hellenist commentator again, the cup of Anacreon, speaking forth speechlessly the ineffable mystery. The Jewish commentator was a contemporary of Philos, and the Hellenist was prior to him. Thus we see that the cup symbol was used in precisely the same significance as in our text in at least the 1st century BC, and that the idea was referred to the Greek theologers, in other words, the Orphics, and not to Plato. The origin of the symbol to be sought in Orphic tradition. With the above data before us, I think we may be persuaded without difficulty that the idea of the cup or mixing bowl did not owe its origin to any invention of Plato's, but that the greatest of philosophers, when he makes use of the symbol, does but employ a familiar image well known to his audience, as indeed is very apparent in the summary fashion in which he introduces the figure. In other words, the symbol or image was a commonplace of the Orphic tradition, and doubtless, therefore, familiar to every Pythagorean. Now, in our treatise, it is noticeable that this cup symbol is equated with the monad or oneness, a technical Pythagorean term. 16. The disciples of thrice-greatest Hermes. Ptah, Sekhet, and Amenhotep, Asclepius. Budge, in his Gods of the Egyptians, tells us that the great triad of Memphis consisted of Ptah, Sekhet, and Amenhotep. Ptah, as we have seen, was the sculptor or engraver, the demiurge par excellence. He is called the very great god who came into being in the earliest time, father of fathers, power of powers, father of beginnings and creator of the eggs of the sun and moon, lord of Ma'at, or truth, king of the two lands, the god of the beautiful face, who created his own image, who fashioned his own body, who hath established Ma'at throughout the two lands, Ptah, the disk of heaven, illuminer of the two lands with the fire of his two eyes. The workshop of Ptah was the invisible world. It was Ptah who carried out the commands concerning the creation of the universe issued by Thoth. The syzygy, or female counterpart of Ptah, was Sekhet, who was at once his sister and wife, and the mother of his son, Nefertem, and a sister form of the goddess Bast. She is called Greatly Beloved One of Ptah, Lady of Heaven, Mistress of the Two Lands, and one of her commonest names is Nasert, that is, flame. It was Thoth, Tek, who, with his 7 wise ones, planned the world. But if Ptah is the executive power of Thoth and his 7 wise ones, so is Thoth the personification of the intelligence of Ptah. It is in this way that Sekhet becomes identified with Ma'at, the inseparable spouse of Thoth. Nefertem. The third member of the Memphite triad is Nefertem, or the young Tem. In the ritual, we read the apology. Hail, thou lotus, thou type of the god Nefertem. I am he who knoweth you, and I know your name among the gods, the lords of the underworld, and I am one of you. Again, Nefertem is compared with the lotus at the nostrils of Ra. Also, Nefertem has the same title. In the later texts, Nefertem is identified with many gods, all of them forms of Horus or Thoth. Here we are in contact with the Ptah tradition of Memphis, which, we have seen, played an important part in the heredity of the cosmogenesis of our Poimander tractate. In it, the simultaneous identification and distinction of Thoth and Ptah, and of Ma'at and Sekhet, are naturally explained, and the son of these powers is the young Tem, identified with the young Horus or young Thoth, who is to succeed his father. Are we here on the track of the ancestry of our Tet? At Heliopolis, Anu, the ancient god Tem was equated with Ra. Tem was the father god, lord of heaven, and begetter of the gods. Usertsen I rebuilt the sanctuary of Heliopolis about 2433 BC and dedicated it to Ra in the two forms of Horus and Temu. Tem was the first living man-god known to the Egyptians, just as Osiris was the first dead man-god, and as such was always represented in human form and with a human head. Tem was, in fact, to the Egyptians, a manifestation of God in human form. It is useless to attempt to assign a date to the period when the Egyptians began to worship God in human form, for we have no material for doing so. The worship of Tem must, however, be of very great antiquity, and the fact that the priests of Ra in the 5th and 6th dynasties united him to their god under the name of Ra-Tem proves that his worship was widespread, and that the god was thought to possess attributes similar to those of Ra. In the Trismegistic tradition, in which Thoth holds the chief place, the young Tem would thus represent the young Thoth, who succeeded to his father when that father ascended to the gods. Imhotep Imut Asclepius. Moreover, the Egyptian texts prove that, besides Nefertem, still another son of Ptah was regarded as the third member of the Mephitic triad. This son was called Ayamhotep, or Imhotep, whom the Greeks called Imuthes or Imut, and equated him with their Asclepius. The name Ayamhetep means he who cometh in peace, and is very appropriate to the god who brought the knowledge of healing to mankind. But Ayamhetep, though specially the god of medicine, was also the god of study and learning in general. As a god of learning, he partook of some of the attributes of Thoth, and he was supposed to take the place of this god in the performance of funeral ceremonies and in superintending the embalming of the dead. In later times, he absorbed the duties of Thoth as scribe of the gods, and the authorship of the words of power which protected the dead from enemies of every kind in the underworld was ascribed to him. In the ritual of embalmment, it is said to the deceased, "Thy soul uniteth itself to Ayamhetep, whilst thou art in the funeral valley." The oldest shrine of the god was situated close to Memphis and was called the Temple of Ayamhetep, the son of Ptah, which the Greeks called the Asclepion. Under Ptolemy Philopator, 222 to 205 BC, a temple was built to Ayamhetep on the island of Philae, and from the hieroglyphic inscriptions we learn that the god was called Great One, son of Ptah, the creative god, made by Thenin, begotten by him and beloved by him, the god of divine forms in the temples, who giveth life to all men, the mighty one of wonders, the maker of times, who cometh unto him that calleth upon him wheresoever he may be, who giveth sons to the childless, the wisest and most learned one, the image and likeness of Thoth the wise. Imhotep Asclepius was thus the image and likeness of Thoth the wise, even as Nefertem was young Thoth. Here we have precisely the distinction drawn between Asclepius and Tat in our Trismegistic literature. Asclepius was trained in all philosophy. Tat was young and as yet untrained. Ayamhetep, concludes Budge, was the god who sent sleep to those who were suffering and in pain, and those who were afflicted with any kind of disease formed his special charge. He was the good physician both of gods and men, and he healed the bodies of mortals during life, and superintended the arrangements for the preservation of the same after death. He was certainly the god of physicians, and of all those who were occupied with the mingled science of medicine and magic, and when he remembered that several of the first kings of the early empire are declared by Manetho, whose statements have been supported by the evidence of the papyri, to have written, such as caused to be edited, works on medicine, it is clear that the god of medicine was in Memphis, as old as the Archaic period. So much for the more important information that Budge has to offer us on the subject of Asclepius Imuth, from the side of pure Egyptian tradition, if we can use such a phrase of that tradition as strained through the sieve of almost purely physical interpretation. Tat. And now, let us turn to Reitzenstein and his instructive dissertation, Hermes Urschuler. Unquestionably, the most general form of sermon found in the remains of our Trismegistic literature is that of instruction to Tat, the son of Hermes, who is father and initiator. Of these instructions, 2 corpora existed, namely the general sermons and the expository sermons. The name Tat is, of course, a variant of Thoth, Tahut, but whereas Hermes himself is always in such sermons characterized as thrice greatest, Tat has not yet reached to this grade of mastership. He is still young. The name Tat occurs in one of the prayers in the magic papyri, part of which is undecipherable and can only be translated by following the conjecture of Reitzenstein. Show thyself unto me in thy prophetic power, O God of mighty mind, thrice great Hermes. Let him who rules the 4 regions of the heavens and the 4 foundations of the earth appear. Be present unto me, O thou in heaven. Be present unto me, thou from the egg. Speak, the 2 gods also are round thee. The one God is called Thath, and the other Haf. Spielberg equates Haf with Hipj, the genius of the dead, who appears coupled with Thoth in a Coptic magic papyrus of the 2nd century A.D., where Isis speaks of my father, ape Thoth. This thus seems to identify Haf with Anubis, that is, Harmanup, or Horus as Anubis, and Anubis as Hermes Tat was considered in Egyptian tradition to be a composer of sacred scripture. The incarnations of Thoth. The prayer just cited appears to put us into contact with the atmosphere of some inner mysteries of spiritual instruction. The god or spiritual master contains in himself his disciple, or a duad or triad of disciples. The relationship of master and disciple is of the most intimate nature. Not only is it of that of father to son, but of mother to child, for the disciple is born in the womb of the master presence. The disciple is, as it were, his ka. Thus, for the Egyptians, as Sete and others have pointed out, the wise priest, that is, a priest truly initiated into the wisdom, was regarded as an incarnation of Thoth, and such a one, after the death of his body, was worshipped as Thoth. Theos, who is called Theos the Ibis, that is Thoth, and so identified with Thoth himself. What we learn from the general tradition of this belief in the incarnation of Thoth into the perfected disciple of wisdom, and the ascription of sacred literature to similar though not identical god names to that of Thoth himself, is that there was, on the one hand, a firm belief in the unity of the Thoth tradition, and on the other, a necessary division of the sacred literature into older and later periods. The Thoth of the older period was regarded as a god, the Thoth of more recent times as a god-man. And so we find Plato in the famous passage of the Philebus, uncertain whether to speak of Thoth as god or man. The disciples of Lord Hermes in Ptosaris and Nechepso. In the known oldest references to the Thoth-Hermes literature, there has so far not been discovered anything that suggests the existence of a distinction between Hermes, Thoth, and Tat, Thoth, but the absence of references proves little. Already, however, Nechepso and Ptosaris, in the 2nd century BC, make Hermes the teacher of the younger god disciples Anubis and Asclepius, in which connection it is of interest to note the following passage from a horoscope for the first year of the Emperor Antonius Pius, set up by the priests of Hermes at Thebes, the Greek of which is very faulty and evidently written by Barbary. After enquiry based on many books, handed down to us by the wise ancients, the Chaldeans, both Ptosaris and especially King Nechias, or Nechepso, inasmuch as they took counsel of our Lord Hermes and of Asclepius, that is, of Immuthes, son of Hephaestus. From this we learn that in the 2nd century A.D., the writings of Ptosaris and Nechepso, together with the Chaldean books, still formed part of the temple library at Thebes. Moreover, that Ptosaris and Nechepso in the 2nd century B.C. based themselves on these books as well as on books ascribed to both Hermes and Asclepius. Moreover, from the fragments of Nechepso, we learn that he had before him a sermon of Asclepius called Moirogenesis, concerning the genesis of fate, and also dialogues in which Hermes instructs Asclepius and Anubis concerning the mysteries of astrology. These Trismegistic works must thus be dated prior to the beginning of the 2nd century B.C. Seti, in his essay on Asclepius Imhotep, has endeavored to show that this Imuth was originally a man, and that divine honors were first paid to him in the reign of Amasis, Amosis, Mes, about 1700 BC. Tosothrus, Asclepius. Manetho, however, tells us another story when he writes of a certain king of the third dynasty, BC 3700. Tosothrus reigned 29 years. He is called Asclepius by the Egyptians for his medical knowledge. He built a house of hewn stones and greatly patronized literature. Tosothrus is Chesser, or Chesserah, Doser, the second king of the third dynasty from Memphis. The house of hewn stones which he built received remarkable confirmation from the excavations which were carried out by the Prussian general Minutoli in 1819 in the step pyramid of Saqqara. This temple, says Budge, is certainly the oldest of all the large buildings which have successfully resisted the action of wind and weather and destruction by the hand of man. In the inscription of the 7 famine years, moreover, belonging in its present form to the latter Ptolemaic period, but a copy of a far more ancient record, we read in Stobaeus' restored Greek text, Tosothrus, in whose days lived Imhotep, he was considered by the Egyptians to be Asclepius because of his knowledge of the healing art. He discovered the art of building with hewn stones, and, moreover, occupied himself with literature. We thus learn that long before Manetho's time there was an Asclepian literature, and not only did this deal with medicine, but also with scripture in general, and with masonry. Imuth Asclepius, the master mason and poet. That Asclepius was specially occupied with the sacred building art may be seen from Stobaeus' study, whose industry has discovered a book on temple building ascribed to Imuth, a book that came from heaven northwards from Memphis. It was according to this book that Ptolemy X and Ptolemy XI enlarged the building of their ancestors at Edfu, in agreement with the writing concerning the plans of the Temple of Horus, which the chief prelector of the priests, Imhotep, the son of Ptah, had written. There were also certain very ancient sermons or songs of Imhotep, and a saying from one of these sermons, the Song of the House of King Inf, is given by Seti as follows: I have heard the words of Imhotep and Har-Dadaf. They are still much spoken of, but where are their abodes? Perhaps this explains the statement that Asclepius Imuth was the inventor of poetry. Imuth was to the Egyptians what Orpheus, Linus, or Musaeus was to the Greeks. And so Reitzenstein concludes that the tradition of the old Egyptian and Hellenistic literature is unbroken. In Hellenistic times, this view of the divine son of Ptah of Memphis and of his chief shrine at Memphis spread widely, and his cult was extended to Thebes and even to Philae. At Thebes he appears united with the Theban Thoth and his younger likeness or image, Amenhotep, the twin brother of Imhotep, Asclepius, son of Hapu, who is said to have lived as a man under King Amenophis III, Amenhetep, 1450 BC, and who tells us himself how he became acquainted with the Book of God and saw in vision the preeminence of Thoth. The chief temple of Asclepius at Memphis was still honored in later times, and even in the days of Jerome, its priesthood was renowned for its occult wisdom. Asclepius, the healer. Of the cult of Asclepius in Greece and of the widespread influence of this ideal, there is little need to remind the student of the comparative history of religions. We cannot, however, refrain from appending a paragraph from a remarkable address recently delivered by the Reverend J. Estlin Carpenter to the students of Manchester College, Oxford, in which he says, "Pass beyond the limits of Israel and its hopes, and you enter a world of religious phenomena so varied as to be practically inexhaustible, and all the patient labor of the last 30 years has only begun to exhibit to us its contents. At every turn you are confronted with beliefs resembling those which pervade our New Testament, so that Professor Cheyenne has recently attempted in a very remarkable little volume, Bible Problems, to trace archaeologically the roots of our 4 great doctrines associated with the person of Jesus: the virgin birth, the descent into Hades, the resurrection, and the ascension. The inscriptions reveal to you the very language of Christianity in the making. The hymns and liturgies of other faiths derive their strength from similar ideas and express similar aspirations. Does Jesus, according to the Gospels, give sight to the blind and call the dead back to life? So does Asclepius. He too is wondrously born. He too is in danger in his infancy. He too heals the sick and raises the dead, till Zeus, jealous of this infringement of his prerogatives, smites him with his thunderbolt and translates him to the world above. But from his heavenly seat he continues to exercise his healing power. His worship spreads all through Greece. After a great plague in Rome, in 291 BC, it is planted on a sacred island in the Tiber. In the 1st century of our era, you may follow it all around the eastern Mediterranean. In Greece alone, Pausanias mentions 63 Asclepii. There were others in Asia Minor, Egypt, Sicily, nearly 200 being still traceable. They were both sanctuaries and medical schools. A number of inscriptions relate details of cures, or consecrate the ex votos, which are still dedicated at Loreto or Lord. The temple by the Tiber won special fame in the reign of Antonius Pius for the restoration of the sight of a blind man. Asclepius himself bears the titles King and Divine Savior. He was even Savior of the universe. In his cosmic significance, he was thus identified with Zeus himself, and on earth he was felt to be the most loving to man. Harnack, in one of the fascinating chapters of his Expansion of Christianity, has traced the action of these influences on later Christianity, conceived as a religion of healing or salvation, medicine alike of body and of mind. It must be enough now to remind you that the God was believed to reveal himself to those who sought his aid, and Origen affirms that a great multitude, both of Greeks and barbarians, acknowledge that they have frequently seen, and still see, no mere phantom, but Asclepius himself, healing and doing good, and foretelling the future. But to pass on to the Trismegistic Asclepius. Asclepius in Trismegistic tradition. Asclepius comes forward in our literature as the type of a disciple of Trismegistus, already trained in philosophy. This prior training must presumably be referred to the Ptah tradition, Ptah being himself a god of revelation, that is, of teaching by means of apocalypsis, and Asclepius being originally his son and priest. But not only was Ptah a god of apocalypsis generally, but also a god of medicine, as he must needs have been for his son to have learned his wisdom from him. This view is brought out in a Hellenistic text, which reads as follows: A remedy from the shrines of Hephaestus, Ptah, at Memphis, interpreted by the decision and owing to the philanthropy, they say, of thrice-greatest Hermes. For he decided that it should be published with a view to man's saving. It was found on a golden tablet written in Egyptian characters. The tradition of the date when Asclepius was admitted to the Trismegistic discipline is given in KK. After the ascension of Hermes, we are told, To him succeeded Tat, who was at once his son and heir unto these knowledges, and not long afterwards Asclepius Imuth, according to the will of Ptah, who is Hephaestus. What precise historical worth this tradition may contain, it is impossible to say. All we can suppose is that there was at some early date a union of two schools of mystic discipline belonging respectively to the Thebaic and Memphitic traditions. This union may have been somewhat analogous to that of the disciples of John the Baptist and of Jesus. What is clear, however, from our Trismegistic writings is that there is no doubt whatever in the writer's mind that the Trismegistic tradition is in possession of the higher wisdom, and indeed, Corpus Hermeticum distinctly allows us to conclude that, though Tat was younger, insofar as he had not the technical training of the Asclepius grade, it is nevertheless Tat when he reaches manhood, and not Asclepius, who succeeds to the mastership of the school. Nevertheless, we find a number of Trismegistic writings, presupposed especially in the definitions of Asclepius and in the Perfect Sermon, in which both Tat and Asclepius share in a common instruction, Asclepius appearing as the older and riper scholar. This makes Reitzenstein suppose that this type of what we may call a company of two disciples was invented by the Hermes priests at Thebes, and that it was later on taken over by the Memphitic Ptah-Asclepius priests and developed in their own interest. This may be so if we must be compelled to speculate on the dim shades of history which may be recovered from these obscure indications. Concerning Ammon. Of the Trismegistic writings of Asclepius, Lactantius mentions a perfect sermon to the king Ammon, and also refers to a rich ancient literature by Asclepius addressed to the same king. Reitzenstein, moreover, says that Corpus Hermeticum presupposes writings addressed to the same King Ammon by Tat, but I gather that the persons of the dialogue are really Asclepius and the king, and not Tat, and that Tat has been substituted for Asclepius by some copyist in error. However this may be, there was a large literature addressed by Hermes himself to Ammon, as we may see from this distinct statement, and also from Stobaeus. The same tradition is preserved in the presumably later Hermetic treatise Iatromathematica, which is also addressed to Ammon. Prophet and King. Here then we have another type of literature, and that, too, very ancient, in which the wise priest and prophet is set over against the king as teacher or discoverer of hidden wisdom. This we have already seen to have been the relationship between the priest and prophet Ptolus and King Nechepso, but the type goes still further back to pre-Greek times in Egypt. It was, as we have learned from Plutarch, who probably hands on the information direct from Manetho, a necessity that the king, to be a true king, should be initiated into the wisdom of the priests. As we have already seen, Imuth Asclepius appears in Manetho as an inventor, so also in the charming story put into the mouth of Socrates by Plato in his Phaedrus about the famous old god whose name was Theuth. Thoth is the inventor par excellence. In this story, which elicits the remark from Phaedrus, "Yes, Socrates, you can easily invent tales of Egypt or of any other country." Thoth takes his inventions to a certain king Thamus for his approval or disapproval as to whether or not the Egyptians might be allowed the benefit of them. This Thamus was king of the whole country of Egypt, and dwelt in the great city of Upper Egypt, which the Hellenes call Egyptian Thebes, and the god himself is called by them Ammon. In Hecataeus, also, Osiris, king of Thebes, has all inventions laid before him, and gives special honor to Hermes, whose inventions were far and wide renowned. In this connection, it is to be noted that in the Theban Thoth cult, Thoth was regarded as the representative of the king and light god Ra, or Ammon, and so we read on the tomb of Seti I. "Thou art in my place, my representative. Wherefore art thou moreover called Thoth, representative of the light god Ra." From these and other indications, it is quite possible to conclude that Plato has used an ancient Egyptian logos as the basis of his story, and that this logos, at a very early period, found an echo in written instructions given by Thoth to the king. All this took place on purely Egyptian ground, and hence the type of instruction from Thoth Hermes to Ammon was fairly established in tradition before it was taken over by our Hellenistic Trismegistic writers. Amenhotep, Asclepius. So far, however, I believe no reference to books written by Imhotep, Asclepius, to Ammon in the pre-Greek period has been discovered. Sete, however, tells us that a certain Amenhotep, who lived as early as the 15th century BC, was a disciple and seer of Thoth. This Amenhotep was famous as a teacher of wisdom and discoverer of magic books. He was probably also renowned for his own writings as well. Gradually, this Amenhotep became blended with Imhotep Asclepius as his twin brother, and finally, in Ptolemaic times, received divine honors at Thebes. Here, then, we have the blending in of another tradition of a writer of books who was a disciple of Thoth, and was gradually confounded with Asclepius Imuth, son of Ptah, and that there were two Asclepiuses, an older and a later, which we are told distinctly. Of the sayings of this Asclepius, a Greek porcelain gives us some idea. The first three sayings, however, are simply taken from the sayings of the 7 sages of Greece. The rest may be partially Egyptian. This scrap of evidence, however, is of importance, for already in the 3rd century BC, Orphic sayings are known to have been worked up with Egyptian material, and here we have Greek gnomic material blended with an Egyptian Imuth tradition of sayings. Perhaps still more careful research may reward us with further sidelights on the development of this Asclepius literature prior to the Greek period and in its earliest Hellenistic forms. As it is, we are left with the impression that the traces which have been already discovered justify the remarks made by the writer of our Trismegistic Definitions of Asclepius unto the King, or The Perfect Sermon of Asclepius unto the King, Corpus Hermeticum, as based upon a well-established tradition in the school, concerning the change brought about by putting the Egyptian forms of the Asclepian writings, which were of a very mystical nature, into the more precise forms of the Greek tongue. The Sacred Group of Four. What, however, is clear in the Perfect Sermon of Hermes himself, where he gives instructions to his three disciples, Asclepius, Tat, and Ammon, assembled in the holy place, is that the history of the matter is of small moment to the writer of that sermon. He is dealing with the inner and more intimate side of the teaching. Asclepius, Tat, and Ammon are for him the sacred triad, forming with the Master himself the sacred group of four. With this, we may very well compare the group of three made so familiar to us by the evangelists, the three who were always with the Master in the most intimate moments of his inner life and exaltation, James, John, and Peter. Now, if the reader will refer to my notes on the last paragraph of Hippolytus's introduction to the Nicene document, he will see that Clement of Alexandria expressly asserts that the Lord imparted the gnosis to James the Just, to John and Peter, after his resurrection. These delivered it to the rest of the apostles, and they to the 70. James, John, and Peter. Here I would suggest that we have a similarity of conception. Asclepius is the main subsequent teacher, even as James is in Christian tradition. Peter is the organizer, to whom the rulership over the church is given. He represents the king power, and may be equated with Ammon, while John is the beloved, even as is Tat. John understands the spirit of the teaching best of all. James is more learned on the formal side, while Peter is the organizer, and in many an apocryphal story is made to display lack of control and want of understanding. A most interesting scrap of Johannine tradition will throw some further light on the fact that John succeeded to the spiritual directorship, even as Tat, in our sermons, succeeds to Trismegistus. This scrap is an addition to John, from a codex of the Fourth Gospel, preserved in the archives of the Templars of St. John of Jerusalem in Paris. Ye have heard what I said unto you. I am not of this world. The Comforter is among you. Teach through the Comforter. As the Father has sent me, even so send I you. Amen, I say unto you, I am not of this world. But John shall be your father, till he shall go with me into paradise. And he anointed them with the Holy Spirit. So also, in an addition to John, we read, He saith to his mother, Weep not. I go to my Father and to eternal life. Behold thy Son, he will keep my place. Then saith he to the disciple, Behold thy mother. Then bowing his head, he gave up the ghost. Here then, at the supreme crisis, the Master constitutes John the spiritual father of the school in his place. So is it with Tat. The Triad of Disciples. The idea of triads and other groups, such as of 5 and 7, united in the presence of a master, is familiar to the student of Druidical mysticism. In our perfect sermon, we have such a triad, each disciple distinguished by strongly marked characteristics. The tuning of these into one harmony, so that, to use another and a familiar simile, the disciples may be as the fingers of one hand, for the master's use, is a matter of enormous difficulty. One is characterized by power, another by knowledge, and another by love. All three must sink their individually strongest characteristic in a supreme sacrifice, where all blend together into the wisdom of the Master. This seems to me to be the inner purport of our perfect sermon, and whatever may be the history of the evolution of the forms of the literature, the eternal fact of the nature of the intimate teaching of the Christ to the three was known to our writer. Khnum, the good daemon. Let us now turn to the type of Trismegistic literature in which Osiris and Isis came forward as disciples, and first of all, let us take a glance at the god Khnum, Khnubis, or Knuphis, whose name occurs in so many of the Abraxas and Abraxoid gems. Khnum was for southern Egypt precisely what Ptah of Memphis was for northern Egypt. He was the fashioner of men, even as a potter makes pots on a wheel. Khnum was demiurge and god of the heart. The chief center of his cult was at Syene and the island of Elephantine. Here he was regarded as the father of Osiris, and so we hear of astrological dialogues between Khnum and Osiris, as for instance when we are told, "And all that Khuphis, who is with them, the Egyptians, the good daemon, handed on, and his disciple Osiris philosophized." These writings were grouped with those of Nechepso and also with our Trismegistic writings. Compare the passage in Firmicus Maternus, which runs, "All things which Mercurius, Hermes, and Canubis handed on to Aesculapius, or Asclepius, which Ptoceras discovered, and Nechepso." Osiris, disciple of Agathodaimon, the thrice greatest. The patristic references to our Trismegistic literature further inform us that Osiris was regarded as the disciple of Agathodaimon, who in them bears the name of thrice greatest. There is, however, nothing to show that Hermes himself appears in them as the disciple of Canubis, as Reitzenstein says. The introductory phrase of Lactantius to the fragment runs, "But I, Lactantius, will call to mind the words of Hermes, the thrice greatest." In the To Asclepius, he says, "Osiris said, How then, O thou thrice greatest, thou good daemon, did earth in its entirety appear?" Here we have a sermon of Hermes quoting from a tradition in which Osiris appears as the disciple of Agathodaimon, who is also called Trismegistus. That is, the Agathodaimon-Osiris dialogue type was old and presumably pertained to one of the earliest forms of the Trismegistic literature, probably contemporary with the most ancient Poimander type. This type seems to have borne impressions of the form of the books of the Chaldeans type of cosmogenesis, which we have seen to have strongly influenced Ptoceras and Nechepso in the early 2nd century BC. Agathodaimon is to Osiris as Poimander is to Hermes. Logos mind, the good daemon. So also in the early alchemical literature there is a treatise of Agathodaimon addressed to Osiris, and in it others are presupposed. These alchemical teachings of the good daemon are frequently in close contact with our Trismegistic doctrines. Moreover, in the same literature, Hermes refers to Agathodaimon and appears to regard himself as his disciple. It thus may be supposed that it was from Khnum that was originally derived the tradition of the Agathodaimonites. So thinks Reitzenstein, but I do not think that we have sufficient evidence as yet for so general a conclusion. The term Agathodaimon is a very general one. It is true, but the whole idea cannot be refunded into Khnum. In fact, Osiris is quite as much Agathodaimon as Khnum, and in Corpus Hermeticum, which deals with the general mind, or good daemon, Agathodaimon is taken in the most general sense, and in the 3 quotations there made by Hermes from the sayings of the good daemon, we find that they are in the words of Heraclitus, as inspired by the Logos, so that in reality Agathodaimon must be equated with Logos. The origin of Agathodaimon is then not solely Khnum, and Hermes therefore cannot be spoken of as the disciple of Canubis, unless we then cite texts in which Thoth is so described. In our Trismegistic literature, the teaching is quite simple and distinct, as for instance in Corpus Hermeticum, he, mind, is the good daemon. When, however, Reitzenstein declares that the sentence of the same sermon, "For this cause can a man dare say that man on earth is God, subject to death, while God in heaven is man, from death immune," is a saying belonging to the Canupus literature, we think he is going beyond the limits of probable conjecture, unless we substitute for Knuphis the general term Agathodaimon in the sense of Logos. When again Reitzenstein says that the fragments he has adduced show that Hermes was a later addition in the Agathodaimon literature, and gradually pushed on one side Osiris, the son of the god of revelation, we are not convinced that we have correctly recovered the history. For in the great Osiris myth, it is Hermes who is always the teacher of wisdom, and not Osiris. Khnum good mind, the Aeon. Nevertheless, that a widespread Knuphis literature in the Agathodaimonistic sense existed prior to the 2nd century BC, Reitzenstein has shown by a number of interesting quotations. In Hellenistic times, the worship of Knuphis as the primal deity and god of revelation was strongly established, and most interesting for all of us, his symbol was the serpent. The symbol, then, of Agathodaimon as Logos was the serpent of wisdom, and we are in contact with the line of tradition of the Gnostic Ophites and Nassenes. And so also in Ptolemaic times we find his syzygy, Isis, also symbolized as a serpent, and both of them frequently as serpents with human heads. They are both as wise as serpents. And as Horus was their son, so we find the hawk-headed symbol of that god united with a serpent body. So also we find Agathodaimon in his son aspect, symbolized as a serpent with a lion's head. He is the Aeon. Isis, Lady of Wisdom, disciple of thrice-greatest Hermes. In addition to the types of Hermes and his disciples, and Agathodaimon and his disciples, we have also in our Trismegistic literature another type, namely Isis and her disciples. Isis is the ancient lady of all wisdom and teacher of all magic. In the early Hellenistic period, she is substituted for Hermes as orderer of the cosmos, while Plutarch calls her Lady of the Heart and Tongue, even as is Hermes. She sees the teaching. As her disciple, she has in the Stobaean excerpts a king, probably King Ammon. In a magic papyrus, she even appears as teacher of Asclepius, but the more usual and natural type is that of Isis as teacher of her son Horus, and so we find Lucian speaking of Pythagoras visiting Egypt to learn wisdom of her prophets, and saying that the sage of Samos descended into the Adaita and learned the books of Horus and Isis. To this type of literature belongs our lengthy Stobaean excerpts. But in all of this, Isis owes her wisdom to face-to-face instruction by the most ancient Hermes, with whom she gets into contact through spiritual vision. All this I have discussed in the commentaries, the conclusion being that to the mind of poimandrists, no matter how ancient might be any line of tradition, whether of Agathodaimon or Osiris or Isis, the direct teaching of the mind transcended it. End of Volume 1.